We're back. We're back, everybody.
And YouTube never left.
YouTube would have left because we had to end the broadcast.
I see.
So when we end the broadcast, it ends the stream for both.
Oh, for both, right?
Yeah. So we are back. Yeah. There's Nicole.
Cool.
Now we'll be good to the end of the podcast. We're good to go. Everybody's coming back on here. Yes, we're back again, William.
We're back.
We are back. So we have 1 hour until Deborah Hughes-Gar, well, less than an hour, will join us. There we go. All right. Got Paul hanging out, looking at his phone, catching up with the latest messages.
I'm just sending a message to my children.
Yes. And yes, Marvin, WB. Whatever. What's WB? Warner Brothers? White Balance? He's very quiet about that as well. All right. What time are we at now, guys? It's let me bring up my other
10 after 11.
10 after 11, Paul says. 11:10. Yeah, you got it. 11:10 it is.
Hello.
Welcome back. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks, Marvin.
That was a super duper music talk. I really dig that.
Yeah. Musically, that was a good talk. Round 3. Yeah. And the last round. We're in the last round. The home stretch, last round. And that means we got to do the meatloaf soon. So.
I guess I better stop eating.
Right, Cliff?
Yeah.
Got to do the meatloaf soon. Can't leave without testing the meatloaf.
I'm going to taste test the meatloaf.
Yeah. Well, Paul's over here crunching.
Sorry. I know. Sorry. My bad.
So, all right. Glenda. Hello, Glenda. Great. Thank you. Yeah. Where's
Glenda, quick, ask us how our sleep was.
Yeah. The sleep? What sleep? Did you sleep?
Right. No, I did not sleep.
Yeah. So, Glenda, you're joining us at 2 o'clock. 2 p.m.
Glenn, it'll be nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while.
And sleep with question marks. Yes. Well, there has been no sleep, Glenda. We don't sleep. We've been going straight since yesterday early morning for most of us.
We burn the candle at both ends. We do.
Yeah. And that's because the wick went out on the other end.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know one of my ends is out. Just saying.
Wow. I can see where this is going to go in the last few hours.
That's right.
Yeah.
Glenda, when time are you coming on?
I think I just announced that.
Sorry, I was chomping.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, Glenda. Sorry.
Keep up there, Paul.
Sorry, keep up. I've been up for 30-something hours.
The echo. The story of my life. Echo.
Yeah. Never noticed Paul. What? Paul's been here the whole time, Kathy. Yeah, hiding in the corner.
Watch, the next comment will be with a comma.
All right. Well, I'm going to throw a couple of these in then. How do you follow Will Smith in the snow?
Don't know.
You follow the Fresh Prince.
There you go.
Goodness gracious me.
If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring?
These, I don't know.
April showers.
Pilgrims.
Pilgrims, May flowers.
Guess that was supposed to be funny. Dear Math, grow up and solve your own problems.
Right?
Yeah. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet?
I don't know.
Booyah!
Supplies. I know you guys are just giving the the proper little almost a golf clap
You gotta go to
to those jokes.
you gotta go to one of those top 10s again.
Top 10s.
Yeah.
Top 10 lists. We will see what we can come up with here.
Don't worry, Nicole. I prefer to be in the corner.
Okay, here's 10 mind-blowing facts that sound like BS but are true. Just going to let me do it.
Oh, this will be fun.
Yeah. So, number 10. Lightning strikes give you sweet-ass tats.
I don't even know what that means.
Tattoos.
Tattoos?
So getting hit by a bolt of lightning is not fun. Aside from knowing that you angered Almighty Zeus, you suffer horrifying. Oh, I got these weird pop-ups happening here. Sorry.
I think I'll get a tattoo the conventional way. Thank you.
Don't get struck by lightning to get a tattoo. Aside from knowing that you've angered Almighty Zeus, you suffer horrifying agony, terrible burns, and possibly a stopped heart. Oh, and you might just wind up getting a sweet-ass tattoo. Lightning flowers. So you get like a lightning flower tattoo.
Yeah, well, you've seen that. You've seen those before.
I have?
Mm-hmm.
I've never been struck by lightning.
No, but you'll know when you see them, though.
Oh.
You'll know it when you see them. And we actually have one from Nicole. Favorite music genres. Which are your faves?
We've talked about that before on the show. This list I'm looking at is weird because I'm getting all sorts of pop-ups and stuff happening here. Which are your favorite? Well,
it's an easy one for me. Rock is my number one.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to get a little bit more in detail, I would hazard to say, well, I don't know. My favorite band is Depeche Mode, but Britpop is not my favorite genre. Britpop is probably top 5.
Yeah.
Rock and roll is my number one, but I would hazard to say new rock. So I don't know, 1990 and later.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my number one. I would hazard to say 95 and later.
Right. Well, there you go. Cliff?
I don't have a favorite.
You don't have a favorite?
No.
What do you listen to most, Cliff? What genre do you listen to most?
I don't really have a most.
Mm.
I'm kind of all over the place.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm kind of that way too. I listen to really all genres of music. And I do even listen to country at times. It's not.
Do you?
It's not a genre that's on the number, probably in my top 10. But I will, listen to it at times. But yeah, I can't say that I've got. I'm a rock guy as well. I like my rock music.
Mm-hmm.
I like my 80s rock music as well.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind 80s rock music. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not bad.
Here's the question: do you boys both like Christmas music?
I enjoy Christmas music. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, and I'll listen to it when I get in the car when it becomes Christmas season and they actually start playing it. I will put it on. Do you do that as well, Paul?
100%. 100%. Absolutely do. Love Christmas music. Yeah. I like a lot of cultural music. I like Celtic music. I'll listen to East Indian music since we have an East Indian station or East Indian hour on our radio station. So I've really been getting into a lot of
Rahat
indigenous music.
And Rahat does Bollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I've been getting a lot more into the cultural music a lot more in the last, I don't know, maybe a year, maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
I've always liked Celtic music. Always liked Celtic music.
I as well. Yeah.
But Chinese music, it's all really, really, really soft. So despite me spending so much time in China, I'm not one really for Chinese contemporary music. And I certainly don't like the old school Chinese ballet music. That is just not good for the ears.
Cheryl says, "Good morning. Is everyone tired today? You all should take the Podlie outside and run through the snow." Well, I'm not sure we want to do that.
No.
Yeah, we're gonna pass. We're gonna pass. Now that's interesting. Yeah, the Beatles never did have a Christmas album, did they?
They did not.
No.
They did not. Elvis had one.
Yeah.
Kenny had one. Dolly had one.
Yeah. But well,
Speaking of
so many
Kenny
artists
Rogers,
had
right?
Christmas music. Even back
Bing.
in the
Mhm.
in the 60s, 70s, right? Nat King Cole.
Nat.
Yeah. Numerous Christmas
Mhm.
albums. It was like you had
What's your favorite Christmas album, you guys? So I'm not talking assorted artists, right? So
Yeah.
you pick up a Christmas album from one artist. What would it be? Because I have one. That's why I asked.
one of my favorites, and it was my grandpa who got me onto it, was Nat King Cole.
The Nat King Cole Christmas album.
Love listening to Nat King Cole sing Christmas music.
Cliff, to you, sir.
If I were to pick one, probably Amy Grant's second Christmas album.
That is a good one, but I haven't heard the whole album. But and mine is definitely Boney M, the Boney M Christmas album.
Boney M Christmas album.
Yeah, fantastic. Brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah.
The Arhu or Urhu is it's okay if it's in an orchestra.
Yeah.
Nicole. So I don't like it by itself.
Yeah.
So famous Chinese instrument.
So Cheryl says Beckett says that you look tired. So I'm assuming we're
Yes, we probably are.
Yeah, I think we're probably tired.
We'll get back to you on that though.
Yeah. Let's think about that for a minute.
but yes, we are tired. I think we're still going strong.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're getting up to the, like I said, we're on the home stretch. Yeah, William, I loved watching White Christmas with Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney.
Never seen the movie.
White Christmas?
Yeah, never seen the movie.
I've seen it, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, never seen the movie. Favorite Christmas movie?
It's a Wonderful Life.
Love that movie. Not my favorite, but love that movie. I got to go with National Lampoons.
Oh, the Christmas Vacation?
Yeah, 100%. Got to go with that one.
Not Elf?
Oh, I hate that movie, Bill. That is the dumbest movie.
I know we've had that discussion before.
Oh, I hate that movie. Yeah. I would say Scrooge is another one of my favorites. Brilliant movie.
The original
so funny.
Scrooge?
So Scrooged. Bill Murray. Bill Murray.
Bill Murray, yeah.
Alistair Sims version of Christmas Carol would be great.
Yeah.
But National Lampoons.
Cheryl says The Homecoming, which was the Waltons' first original film, which then the series was born out of that film.
Hey, me and one of the Waltons are like that.
That's correct. We had Judy Norton on our show, who played Mary Ellen. Deborah Hughes-Garr says, "Gather yourself, boys. I am coming in PDQ."
All right.
Yeah.
And I hope by PDQ, Deb, you mean pretty damn quiet, because we are tired.
Glenda says, "Woohoo, Deb's on her way." Well, it sounds like Deb's got a lot of energy.
Oh my gosh. Lori, how are you? It's not Christmas movie, but Oliver comes out every Christmas and I'm never tired of it.
Mm-hmm. And welcome to the show, Lori.
What do you mean by comes out?
Every Christmas it's put out. You can watch it
on TV.
Yeah, on TV. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, it's usually one of the movies they throw. But one interesting movie that I've always found, and they class it as a Christmas movie, is Die Hard.
Yeah, I know. I think that's
every
funny.
Christmas. Die Hard gets shown multiple times.
It does. Yeah. How do you feel about Bruce Willis? Is it a Christmas movie?
Well, I like Die Hard. I thought it was a good movie. I'm not sure I would consider it a Christmas movie, but lots of people do.
Yeah. Santa Claus with Tim Allen, William says.
Yeah.
I do believe I have seen that one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't remember it a lot, but I'll go with It's a Wonderful Life as well. Miracle on 34th. I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think it's great. But my go-to is always National Lampoons. That's my go-to.
Yeah.
All the time.
Not the Hallmark movies?
I don't think I've ever seen one.
The Christmas Hallmark movies?
I don't think I've seen one. I don't have the Hallmark channel.
Oh, you don't have to. Well, yes, you do. I guess have to have it to see.
Yeah, I think you have to have it
to see the Hallmark Christmas movies.
Yeah. So, can't wait to watch Scrooged.
Yeah.
So, what a great movie.
Yeah.
So, what's her name? Karen King. Karen King. So funny in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
It is Karen King, right? Karen King.
Is it Karen King?
Karen King.
Karen King.
I think it's Karen King.
Yeah.
She's so funny in that movie.
Laurie says Christmas Carol. Yeah. As now we wait patiently for Deborah Hughes Gar to burst through the door.
Christmas Carol. Which Christmas Carol?
Yeah,
Laura?
again the original.
Yeah, which one? Alistair Sims.
Yeah, Alistair Sims in the
mine's-
original, and of course,
is mine.
I may have talked about this before too. But again, if you watch that film carefully, you can see an error in that film. So there's a scene when he's looking in the mirror, and in the background, you'll see a crew member standing back there. And they left it in. They didn't. I guess obviously they didn't see it during editing, but it's still there. If you watch that movie and watch that scene with the mirror, in the background is a crew member hanging out back there.
And Lori just commented she likes the original the best.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we forgot? Grinch. Laura says
The Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
the Grinch.
Yeah.
My kids were afraid of the Grinch when they were really
which
young.
version? The Jim Carrey version, the animated
It's
version.
got to be the animated for me.
Yeah,
gotta be
I didn't
the
really like the Jim Carrey version.
No, I don't think I've seen it. It's got to be the animated for me.
Yeah, Peanuts Christmas movie.
Oh my gosh.
Charlie Brown. Did they ever do a Flintstones Christmas film?
There was a Flintstones Christmas episode,
probably,
but there was not a movie. No, there was not a movie.
Nightmare Before Christmas, Cheryl says.
Yeah, my kids love that one. We were just talking about that earlier, actually.
Yeah, that is a very good one.
Yeah,
because it's a mix of both Halloween and Christmas.
Don't think I've seen Charlie Brown Christmas. I don't think I've seen
just
it.
the episode. I'm assuming, Nicole, you're talking about it's your Christmas Charlie Brown. So I'm assuming just an episode of it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the movie. I'm very familiar with the piano. Very familiar with that. Oh, right. And then you got to go, Nicole, with the classics, right? Like Rudolph and
the claymation classics.
100%. Yeah, 100% you do. There's Frosty, Rudolph. Yeah, 100% you have to.
Yeah.
And I think we still watch those every year too, I think.
Yeah. I'm Googling here right now.
Home Alone. Forgot about that one too. I just saw that one.
Did you?
I just watched. Was it the first? Wow, I can't remember what the kids watched. Just watched that one. Still funny. Funny.
Well, didn't they? How many Home Alones did they make?
3, if I'm not mistaken.
See, the first one was good. I couldn't get into the second or third one.
I don't think
I've too much Home Alone.
Yeah.
Like, how many times
Agreed.
are you going to leave your kid home alone?
That's exactly right. Phil.
And
that's
didn't you learn
right.
the first time?
That's exactly right.
That you shouldn't be leaving your kid home alone?
Yeah, it was funny the first time. I agree with you. It's funny the first time. The second one, I think I might have caught bits and pieces when my kids were watching.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember a third one. I think there was one, but I don't remember there being a third one.
Yeah.
So
I was just looking up the original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer because I just couldn't remember Burl Ives. Yeah. Burl Ives
for
in
Frosty. Burl Ives and Frosty.
Sam the Snowman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Frosty.
Burl Ives.
I love Star Wars, but why is it on at Christmas? Same with why is Sound of Music Christmas movie?
They always play Sound of Music at Christmas. And again, I'm not sure exactly. It's like Die Hard. I'm not sure exactly why they play Sound of Music at Christmas, but but they do.
I didn't know Star Wars was played around Christmas. That's just a programming thing, I think, Laura.
And I'm assuming they're thinking everybody's
off
vacation
for 2 weeks. That's exactly
kids
right.
are home. If they're Star Wars fans, then they can watch Star Wars.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's just a programming thing, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, I've never seen an episode of Schitt's Creek. Never seen an episode.
No, it's quite funny actually. It's quite well done. Not that we haven't seen. Cheryl and I have watched a few of the episodes. We kind of started watching it from the beginning, but then we didn't get around to finishing. I think we got it maybe through season 1, and we haven't gotten from there.
Laurie, Catherine O'Hara, Kevin's mom, wonderful Canadian actress, Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah.
Excellent. He was on SCTV.
Yeah.
So she's a wonderful Canadian actress.
Yes, she is for sure. She's in a commercial right now with Kevin Hart. I don't know if you've seen that Christmas commercial. And Catherine O'Hara's walking around, looks like a clothing store, going, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. And all of a sudden he shows up and he's carrying a fully decorated gingerbread house. And she has some interaction.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Keep an eye out for it.
The Kevin Hart commercial that I love right now is with Dave Grohl when he's making lasagna, right? And he's
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, that one's very funny.
Of course, I'm a Dave Grohl fan.
Yeah,
so.
I am too. I love. Who's not a Dave Grohl fan?
Who's not a Foo
Who's
Fighters
not a
fan?
Foo fan? Come on, who's not a Foo fan?
Yeah, I was watching just actually about 2 nights ago, watching a documentary on Alanis Morissette. Which is on HBO or Crave, one of those, and it was about Jagged.
Taylor Hawkins was the drummer.
Taylor Hawkins was the drummer, and it's really cool because it's a brand new documentary. So they're interviewing Alanis now, as she's in her 50s, talking about the making of Jagged. And they had lots of footage from back in that time, concert footage, tour footage, and Taylor Hawkins and the band and how she auditioned and picked the band, et cetera, et cetera. And it was a good documentary, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. So,
love it.
They did talk about when the tour ended and Taylor Hawkins made the decision to join the Foo Fighters because they needed a drummer. And that didn't sit well with Alanis. And he felt really bad in some respects that he did that. But he had the opportunity to play for the Foo Fighters, and they were starting to ramp up at that time. But Alanis was doing really well at that.
She was doing well,
right? So
she was doing well.
Yeah. So it was a tough decision, and Alanis wasn't pleased about it. So I'm sure it was tough for him to go and say Alanis, and they were playing with the Foo Fighters at times on her tour. There's footage of her doing her show, and Pat Smear and David Grohl come out and they sing with her
I didn't know
on
that.
stage and kind of do this little fun thing, and then they all leave together.
I didn't know that.
So then, of course, her drummer goes and joins the band. Goes and joins Foo Fighters.
Well, no brainer decision as far as I'm concerned, Taylor. We don't begrudge you of it at all. And I think did she not have one album after that, Jagged Little Pill? No, or
she's got new music out now, but
I think Thank You, the song Thank You that we played on Thanksgiving. I don't think that's on the Jagged Little Pill album. I think that's on the album next.
I think that was the album after.
The album after, but I don't think she did anything after that. I don't think.
She took quite a break because she became a mom later on, and she took a real break.
Case in point, Taylor Hawkins made the right choice.
He did, because at the end of that big Jagged tour, he wanted to keep playing, and what do you do, right?
Well,
you want to you wait.
You go where your bread is buttered, as far as I'm concerned.
And he was good friends with David Grohl, and we all know that he's a good drummer, and why not?
And a better human, I think. I think Dave Grohl is a good drummer and a better human. I just think he's cool.
Yeah, he's supposed to be one of the nicest guys in rock and roll.
Yeah, I think he's just a nice guy, I think.
Yeah, and you've seen him, Nandy Bushell, the 11-year-old.
100% I have.
Yeah, have you seen the video of her playing Everlong?
100% I have.
The LA Forum?
100% I have.
Very, very final song of the whole night.
I'll tell you.
Brought her out.
I'll tell you, we were at home, and my daughter, hadn't figured out an instrument yet to play. She didn't know what she wanted to do for her extracurricular activity. I threw that on the Nandy Bushell with backing Foo Fighters on the encore on the Everlong.
Yeah.
And she watched it, and I said, "Watch this." And I said, "She's 12.
Yeah.
You're 9. You're 8. She's 12, and look at her. This is the hottest rock and roll band in the entire planet."
Yeah.
And she's 12. I say, "What do you think about playing the drums?" And I think she thought about it for a while.
And she nailed it. And thanks, William.
Oh.
Alanis is Morset's 47.
47.
But yeah, she nailed it. And it was kind of neat to seeing in the background, seeing Taylor Hawkins. And I'm assuming maybe it was his son or somebody that he had a young kid sitting with him, sitting behind the drum kit, watching her play. Everlong, you kind of see him in the background. He's just sitting behind. He's not sitting at the kit. He's kind of sitting behind the kit, watching her play. And there's another one that just came out with her where she's with Chad Smith.
Oh, no way, from
the
Chili's.
And another gentleman, Ringo Starr's drummer, which I know it sounds weird, but
what?
Ringo has a drummer on tour.
The drummer has a drummer?
Yeah, and this guy, I can't remember his name now. I'd have to look up the video. But anyway, so Chad Smith and this other gentleman do like a 35-minute YouTube video, kind of a master drum workshop with Nandy. So she's in the middle and Chad's on one side and the other guy's on the other side. But the thing that they were finding cool is they would say, well, we kind of do this and you like to try this. And of course, Chad plays and Nandy picks it up just like that. Like it's so fast. Oh. And they're going, Chad Smith at one point just got up from the drum kit and said, okay, I quit. Here's this kid, 11 or 12 years old, who's out drumming 13, me. And he's a touring musician with the Chili's, right?
Yeah.
She's going to have a big career. And she plays every instrument.
She has a big career.
She plays bass guitar. She plays guitar. There's videos of her on YouTube recording, cover songs, all doing every single instrument.
And I got to be honest with you. If you're not throwing if you're not throwing Nandy onto your kids as inspiration, she's inspiration Nandy to Bushell. Me.
Yeah,
she's inspiration to me. I think she's wonderful. I really do. I think the Foos. I'm going to say this wrong, but feeding her.
Mm-hmm. Well, that started because she challenged David Grohl to a drum off,
and Dave Grohl accepted. I get that, but I mean, I just love it. I love it, you guys. I think it's wonderful. I think it's
check her out.
Very good news story.
And she's from England, so
she's British.
Nandy Bushell, and her dad is a musician as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he even admitted on this, and actually, there's a second part of that Chad Smith thing that I was telling you about, where he has an interview show he does where he interviews other drummers and musicians, and so he had her on with her dad on that show, and
Chad Smith
did on his. It's a YouTube show, and. So Chad Smith had her and her dad on, and her dad readily admits that his daughter is a much better musician than he is, and he played in a band, and he can't keep up with her now and her playing capability. So,
yeah. And again, just watch her. Oh, somebody said, William said Wolfgang Van Halen, his skills on every.
I don't know if I've seen Wolfgang play other than bass.
I think that's just bass. That's all I've ever seen him.
Maybe he plays guitar. Yeah. I'm assuming there's some YouTube videos of that, William. I'd have to check that out. But he obviously took over playing bass guitar for the band.
Yeah. And I knew that.
When Michael Anthony left.
That's right. And he played for maybe 5 years with his dad before his dad died?
Probably. He was on tour with them all the time. He was on, then they brought David Lee Roth back. Which was a bit of a joke, but
let down.
Yeah. So
a little bit of a letdown, but just going to go on to Nicole's comment. Alanis took a break, got married, became a mom, and she sang one of her new songs live on Jimmy Fallon during the pandemic. And her daughter was with her asking questions during the song as well. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Very cool. And she's got a new album. She's got new music.
She's got new music out.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Sure. So
good for her.
But anyway, for our viewers, just Google Nandy Bushell and check out that young lady. She's had so many artists, so many drummers that have approached her now to come and, play with them or whatever the case might be. She's got drummers sending her. She's had a couple of drummers send her new kits, drum kits.
Yeah.
For her to play.
Yeah. Well, if she isn't already sponsored, I mean,
no. Well, yeah.
I mean, if she isn't already sponsored, she should,
like I said, you can watch some of the videos. She picks up, she has her multi-track recording machine in front of her, and she'll play these cover songs note for note, including the vocals. And she play the guitar, the rhythm, the lead, the bass. She plays it all.
No lie. I'm talking about Nandy, talking about our 20-minute, our 20-minute a day pact. Can I say pact?
Yeah.
Our blood pact. I'm kind of excited about it. I'm really excited about it now.
Should be,
As I mentioned an hour ago, it's accountability. I love it. I'm looking forward to it.
yeah. We'll have to see and see how it all plays out for sure.
Who's the
Should be
best drummer, Bill?
Who's
the best drummer, Cliff? John Bonham. Hang on. John Bonham. Okay. Neil Peart. John Bonham, Neil Peart.
Oh, they're both really good. Neil, I have to go with Neil though, because Neil Peart is my favorite. As much as John Bonham was good, I like Neil Peart. That's my vote.
What do you figure? I agree.
Neil Peart.
It's unanimous here. Neil Peart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unanimous here.
What do you think now, Cliff? You being a drummer, what do you think of Chad Smith from the Chili's as a drummer? Yeah.
I think Chad Smith's
Yeah. So
very interesting talent.
yeah. Do you ever see the drum off with Chad Smith and Will Ferrell?
Yes, funny.
That's fun.
Funny.
Because they look so much alike.
Will Ferrell's actually got. He can hold his own.
He holds his own.
He can hold
he
his
had to
own.
fake it a little bit because he's no Chad
right.
Smith.
Sure.
He-
It's funny.
They look like brothers, so
Yeah.
That's the whole funny thing about it.
If you ever want to see something interesting, Google Fred Astaire drumming in his bedroom.
Fred Astaire drumming in his bedroom. Oh wow, I have to check that out.
Really?
Fascinating things to see.
Yeah. I just felt some vibe, but I wonder if Deborah Hughes-Gar has just arrived. It's kind of sounded like the only reason I say that is because
Well, it was either that or reindeer, dude.
somebody landed on the roof of Santa.
It's either that or reindeer.
It's snowing outside, and Santa came early.
Mammoth WVH. Am I reading that right?
That's Wolfie's band. Yeah, Wolfgang Van
Halen.
Wolfgang Van
Sorry.
Halen's band.
It took. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Mammoth.
Sorry. 30 hours plus.
Check YouTube, his new album. Yeah. I can't. As I said, as we said earlier, I'd love to play a clip, but we can't. Otherwise, Facebook will shut our audio off.
Shut her down.
Then we'll just be talking, and you won't hear anything. It'll just be lip syncing.
Shut her down.
Well, actually, not lip syncing because there'd be no sound. You'd watch us sit here quietly. Talking.
Don't back down, Tom Petty. Don't back down, William. No, that's won't back down. Never mind. I won't back down.
Don't back down.
No.
Okay. Well.
No. Never mind, William.
Yeah. We'll check that out after the
Give
podcast.
me the benefit of the doubt here, guys.
Yeah. And again,
playing
he's-
everything with confidence.
And he is Wolfgang is a good bassist for sure. I'm not gonna say he's not, but Michael Anthony was my guy. The Van Halen's bassist, and he's when he left the band and they brought in Wolfgang, which is great for him, and for Eddie to have his son playing in the band, that's awesome. But for me, Michael Anthony was the bass player.
Hey.
It didn't seem the same to me.
Nepotism works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Michael Anthony still plays for Sammy Hagar. They've been playing together forever.
I love Sammy, the Red Rocker. I love it. I
Yeah.
love him. I think he's great. He's fantastic. I got to tell you, I don't know far more about Van Halen than I do. So I didn't know the bassist's name and this, that, and the other thing, but I do love Van Halen. I loved Van Halen the first time that David Lee Roth was in it.
Yeah.
Skyscraper is a wonderful album. Love that album.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I didn't know the name of the bassist that you
Michael Anthony.
just threw out. So,
Yeah. He used to play. I've seen Van Halen a few times in their heyday live, including in California at the S Festival.
Mhm.
But he would bring out his Jack Daniels bass. Did you ever see that picture?
Oh, yeah.
And do his bass solo while drinking Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
So Jack Daniels bass, doing a bass solo
Wow.
and stopping to guzzle Jack Daniels.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. He'd do that every night. But they were a party band. So
Funny that you say that. I'm getting through this Woodstock 3 CD DVD that Noah borrowed me from Origin Road.
oh, okay.
And I'm getting through it, and I'm 2+ hours in, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
This is on the original Woodstock?
It's the original Woodstock,
Yeah.
1969. It's the original Woodstock, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful. just, just incredible music.
Yeah.
Some and all of these people in the day were, a lot of them were up and comers.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them were up. Obviously, Hendrix was Hendrix.
Janis
Joplin was Janis Joplin at the time, but who am I thinking of? We're just starting out. I can't. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. That was the first. That was they'd only performed twice before Woodstock, and they sounded great.
Mm-hmm.
They sounded great. So Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young were at Woodstock, only the third performance.
And if I remember correctly, yeah, they didn't even have any rehearsal time. And if I also remember correctly, Neil Young hated rehearsing, so he didn't always rehearse. So when they went and did that show at Woodstock, they had hardly any time to work on harmonies or anything.
You are correct, sir.
And was it David Crosby or one that was really nervous about doing that show because they really hadn't had any time to rehearse. It was get out on stage and play.
You are correct, sir, and they do go through that in the documentary, and you're 100% correct. Just love it. I mean, I was born in 75, so I'm 6 years out of 69. But what it does is it actually takes about 20 minutes before even longer, 40 minutes talking to the owner of the farm field.
Right.
Of the field.
I remember that.
And the organizer talking to the it's a wonderful, wonderful documentary. I just love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's long. It's 4 hours.
I've seen it.
It's
I have seen it. Jeremy's here. Hey, Jeremy. No, we haven't lost Cliff. He's taking a break. So he's stretching his legs and wandering around here a little bit because it is now 11:45, Jeremy. So we've been at this for a few hours.
Michael Anthony did all backing vocals and those high pitch. Michael Anthony.
Yeah.
Michael Anthony.
Van Halen, the bass player for Van Halen.
Okay,
the original bass player for Van Halen.
Sorry.
He did. He had the voice to hit the high notes on a lot of the songs. So
nice.
That's exactly what he did.
Nice.
So
nice. Hey, you.
All right. Deborah Hughes-Gar has arrived.
Hey.
And she's brought equipment.
Is this equipment that you honestly think we can work with after not being awake for 30 hours? I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no question.
All right.
We're not going to lose
Well, there's your first mistake.
We're not going to lose a finger or something.
No, but you might cry.
She hesitated when I said that, though.
Cry.
Yeah.
Adult sweeping.
She did hesitate.
That would be the third time tonight. So
Third time
don't
you've cried?
worry about it.
Well, I'll say I'm sorry now.
There you go. Uh-oh.
I'm assuming you're going to want a table here, so I'm going to move this.
Unless you want to, I have boards for everybody. Unless you want to hold them on the board on your lap. You can.
So
I can hold the board on my lap for sure.
the lap board.
I can lap board.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Jeremy, send me a PM, Jeremy, on Facebook, and I'll send you the address.
Marv, man, 69 was great. Woodstock, moon landing, and I was born, he says. Marv.
Wow. 1969, baby, Marvin? Same year they landed on the moon?
Doing backbeats when I do. The years that you should look at for incredible, like just unbelievable music being released is 65, 71. Look at 65 and 71 and all the music that was actually released. 1965, 1971. There was an incredible amount of unbelievable music that was released. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So 65 and 71 are two of my favorite, after doing backbeats for as long as I have, Bill.
Yeah.
65 and 71 are probably two of my favorite music years. Like they're packed with just incredible milestones.
Yes.
So
yeah, no, definitely. You're completely right on that.
I'm trying to think. 88 was a good one. If you guys like 80s music, if memory serves, 88 was a good one.
88 was a good year.
88, if I remember correctly, was a really good year.
I do like 80s music.
Oh, look at there.
Wow, look at that big board.
Thank you. Here, yeah, I'm passing it
Oh,
this
look,
way.
I'll do my best back here as I.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
No,
this
no
is good.
worries.
No. This is good. This is good. Okay,
This
boards.
is boards.
Okay, boards. Boards.
We have
Boards.
boards. There's nothing on them.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What's this? What's going on?
We're doing some sort of art project.
That's just for you. Merry Christmas.
Okay. Not nervous at all, Deb.
Yeah, I'm not nervous.
Could be
I-
fun.
I'm multitasking here as I am running this
Do you?
show and my computer and board.
These are for you guys. Thank you so much for having me on today.
Well, you didn't have to do that, girl.
Oh,
Oh, seriously?
thank you so much, Deb.
No. Can I show this off?
Oh, awesome. Fantastic.
Oh.
Yeah, pull that out, Paul. I'm just waiting for a message.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, oh my gosh.
Fantastic.
Deb.
I
Unbelievable.
will pull
You
mine
guys,
out here eventually.
Oh my.
I can't get too close up to the camera because I can't, but this is unbelievable, Deb.
Look at that. Deb,
I love the colors.
thank you so very much. It's awesome. That's
You're amazing.
beautiful.
You're amazing.
That is
Oh.
fantastic.
Oh,
Thing of beauty.
oh,
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah. If only I could make that. Deb says I can and I will.
Matches my jacket. So
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
She has so much confidence in us.
it was
Um,
meant to be.
Hey, Deb, you have so much confidence in us. What the hell's the matter with you?
What's wrong with you?
What the hell's the matter with you?
Yeah, how do you have so much confidence in us? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Mr. Jeremy, I'm waiting for your
Oh my gosh.
PM so
All
I
right.
can send you the address there, sir.
Is it okay? Yep.
So.
Yep.
All right. Hey, we're almost at 12 noon.
Okay.
How many hours we got left there, mathematician Paul?
Oh,
4 more
sorry.
hours, please. That's 4 more hours. We have 4 more hours. That's 4 more hours.
4 more hours.
We are at the 19-hour mark. Did I get that right? 19 hours? I think so, right?
I think Deb
No,
wants
it
us
can't be
to
19 hours.
have a shower. She gave us sponges and a toothbrush.
Sure.
So,
And there are sharp sticks, so
oh,
careful.
we've been up for a lot of hours and you're giving us sharp sticks.
Deb, you sure you know what you're doing here, Deb?
Oh, yeah. Not a problem.
Okay. I'm actually kind of excited for this, boys.
You just said you were nervous a second
I
ago.
am nervous, but I'm also excited.
Trying to
I'm a little
clean this-
more. I'm more nervous than excited.
Clean all this garbage.
Am I one each, or am I separating this?
You might separate it. I'll get you guys going.
Okay.
And sorry, I got to move this around, Deb. I have my
I got the mound
headphones on here at the same time.
I got the mound of clay. I'm a little more excited now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if my board is on an incline.
No, it's fine.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you just
Whatever works. You're going to share that with you. And there's more.
oh,
Make sure I get an equal cut.
dude.
Do that.
I'll get set up.
Dude, and do that. Make sure I get an equal cut. I'm gonna move my mic back here a little bit. Oh, hang on.
Right here.
All right. I got to answer.
You ever done
a
this?
message
You've
here.
done this before.
I have a little bit, yeah. All right, Jeremy, if you're tuned in, I'm getting to you here. Give me a second. As you can see, I'm holding the board.
Jeremy, the answer is no. Jeremy, the answer is no.
I am really multitasking right now, so
And Bill doesn't get caffeinated.
no, I don't caffeinate.
Cliff and I caffeinate. And the answer is no.
What was his question?
The answer is hard.
Oh,
Are we staying caffeinated?
yes.
Hard no.
Um,
William, you're right. 83, 84 because of Michael Jackson, because of USA for Africa, because of Madonna. You are correct, sir. 83 and 84 were also wonderfully big music years too.
Mr. Jeremy, I have sent you a message. So you should be good to go now.
You just woke me up, Deb. This is gonna be fun.
I knew it. That's why I said
Yeah.
gather yourselves.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got water and everything here.
I'm coming in.
This is gonna be a hootenanny.
Okay. I wonder how I might have to kind of move over, and we might have to shift
Can you move back a little
one camera. I can move back a little bit, but I might move it because there's water and I don't want to get water over here.
Yeah,
So
good call.
maybe-
That's why I put the water there.
Yeah, good call.
yeah.
Cliff will squeeze your sponges out.
Pardon me? Cliff's gonna squeeze my what?
The sponge.
No.
Sponge.
Oh wow.
I'm not sure Cliff sponge worthy, actually. I don't know. Cliff, you sponge worthy?
Not anymore.
You got to ask the proper questions though.
Man, oh man. Come on. Can we stop with the Seinfeldians?
Not that there's anything wrong with
not
that.
there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
Deb, we want to introduce you first. Deb Hughesgar is here. Professional potter. Is that what Deb is? Potter?
Yeah.
Potter, right?
Well, she's more than just a potter. She does other art as well.
Yeah, right.
All right. I'm removing my headphones so I can kind of move over here somewhere, just so I, like I said, I don't have water and clay around all the equipment here.
Oh, hey, Cliff,
Yes, Jeremy.
Did you read
3 to
that?
4.
No.
second last.
William has left you a pick.
William says left $1 pick. You'd be inspired. Thanks, man. I was putting that aside for somebody to get back to you, but thank you. I appreciate the gift.
A nice square there, Paul.
Like that?
There she be, Mr. William.
There's the
Right
pick.
there. So thank you. Okay, what's the deal?
Hi, Deb.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Just take the arm and gently bring it closer to you. Yeah, that'll be, there you go.
I know it's
Good. That'll be good. That'll be good.
Thank you so much for letting me be here today. I am pumped. This is going to be so much fun.
You're pumped and we're nervous as hell, Deb. I'm just
Don't be
saying.
nervous. I would never set you up.
Deb, you are a professional potter. Is that the word? Potter.
Not professional, because professional potters make their living from the pottery.
Right.
And so I would be a hobby.
Okay.
I would be
Hobby
an
potter.
an
potterist.
addicted, obsessed hobby potter.
Wow. I just want to say hobby potter.
20 times.
Hobby potter. Hobby potter. Hobby. Say that after being up a lot of hours.
That's right.
Yes.
I just like the words
Oh, sure.
addicted and obsessed when they come before hobby.
I
Yeah.
know, isn't that? I kind of like how it flows.
Exactly.
It's fabulous.
I
Yes,
think it's three words that fit together in a great form.
I think so too. Yes.
Uh,
So again, congratulations on 100 shows.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Can't
Thank you,
wait
thank
for the next 100. This is great.
And
It's
Deb,
good stuff.
Cheryl says hi. She just popped on the board.
Oh,
and
hi, Cheryl.
Glenda Sheard says an amazing potter.
Oh, she's very kind.
And Jeremy says she just potters around.
Yeah, I
Potters
do.
around.
I make a mess.
Yes. And you're going to have us make a mess.
I actually
A
just made a
small
grogu.
mess. A small mess. Yeah, very small today. Nothing too outrageous. I did not bring neither the big wheel nor the little one
Okay.
because we're in circumstances here, but just a small mess. So we each have our own boards.
Yeah.
So first
So
of
we're
all,
going to hand build.
so to be a potter, real quick, you don't need an engineering degree, do you? And what I mean by that is anybody can learn to do this.
Absolutely. You need some time
Yeah.
and focused effort. That's the key.
You want us to be focused.
I was just going to say,
Focused,
you
and I
you
want effort.
focus?
I want focused effort, guys. Can you do it? Are you in?
And Deb's tough. She'll be tough on us if we're not focused.
And speaking of being in, what are we doing with the music? I missed all of. I only caught part of that. You guys
Oh.
were talking about a band.
Well,
or
Paul,
something.
you explain what's been set up.
It's an accountability group.
Okay.
Okay. We've got 8 or 9 of us now. Just in the last 2 hours, we've set this up. 9 of us
Okay.
have an accountability to practice our instrument by ourselves at our leisure for 20 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week, 140 hours a week. and then it goes by the honor system,
Yes.
and then we are all accountable on Monday night on the Podlie podcast.
Excellent.
You want in?
Oh, totally.
You're in.
Because
We'll get membership cards later.
I have news.
Oh, what's the news?
What?
I'm retired.
Fantastic. Congratulations. When did that happen?
Congratulations.
Technically, I'm still on vacation.
Okay.
And you guys, other than my boss and my husband,
Yes.
you guys are the first to know.
Congratulations.
There you
So
go,
I
though.
am so excited because technically I'm on vacation till December 10.
Okay.
So December 11 is my first day of retirement from the desk job. So one of the things that I wanted to do was many years ago, I took piano lessons.
Yeah.
And so I've gotten in touch with the gal in town here that teaches my grandkids
Nice.
piano.
Haha.
And my lessons start January 11.
Good for you.
I'm
Fantastic.
so excited.
Good for you.
Cool.
That's
So
fantastic.
Good for you.
Congratulations. That's so fantastic.
Thank you. I didn't put it on Facebook yet or anything.
well,
And
you
I
have
thought-
now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's there
But
now.
I thought this is perfect. And when you guys were talking about the music, I perked right up and I'm like, oh, this is great because I haven't played piano for several years because
Yeah.
I've been doing pottery,
Right.
focused effort.
Mm.
And so starting the lessons again, this is just going to be
That's fantastic. And
way fun.
we've got some more
Okay.
members.
Did you take lessons before?
Yes, probably I'm going to guess 15 years ago.
Wow.
And then I got really into the pottery.
Right.
So if you,
So how far did you get in piano though?
very casual. There was no grading. It's not Royal
Oh, it's not
Conservatory.
conservatory.
No,
Right.
it's a little bit. I was taking lessons from a lady who taught at Alberta College. She's now at Grant MacEwan.
Cool.
And it was a mix of learning to read the music plus learn by ear.
Wow.
Cool.
So it was a mix. So that's basically what I'm going to carry on with.
Yeah.
So
Talk
yeah,
amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
pretty excited. Pretty
That's cool.
excited.
And we've got we have some more members. So Jeremy Bernard Schultz, who will be in here a little bit later, wants to be part of it. Cheryl wants to be part of it. And she's asking if I'm in. Yeah, I said I was in earlier.
Excellent.
So Jeremy's in, Cheryl's in. Yeah, we are building a membership here. That's great. All right, so what do we need to do? I'm actually going to move off camera and set my board on a table that's just kind of behind the camera, and I'll work back there, but I'll jump in once in a while.
Oh, but
And-
we need to see you, dear.
Well,
But what are you going to be doing, Deb?
I'm going to be doing everything that you guys are doing. I'll
Okay.
do it with you,
Okay,
Awesome.
not to you,
So I
with
think-
you.
Okay.
that's always the
Well,
plus.
yeah, I got a little nervous there for a second.
No. So if you move off camera, Bill, we won't see you. We won't
Um,
see you, the artist emerge. And
Well, I can
and
pop back in a few minutes and show everybody
you-
what I'm doing.
You can, if whatever works. Whatever
Yeah.
works. There's no pressure. This is for fun.
Okay. I'm removing the headphones, everybody. Oh, and Deborah Hughesgar, big congratulations from Glenda.
Oh, thank you, Glenda.
All right, I'm going to move over here. Again, so I'm not splashing water all over everybody. And
We'll be using very little water.
okay.
Almost none. Almost none. Because the more water you use, the more mud you have, and
The more mud
we
you
don't
have,
want
that's
we don't want mud.
You don't want to get muddy.
No, there's no mud today. That's why we're hand building. So are you guys ready, or do you need to do something else?
We're ready.
All right.
Whenever you want to start, so for our viewers, put that you step in there so we can see you.
Oh, and Paul's on his way back, so we'll just.
Background.
Bill, we can, given the fact that it's not very thing, we can just move everything forward.
Good.
Yeah, no, I'm saying then you can be back here. Right?
That would work. Yes.
Try that.
Yeah.
So we can just move everything forward just a little bit.
Just a tad. You
Like
don't.
this, I know exactly, right? So this, if we can very gently move forward, which we can.
We don't need a lot of space.
Right.
And if your boards.
So we do that right there. It's solid and nice. And then we move your chocolates.
Yep, my turtles.
And don't forget the rocks. You know,
Walk on.
but those turtles move surprisingly fast.
That's surprising. 'cause
Like
they
for
haven't
turtles.
moved. all night,
I mean,
and all of a sudden they moved.
yeah, you moved quite fast.
Yeah, that'll work for Bill. Sure. Sorry, don't mean to cause chaos and
Oh no.
confusion.
Just because our viewers even more happy to watch. And that's just sitting in our chairs.
Oh,
Okay, there. So that gives you
Well
enough
done,
room
Cliff.
there,
That was a good idea.
thank you,
Thanks,
Cliff.
Cliff. Good idea.
Sure.
You obviously are thinking more.
What
than
Bill
we
said,
are.
Cliff.
All right, so from the big chunk of clay that I gave everybody, you're going to take off a chunk, a good handful, a hardball size, softball size of clay,
Except I left
and
my
set the
cloth
big
over.
chunk just
My cloth
aside
over.
right now.
People were flying here. Sorry, Deb.
No,
I
that's
left
fine.
some of my accessories.
I mean,
Thanks, Cliff.
So you're going to just rip off a chunk of just a good handful size from the big chunk and sort of roll it around in your hands and make it round.
Okay.
So you guys,
handful size.
yeah, just a baseball, hardball. That's hardball size. A big goose egg.
Whew. Boy, that's one big softball piece of clay there.
And then make it round.
Yeah,
Okay, but we can't see you.
Yeah, you
Well-
should
Yes, we
squeeze
can.
in. Squeeze in a bit there, Deb.
should I come in?
No,
Yep.
yeah, if you can
Yep.
get right to this table, can you?
Like straight on.
Oh, I-
Just straight on.
The microphone can just
Yeah.
pivot.
Yeah.
Pivot.
Hang on. Pivot.
Pivot.
Pivot. Hang on, I'm coming.
No, it's okay.
No, you can move the microphone, just
Yep.
push it towards you, right?
Yep.
No, the whole shelf, the whole shelf.
I'll show you.
Everybody's watching us very carefully.
There, a little more, you can go all the way to the end. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I'll tell you why. Good. Now you can just turn the microphone towards you. Right?
Perfect. And you got her.
And then
That's-
you have it with your hands and you can talk.
Look at
That's
that.
excellent. Look at that.
Is that okay for you?
Yes, that's fabulous.
Is that okay for you, Paul?
I didn't do anything. Cliff's idea.
They need
Cliff-
to,
Cliff,
they need to watch
boy.
you. They don't need to watch me.
Oh,
That's amazing.
Not me.
First time for him.
And I can't believe, Cliff, you're thinking so clearly right now.
Yeah.
I'm totally impressed.
All right, so what are we doing here?
All right, so you're going to take your round ball of clay
Yes.
Mhm.
and you're going to put it in your hand like this.
Mhm.
And
you're going to
nothing up my
take your-
sleeve. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Mhm.
roll your sleeves up.
No,
It's-
nothing.
it-
I
not
thought,
my
is this
sleeve.
like a magic trick or
no,
Oh.
no.
doesn't matter if I hold it in my right or left?
Are you right-handed?
I am.
Dude, seriously.
Then put the,
Really?
put the clay in your left.
Quit messing. Quit messing.
And you're going to take your thumb, hold the ball of clay like this. You're going to take your thumb and don't go all the way through. Go down right in the middle, about 3/4 of the way through so that you have that.
Yeah. I got
Don't
that.
go all the way through because we're making a bowl,
A bill.
and it will it's something to keep your buns in.
Is it anything like the bowl that I made a few years ago with you, Deb?
It could be similar.
Whoa.
It could be a
Not that
set.
type of podcast.
It could end up being very similar.
Okay, well,
to-
mine's looking already quite
This is all you need so
unbowl-like.
far. No, we're not
Is that-
done yet.
So
We're
like
just-
that.
Yep.
Is that good?
That's good. So this is called hand building, and part of hand building, there's many techniques. This is called pinch pots. So the Podlie podcast pinch pots.
That's a lot
You
of
didn't
peas.
plan that, did
Podlie
you?
podcast
Not like you
pinch pots.
planned that.
You're taking
PPP.
a page directly out of my love for alliteration.
So what you're going to
PPP.
do is you're going to have your fingers like this,
Yeah.
and you're going to go thumb in the opening that we just made,
Yeah.
and you're going to go around and around
Okay.
and start shaping your bowl. The goal is to have even thickness of walls and to slightly pull up,
At the same time. So
At
we're
the
pinching
same
and
time.
pulling up at the same time.
pinching and pulling up, because you want a bowl.
All right.
And the bigger the bowl, the more bonbons.
Leslie Ann Smith says that's
Pinch,
the new
pull,
band
and
name.
bun buns. Why is this sounding so offensive?
Marvin said this is better than finger painting.
See, there you go. So you just keep going around and around, and soon you'll enter your
Oh no.
your zone. But
I
it'll,
seem to have a lot of depth on the base of mine. Did I not go far
that's
enough?
fine. We'll work on that.
Come on, my bowl seems to be cracked.
So squeeze the clay together again and close that up because
Oh.
you'll lose your bonbons.
Oh no.
So try and make it a cup shape as opposed to up and down.
Oh,
a little wider,
dented it on my mic stand.
and use that clay at the bottom.
Oh, so
Coming along. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. Oh, you got a long way to go, Sonny.
Keep pinching there, Paul.
Keep pinching.
Keep
Keep
pinching.
pinching her off, Paul. Keep pinching her off.
So I know that Bill has well, no, everybody here has give a try to the wheel except Paul.
No.
no, I didn't.
No,
Yes,
he,
you did.
No.
he,
Yep.
No,
he was there, but I don't know if he actually got on the wheel.
I didn't get a chance to get on the wheel.
We did the ghost scene
Oh,
together.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. So try and keep your.
Is it okay if it's cracking on the
Field
top?
trip at Deb Hughes Gar's place.
I
Cliff.
remember we talked about at some point, I think that was before the virus, that we were going to meet at a bar
Right.
and we were going to set up the wheel.
Yep.
And there would be chaos.
Correct.
Correct.
Chaos
How's that?
ensues.
Very good. So are your walls all even?
Well, they seem to feel pretty
I
even.
don't know. I'm not really fond of putting up walls. I normally put
So when you get your bowl is starting to form,
Yes.
you can start widening at the base and using some of that bottom clay.
So pressing out from the bottom out
Yes.
with my thumb.
Go inside with your thumb and press out so that you have a bowl shape as opposed to straight sided. You want curved on the inside.
Ooh.
Think bonbons.
That's my nickname.
Is it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of a story.
Oh,
Bonbons.
now we want to know.
Oh,
Actually,
This is
it's
I
such
want
an
to-
offensive segment.
It's
I want to know.
it's just with names. My mom and dad couldn't decide. My mom wanted one name and my
Yes.
dad wanted another.
Yes.
So they that's what a Christmas bonbon is. It's a
Yes.
snap, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So they pulled a bonbon to see who would get the chance to name me, and so then of course that became my nickname because
I see.
yeah. So my mom won, and hence my name is Cliff. I'm named after Cliff Richard,
Yes.
the UK singer.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was a heartthrob in his day, or
Yes.
still is, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
And my mom loved him, so I'm named after him. And of course, he's the same nationality as me, right? He's
Yes.
British. He's British East Indian, right?
Right.
So yeah. So, but for the longest time, my nickname was Bonbon.
Isn't that cool?
Isn't that funny, right?
I love that. And now you're making a
And now I'm making
bowl for your bonbon.
yeah, it's just funny. If I hadn't been on the air for 15 hours, I might not have told that story.
Well, we won't use it against
Here,
you.
here we are, 12:11 in the afternoon on a Saturday, and
Oh,
Cliff's making
funny.
something for his bonbon.
It's all good. So if you, what I would like to offer is whatever you guys make today, I have boards with me today, so I will take them home. I will dry them, fire them,
Goodness me.
glaze them, fire them again, and bring them back to you at some point.
Deb,
How did yours get so big, Paul?
And then I'll be.
Yes,
this creation is probably not worth that effort, my
I
friend.
was-
it is, because this is your legacy, my dear.
How-
I told
And-
Bill, he
hey,
didn't tell you?
All the
Oh,
other
I
grade
have a
ones are going to
bowl.
be damn jealous of us. I'll tell you that right now.
These are your legacy pieces.
What I want to know is how did yours get so big, Paul?
Okay, where'd the volume go?
Ahead.
Where'd the
ahead.
volume go?
I dare you.
I dare you.
It's because I'm kneading and molding it, Bill.
Mine still looks the same. I'm trying to stretch it out, but it's cracking.
You can
Yeah.
off the big, if you have if your bowl shape is pretty much where you think it's at its limit and it's
Yeah.
cracking or whatever, set it aside on your board,
Okay.
off the big chunk of clay, grab another piece, and you can make another bowl. You can make a dinosaur. What was your childhood toy?
I kind of feel like I'm in it right now, quite frankly.
Yeah.
It's all rather crooked.
But no, I will fire these for you guys, and
She's firing the three of us. Isn't that what she just said?
Done.
twice.
Twice.
We're done, guys. Deborah Hughes Gar just fired us.
And one more to come. It'll probably take a month for these to dry.
Yeah.
So it will be after Christmas.
So Deb, Cheryl is asking if you're sending me home with more pot.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Not.
Can I ask a dumb question?
No dumb questions.
Is clay is clay, or is there a different kind of clay?
There are different kinds of clay depending on what you're doing.
Okay, so what kind is this? What is
This,
this?
well, there's a recipe.
We're making another one.
All the
I'm
clay
going
that
all-
I
I'm going all
use
out.
How do you
comes
know?
from Medalta down southern Alberta.
Making a big
in
one. I want
Medicine Hat.
a
Oh, so
big
this
one
is
like Paul.
Albertan, legit Albertan clay.
They
Yeah,
mix.
oh,
There's a
wait.
recipe for the different types of clay that you're going to fire at different temperatures.
I'm
So
gonna,
the clay doesn't melt.
roll my
And
ball around.
so
here.
there's a recipe for this. This is M340, just for technical.
Yeah.
And there's a certain amount of sand in here and different things that they mix at the big factory down at Medalta in
right.
Medicine Hat. So depending on what you need to do,
Yeah.
some has more sand, some has, it's called grog. And
Wish I could have some
Sorry.
grog with my grog.
so this clay is fired to cones, what's called cone 6, which is 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit
Wow,
in my
that's hot.
electric kiln.
Holy cow!
And it vitrifies it so that it will hold liquid.
Wow.
Not interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, it's kind of cool stuff. So there are many different types of clay, and then there's porcelain. It's endless.
what's porcelain? It's
It
a
used to
white
be-
translucent
Yeah,
type.
and I think you can still get it. It's made from animal bones.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The porcelain that I get from Plainsman Pottery Supply in Edmonton, I'm not sure if it's made from that.
Okay, if it wasn't
I
made
don't
from bone, what would it be made from to be porcelain?
A certain
We're
type
missing
of
some
clay.
good comments.
Okay, so just another type of clay.
It's
Yeah,
very
I got the
very
better than
s-
finger painting one from Marvin.
Okay.
Leslie Ann says that's the band name, which is the PPPP, the Podlie Podcast. Say that again, Deb. Podlie Podcast. What did you
Podlie
call it? Pinch
Pod-
Pottery.
Podlie Podcast Pinch Pots.
That's new band. Pinch Pots. That's the new band.
Like I said, it's a page out of my alliteration log.
Oh, James is on board. Hey, James.
And Leslie Ann says about dogs. Don't tell Cliff it's a dog. He hates green dogs. It's funny, eh? We're at her uncle's place in Surrey. Sorry, we're at her uncle's place in Surrey, BC, and big dining table they always had because they always had a bunch of people over all the time.
Right.
I'm talking you could fit. It's probably I don't know 25 feet long,
Wow.
and you could fit like God knows 40 people around
Yep.
it, right? So anyway, we're all there and everybody's laughing and joking. It's Christmas time and everything else. And his niece comes to him, and I don't know, she's maybe 20 years old, 25 years old, comes to him and says, Look, uncle, look what I got. And of course, everybody turns to look.
Yep.
And she hands him that blue mountain pottery, whatever.
Oh yes.
Stuff. And she hands him this dog and she says, Look, uncle, look what I got, blah, blah, blah. And he looks at it and he goes, I hate green dogs. And it's like everybody's eyes were on him,
Yes.
right? And it was so funny. And his niece, she's like, oh,
Oops.
it was so funny. Eh? And to date, this was like 30 years ago, right?
Yep.
25 years ago, whatever. To date, we'll see Alphonse or something. I was like, I hate green dogs. It's just such a moment, he's such a card, eh?
Yeah.
He was such a funny guy, right? But yeah, his niece all excited about this green dog.
James on the chat line. I'll answer that question for you, James, because it's been already done.
Yeah.
James, that's why.
Cliff and I did that, James.
Did what?
But,
Why is Cliff not the Patrick Swayze to Paul's Demi Moore from
That's right.
Rose?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's been done.
Yeah, Cliff and I did that
Yeah, we did.
a while back.
So on your bowls, if you notice that the top edge is a little thin, you can again fingers like this, thicken it up a little bit so it's not razor sharp.
Right,
Yeah.
to move it up a little bit.
And if your clay starts drying,
Yeah.
squeeze out the sponge really, really well, because the more you need so little water.
Right.
And we don't want muck, right? But you can use a squeezed out sponge, damp, but just really careful on how much water you use.
Wow, that's quite the bowl there, Paul.
That's fabulous. That's ice cream. That's beyond bonbon. beyond. the
I
bonbon.
went triple B. I went beyond bonbon over here.
And if you're done your bowl, as I said, I have lots of clay with me, and you can grab another chunk off the big chunk, and you can, like I said, make a dinosaur.
So what do I do with the water then? So
You
it's
just you
just-
can smooth the edges of your clay if it's cracking.
like that.
So, but you don't use the cloth, don't you? Just use your fingers, or no?
You can just wet your fingers and
Right.
go along your
Okay.
edge to
Oh, for
smooth
real?
it.
Because I want to get rid of these
Cracks.
cracks.
Okay, so you can use the sponge or you can use your fingers. Just really careful in the water, because the more water, the weaker your
Oh,
bowl.
oh.
But you can use a little bit to smooth it, or if it's cracking or whatever, run the sponge along the edge.
Oh, I see what it does.
Yep. So that, don't forget, this is your legacy pieces. So, you know, but
see
I
what
don't
it
want to
does.
cause undue pressure.
Deb, when you walked in, you caused undue stress with all this stuff. All right. When you
No!
walked in,
This is like big kid daycare. This is fun.
it is fun. It is fun.
And a lot of and what you can do, I'm thinking of two thoughts at once, and they're not going anywhere. So on the edge, on the outside of your bowl, you'll notice I gave you a little container of, there's sharp sticks. Be very careful.
Oh, right.
You can make marks, you can make texture, you can leave some areas smooth, you can draw little pictures or just make random marks. And what happens when these are glazed and fired, the glaze reacts differently depending on what the surface is.
Oh, okay.
So that's what gives your piece interest and makes it your very own. So you can make all sorts of marks on the outside. If you want this to be similar to the tea lights that I gave you guys, you can make holes in the side.
Oh, cool.
You can, sure, and get yourself a little tea light. I use the battery ones because safety first. Not, I rarely use candles. I love candles, but I always think, oh, you know, have to be safe.
So if you ever had where, you know, one side's thinner, the other stuff, like, is there any potential to add clay to it, or
Oh,
once
sure.
you've got,
Sure.
So
You can
that's a good
take
question.
off the big chunk, and I've
then
got
just,
more.
and then just squeeze more onto it?
You would just lightly rough up the two surfaces where they're going to meet.
Okay.
Tiny, minute amount of water, and
Right.
make almost like a
Like a
slurry
paste, okay.
or a paste.
Yeah.
Yes. Stick the two pieces together. Carry on.
Oh, okay.
Did you say a Slurpee?
Slurry.
Slurry.
Slurry. No slurpee. Don't drink the clay water.
Okay. Clay water.
It's kind of weird that she has to tell us that.
Don't-
Just saying.
yeah,
How old are we?
don't drink the clay water, guys.
Yeah, where the art lies is, you know, the thickness of the walls, right? To get that even.
And it takes years
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah.
So don't feel
By
bad
hand,
if
yeah.
you've got some thin areas.
Yeah.
Just have fun and make that bowl your own. So
There
yeah,
you go.
try the different tools that I brought,
Right.
and you can scratch into it, make a dent in it. Just go for it.
William, I did see your pictures from last night on the Facebook page. Yes, thank you for those. And Les Leanne says, "Oh, great! The sponge is multi-purpose."
Multi-purpose.
Yes, it is. But
Not that there's anything
not
wrong with that.
mixable, upable.
Donna May says, "Deb, do you work with ceramic porcelain dolls? Why I'm asking is I have the ceramics for making dolls and want to give away to someone who will take them off my hands."
Wow, cool.
Oh, well, I don't, and I don't know. I think you might be talking about the
Hope you
the
should take the whole thing
forms
if you
to
want.
make them. So I do everything individual. So I don't do that, but I could keep it in mind and I could ask around, because there are potters. There are a lot of potters in Sherwood Park. I know some in Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. There's potters north and of course south. Like they're everywhere. We are
Wait.
we are everywhere.
Wait. You said there's potter. Are there really that many potters in Sherwood Park? That many?
Oh, there are. Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yep. And there's a few professional ones that, like I say, they make their living from it. There is more hobby potters because we all have to work forever and support our addiction. But there are a lot of potters in Sherwood Park, in the county, everywhere. You bet.
Who knew?
And there's 3 new ones right here.
Look at that, just like that.
Says you.
It has tripled, right?
Yeah.
Right in this room. So there you go. So if you don't have any clay left, just let me know. I've got more. But maybe make your bowl, put some texture in it to just experiment.
Is that
Have
the
fun.
what did we call that? The schmoosh? What did you call that when I was putting texture on that one bowl we were working on way back? Schmoosh or sloosh? Like you slapping the
Schmutz.
schmutz. There we go. Schmutz. That's what you were
That's a
calling it.
highly
That's that technical
just
term.
gonna
That is a
say.
highly technical term.
Schmutz.
Along with when you're glazing, slop it on.
Slop it on.
Slop it on
And
and
add some
schmutz.
schmutz.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's a very Jewish word.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Schmutz. I think it is.
I'm such a schmutz.
Mazel tov, I schmutzed.
Pardon me. Don't do that on the podcast.
Mazel tov.
Should I move back?
Schmutz.
No schmutzing on the podcast.
Right.
Keep your schmutzing to yourself.
And you might be intimidated with making marks on the surface. If you want your bowl sides to be totally smooth, that's fine. But when you make marks and you interrupt that nice smooth surface, that's where you get your interesting effects with the glaze. So don't be afraid to scratch it. Use your thumbnail. Use some of the sticks.
Okay, but wait a minute though.
Yes.
You make the assumption that there's a smooth surface.
It looks fabulous from here. There is nothing
Oh my
wrong.
God.
There is nothing wrong with that. So you can put a couple of bonbons in there.
Wow.
Just
Cliff's
don't
got a lot
forget
of
to schmutz.
Cliff's got a lot of bonbons.
Bonbons, you betcha. So yeah, experiment, have some fun.
All right.
You guys are doing really well. Excellent.
Nicole
Do you want
says
me
it's
to
not that
move
kind of show.
the big silver plate out of your road?
No, I'm good. No, I'm good because I'm gonna add. I wanna try something.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and do a lid.
This is where it'll happen, right?
Try and do
You
a
guys are
lid.
trailblazing.
Right.
Trailblazing.
Well, I think we're blazing. I'm not too sure about the trail part of it. Careful there, Paul. Don't lose a finger.
No. Hey, is this sharp? By the way, speaking of which, before I use this,
As he's dragging it toward his hand.
What do you use? Oh, the hole. Okay, so technically this is for making holes
Wow.
because it's like a
oh, it's for making holes.
channel.
It's good work for
You
my shoulder,
want
actually.
to make
Yeah,
something
good therapy.
straight, you could
I wonder if I'm going to try this one over here first.
use that.
I
that's
want
what
to
I
try this
want.
tool,
There
but
you go.
Thanks, girl.
I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. You should be over that by now.
Well, I know I've done this on the wheel. You've had me on the wheel a few times there.
So
Deb.
as far as what would it be? I hate to use the word stress because this is art and it's supposed to be fun and it's all art. But as far as stress, do you find this more stressful than when I was showing you stuff on the wheel?
Actually, I don't mind this. I think I found the wheel a little more stressful because you have to get used to the technique of keeping the clay on the wheel.
Yes,
The
there's
wheel's moving.
It's
and you
many
wanna get
things
the
happening at once.
Speed. There's a
Yeah.
lot going on, and you can lose a pot real quick. You think it's going great, and all of a sudden it's a spinning mess of
was
clay
gone,
flying
yes.
all over.
Yeah, there are. When you're on the wheel, there are several things happening at once.
Well, and that was just me sitting on the wheel, testing it out. getting
And that was
started.
just him trying to get on the wheel.
That was the first ride I got. Deb said, "Sit here for a second."
Never mind trying to start the damn thing.
Deb said, "Sit here for a second." So I did. I didn't know she was going to turn it on.
Well, and I don't think it helped that a few times I had to get you over to take the full size
Those
wheel
Our early morning
from the
meetings at the clay
from
hut.
the basement up the stairs out into the car.
I would bring that heavy
Oh.
wheel. That
Because
wasn't
it-
that portable wheel.
No,
that was the full size.
full
And
size.
I would haul it up the stairs from the clay hut in Sherwood Park for you with our early morning meetings in our Tims. in hand.
Oh, good times.
Good times.
Good
I'm
times.
sorry.
Says the guy who didn't have to, or says the girl who didn't have to hold the wheel.
Yeah, she's standing outside.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, a little bit to the right there, Bill. A little bit to the left. Watch the door.
Don't drop it. And
Yeah.
I think the full size wheels, I'm guessing 70 pounds or not that much. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say probably maybe around
Give-
60, 70 pounds. They
give
had
or
some weight to them,
Give or
and they were a little
take.
awkward.
Well,
to
yes,
move.
and they're not supposed to be moved. Oh, didn't I tell
Now
you?
you tell me. All these years later, now she tells me.
By the way,
Quite convenient.
that 70 pounds that I asked you to move, it's not supposed to move, Bill.
Thanks for telling me now.
I'm sorry, but that's why I got the little one, so that like I can do it. I don't need to bother you. So it's all good.
Oh my
So
gosh.
how are you
sorry.
guys doing?
Yeah,
I don't know
I'm gonna
yet.
try something.
These look fabulous. Cliff, that is gorgeous. Hold that up. Look at that bowl. That is a nice whiskey sipper.
Ooh.
See?
Did you put holes in it?
See? Look
Oh,
at
you got his
that.
attention.
It's not so much a whiskey sifter if you put holes in it.
Well, there's more clay. He can make another one. Hold yours up, Bill. I
I'm working on two here, so I'm working on a smaller one here right now.
Whiskey sipper.
Yeah, and then I've got a little bit bigger one. Which
Oh,
I'm-
bonbons.
yeah, that's for my bonbons. I thought if Cliff could do one with two bonbons, I'm going to try it.
This is excellent. That's ice cream size. You know that, right?
I
Hot fudge brownie.
I'm okay with that.
You're good with hot fudge
I-
brownie?
Do you like hot fudge brownies, Paul?
Do I ever? Do I ever? All right. See?
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 You guys are
Got
good.
this going on.
Look at that.
I got this going on.
Well, I did do a bit of teaching before the virus changed everything. But for students, you guys are excellent. Right on.
Thanks, teacher.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
teach.
Thanks there, teacher.
So if you want to make
I feel like this has to be one of those Japanese green tea cups.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
true.
man.
Absolutely.
true.
That's great.
Yeah,
And the top is level. I can see from here.
yeah. but
You are good. Look at you go. Love it.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
single
man.
bonbon.
It's a single bond.
One big bun.
One big gargantuan. So just a
Wow.
bond, really.
He's got one big bond.
It's
That's-
just a bond.
That's a bond with capital letters.
So if you want to, like when you're done, not to rush you or
Yeah.
anything, you guys will have to keep track of the time because I'll sit here.
We
for
got
3
a
days.
half an hour, Deb.
Okay, good. If you have made a bowl or two or whatever, and you want to try something flat, you can just take another baseball goose egg size of clay and flatten it on your board. And these boards are covered with canvas so that you have the stability. You can build right on there, but they won't stick.
Mhm.
Like I can,
Right,
I
right,
can
right.
get it off.
Right.
That's important without ripping the bottom out,
Right.
because then you have a napkin ring.
Oh yeah, I guess
If
that's
I
true. Too.
if I take the bottom out of your bowl, you have a napkin ring.
I guess that's true too.
No
yeah.
bonbons, no whiskey.
No Jack.
Nope, nada.
I'm in heavy concentration here, people. So
I'm picking up the vibes off Bill. Like he's in his zone.
He's in. You are.
He
in the
is
zone, Bill.
in the zone. I love it.
Bill,
Tongue sticking out.
yeah,
you need a kerchief to wipe that sweat off your brow there, or what?
that's why I have this cloth.
Look at
That's
pressure.
not
Look
for
at
the water.
pressure he's putting on himself, Bill. It's just pottery, man.
Oh no,
Get
this
yourself
is-
together.
this is not just pottery. This is art.
This is your legacy.
Yeah, you can't say just pottery, Paul.
Nope.
You're taking everything out of it at that point.
out of the. I guess that's true.
Yeah, you're
What was the-
minimizing what we're doing.
That's right. I don't mean to do that.
I'm very disappointed in you.
I know. I don't mean to do that. I'm terribly sorry. 1,000 pardons, my liege.
Yeah.
See, he's going to cry. I told
That's
you.
right.
One of you is going to
Tears
cry
are gonna
today.
fall, baby. Tears are gonna fall.
Jeremy
Adult
says,
sleeping.
then I got high, then I got high. Donna May says, Deb, you are an awesome instructor.
Oh,
There you go.
thank you.
All right. I want to try one of these other tools. I got to brush my teeth first. It's always good to bring
Yeah, I was
toothbrush
looking at that seriously.
so we can brush our teeth.
So seriously, what's the toothbrush for?
texture.
If you're adding, like I'm
Just
making
brush
a
strokes?
flat. No, well, it can be.
It's a clean
sure.
toothbrush.
Any tool has potential. I regularly go through the husband's garage, the toolkit, and I borrow.
I've seen your husband's garage before.
Yes, I borrow things from the garage.
He would
Any-
never know they were gone.
He doesn't because he's sleeping.
What do you do
Don't
while he's-
tell him.
so you're out there in the night, all dressed in black with a flashlight.
It's the cat burglar.
The pottery burglar.
Damn it, the cat burglar struck again last night, honey.
You can
Yeah.
potentially anything.
He's
And
gonna
once
get
you start
cameras.
looking for things to make marks, to make texture, because your texture is what's going to make your pot give it that wow factor, right? So you want some smooth areas, something with texture that glaze is going to react to, and that will be pretty. There will be
It'd be pretty.
I'm brushing my pot.
Yes. Anyways, oh, sorry. To go back to the toothbrush, depending on what you're doing, you can use it to make marks. If you want to add something to your piece, you rough up the surface like with a sharp pin
Sure.
tool or whatever.
Yep.
Little bit of water, and your toothbrush just go over the area, and it creates that slurry. And it's the slurry that will keep the two pieces together.
It's just kind of adding
I
a
gotta tell you,
little
this
bit
is
of
a
a
lot of
rough
fun.
edge here.
I knew it would be.
I gotta
knew
tell you,
you
this is a lot of
guys.
fun.
Yep.
When I heard that you guys were doing this for the 100th anniversary, I thought, oh, ding, I know what I'm doing.
So I'm
tell you,
curious,
this is
Deb, after I've done this with the toothbrush,
Yes,
if I brush my teeth with this, will this get the plaque? Like will the
Yes.
sand in here get the plaque
It'll
off my
be
teeth using
fabulous.
the clay
it will be fabulous.
off this toothbrush?
Yep.
Nice. Kind of a neat
So
little
I
texture.
flattened my second piece here just to, it's not square, it's going round, so that's okay. But I'm going to add things. So whatever you want to do, it's endless. Endless
You brush your teeth?
possibilities. You bet.
Jeremy, I got the damn song on my head now, man.
Which?
I went to school. I was gonna go to school, but then I got. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I don't know the song.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Is that I don't want a pickle, I just want to ride my motorcycle?
No. Then I got high. Then I got high. Then I got high. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I got that song in my head now, Jeremy.
Paul, I'm trying to concentrate
Yeah.
here.
Paul.
Is that song by Kiss?
Afroman. There. Thank you, James. I couldn't remember who it was from.
Ah,
I think this is very elementary style decorating I'm doing.
it doesn't matter.
Are you
It's going to
kidding me?
look so
You
fabulous.
cannot possibly get more elementary than that. But I do have a B&B on
But
the wall.
look at that
Nice.
bowl. Cliff, that is
That-
fabulous. Right on.
That's going to be the Japanese whiskey sipping mug.
Perfect. And I can't even remember if it's Japanese or Chinese now. I get them mixed up.
Mm.
One of them, that would be called a yunomi.
Oh,
Japanese.
Sounds Japanese.
That's
yeah.
Japanese.
Japanese.
I think
Yeah,
that's
sounds
Japanese.
Japanese.
I
Yeah.
was going to say, I know you.
And then in the another culture, that would be called a shawan.
That would be probably Chinese, I would assume.
Chinese is not
I'm
a
Norwegian.
language.
I don't
Wan
know.
is bowl in Chinese.
Okay.
Wan.
Chinese
Wan
is not a
bowl.
language. I have to tell the husband of a Chinese person that Chinese is not a language. Unbelievable.
Whatever it is, you can call it a yunomi.
Oh,
You know me?
That's right.
You know me.
You know me.
You know me.
I know you.
And that is YNOMI.
You know me?
You know me.
You know.
You know me. Yeah. It's all good.
Laura says, I've never seen Podlie do arts and crafts. LOL. It's actually entertaining.
It is. It's totally.
Craft, yes. Art, I'm not so sure.
Do you need more clay?
No, I'm good.
But you've only made one. You've only just begun. You've only
begun.
you've only just-
begun. Sue, I feel like the Carpenters right now. Thank you.
I've got lots of. I brought lots of clay.
Look at that.
Genius, man.
That is-
Hold it up. Let me see.
That's a
Look
Oh, I
at
do like that one,
you.
dude. Oh, look at your waves. That's
That
pretty cool,
is
dude.
excellent.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's what I
pretty-
need
Dude,
to-
I love your waves.
That's what I thank you.
That's a
It's,
pretty nice bowl.
Katrina did too. Katrina and the waves.
So,
took Paul
Took a
a
minute.
second.
Took me a second.
Yeah.
so will you buy special bonbons for your special bonbon bowl or just regular bonbon?
Oh no, I'm going special.
Special bonbon.
Special bonbons.
Okay. Okay. Good.
I'm going to make something flat. So when you're making it flat, you just flatten it out and
Yep, I'm just pressing mine like onto my, making it.
oh
You
yeah,
can
looks like
you
a
can
pancake.
cut it with one of the tools to make it square.
Okay.
If you want to have this something you can hang up,
Okay.
you can put a, when you're done,
Well, that's good. Yeah.
you can put a hole at the top and hang it up. Endless.
And let's pause. I could wear it as
A big
necklace
medallion.
and get a gold chain.
Yes. Tom Jones.
Podlie wrapper. Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
That'd be
Yes.
Snoop Dogg.
Deb, do you find that you do more pottery by yourself on the wheel or like this?
I'm mostly a wheel. They call
Are
it
you?
throwing. I'm mostly on the wheel, but I don't want to say branching out. Every once in a while, it's good to, it's a different mindset when you go to hand building.
Okay.
It's just a different type of making. So it does you a lot of good to get off the wheel if you do that and then do something different.
Sure.
And different ideas, different techniques.
Mm-hmm. And do you ever, is there such a thing as using molds?
Oh, sure.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So like you could take a mold and wrap clay around it and,
Yep.
and so on and so forth.
Yep. You can go to the dollar store and get
Oh,
a
right.
cheapo bowl.
Right,
You can make a flat piece of clay and put it over top of,
right.
turn the bowl upside down,
Right.
put it over top.
Yeah.
You can make a flat piece of clay. You can put it inside.
Yeah. The
And
challenge is
that-
always going to be the thickness factor, right?
Yes, and that's just part of learning how to
Yeah.
work with the material. Comes with time. Comes with time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like for this, if I'd have sort of had this in mind when I started,
Yep.
I might have started the process differently,
Hmm.
right? So, and that's where the experience comes in, right?
Right.
Because I mean, I didn't know we were making a bowl. So, once you know what it is your end goal is, you
Apparently I
might
didn't
might
get that
change how
memo
you
either.
start the process. You might
Right.
change how you start the process.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
And the best way of learning, I can sit here and tell you 500 things for
Right.
3 hours.
Well,
It's
you
not
can put
going
your hands
to. It's
on
not
it.
going to click until you get
That's right.
get your hands on
Put
the
your hands
material.
on. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
100%
Yep.
true.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Glenda says it's the Podlie Podcast Potter Show. Way to go, guys.
Thanks, Glenda. So are you guys done at 4? Am I the last person?
No.
come on?
We've got Glenda's coming on the show. She'll be
Oh.
here
Glenda
in
and
a
then
bit,
Jeremy.
and then Jeremy will be our last.
Excellent. Should I leave clay for you people to, while you're chatting?
Well, that might be an idea.
Yeah.
I
You wanna
could.
mess with it.
I could.
Okay. Making a coaster here.
Splat done.
Roller coaster?
This is like a roller coaster ride. The ups and downs of molding this clay.
Are you done, Cliff, or are you thinking?
No, I think I'm done.
Are you done? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I love the idea of it, right? I love the idea. I like the
Oh.
tactile sensation of
Oh,
it.
it's fabulous. And it is addictive.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
And it's very zen, isn't it? Like, I mean,
I was
I
just
know
going to
some-
say it's really cathartic.
yeah.
I was just going to say.
Yeah.
And
Especially for the length of time we've been here.
if you have something like this and suddenly I think, oh,
Yeah, just
you just take it
Start
and you
over.
scrunch it up and you can start again.
something to be said about that.
Oh, it's fabulous. There are no mistakes.
Right.
Before it's fired, you can recycle this 500 times. You're not wasting anything,
Right.
but you're learning. You're
Right.
learning how to, and you're learning the material, which is, that's what pottery is.
That's what it is.
It's
So,
all process.
it's
with
all
pottery.
process, right?
Yep.
So if a rank amateur wanted to do, what do you call it? Throwing,
Yes.
for a very basic setup, right? Even if it's manual pedal, I don't know if that exists, whatever.
Oh, they're kick wheels. Yeah.
What would you expect to spend if a person was looking to get something like just baseline?
Well,
Difficult question.
between $3,000 and $5,000.
That expensive. Yeah.
You have to. I would suggest you take classes.
Yeah, take
before
classes.
You
No,
ever
absolutely,
set up
absolutely.
because it's
Oh,
expensive.
no, absolutely, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. No, yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, take a few classes before you have any clue, right?
Well, yes, and the interesting problem has arisen from related directly to the virus because shipping delays
Right.
and
You're
just,
there.
lockdowns here, lockdowns there. Equipment and material that before was a phone call away.
Right.
Now, there was a gal that we follow each other on Facebook. She waited 16 weeks for her kiln.
Wow.
So I'm thinking this has never happened
Yeah.
before. Like, this is crazy,
Yeah.
right? But this stuff isn't available.
That's not real.
It's like anything,
Yeah.
right?
It's
So
it's strange how this pandemic has affected all such things.
it is
And
amazing.
it's the stuff that you don't even think about, right? You know,
Nope.
last year I was repotting some plants. I'm a big plant person,
Yes,
so I was repotting some plants. I'm like, oh damn it, I need perlite, right?
yes,
So I just hop in my car, go to Canadian Tire. There's no perlite. Oh, okay, I'm
Yep.
sorry. I'll go to Walmart. Go to Walmart. No perlite.
yep,
And I tell you what, I'm so dense, or the other way to put it is that it's such a unique happening
right.
that it never occurred to me
It was
that
a
the-
shipping
that-
thing.
that there's no perlite in the neighborhood. It was like, oh, Walmart's out of stock, or so and so's out of stock. So I'm like, forget them all. I'm gonna go to my plant shop, which
Right.
is actually all the way. It used to be called Irrelevant. It's on the West End. Blah blah blah. But anyway,
Yep.
Dunvegan. It's called. I
Yes.
couldn't get it out of my mind. But Dunvegan Garden Centers,
Right.
which is a little bit of a distance from me. But I'm like, you know what? Let's just go and get it from the source.
Yes.
So I go over there, none.
Yep.
I'm like, what is going? And then all of a sudden, it slowly starts to trigger on. He says, Cliff, there's none anywhere, dude.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, it's
You wouldn't even
perlite.
think of it.
What do you mean you
It's
don't have perlite?
It's a bizarre. Yeah. It's
it was so
affected-
bizarre.
It's affected things
Yeah.
that we just.
But I mean, it's so unique that my brain never even twigged on. My brain was like, oh, these guys are out of stock. Oh, these guys are out of
Yeah.
stock. You know,
sold out as
sold
opposed
out,
to
as opposed to literally doesn't
unavailable.
it's
Yeah.
unavailable, right?
Yeah.
So it's so strange. Right?
Yeah.
So strange. And everybody, I mean, for me, it was just simple perlite. For other people, it's critical stuff to keep their business alive.
That's
you know.
right. Yes.
But
But no, even how many classes are available for pottery,
for
and there's some privately owned studios in Edmonton.
Mhm.
But I took classes here at the Clay Hut at Smeltzer House
Mm.
for several years. And that's where I did a little bit of teaching as well. And when the virus was at its peak, I
Right.
guess, classes are shut down. You can't teach,
Can't teach,
nothing. So I was never, ever so grateful
Yeah.
that I did the investment
Correct.
to
That you had
have-
it. Yeah.
to have the equipment at home
At
because,
home, yeah.
oh,
That you've been done.
well, and I used to paint and stuff as well. So there are other options,
Yeah.
but I would have really missed pottery
Pottery, yeah.
if
So
that
it's-
would have been my only
You're
option.
quite a multi-skilled and multi-talented artist. Then.
Well, I'm not sure multi-talented. I mean, it's all for fun because I'm.
No, I
you
know,
I
but that's
was
not the
working
point. I mean, I play
Just-
guitar for fun.
curious.
But-
I'm curious about stuff.
Yeah, but in multidisciplinary though, like I mean, you know, you do pottery and you paint. You know, you're talking about learning music and piano and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I mean, all within the sort of the creativity, spectrum,
Right.
but nonetheless multidisciplinary, multi-talented.
Well, it's
Oh,
just so
it's
much
interesting.
fun. Oh, it's good. And you work. I worked forever.
Yeah.
I started working July 1977. And I mean, it was great.
Yeah.
You know, you got bills, you got to eat,
Right.
you know, all of that.
All those things.
But-
Yeah.
I worked since July 1977. And that thought went through my head the other night. And I'm like, never mind retired. I am tired.
Yeah, tired. Not the retired part.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've always thought it's important to you go to work every day and you keep yourself together and
Yeah.
do all the stuff you need to, but you have to have something to balance that.
You have to have something to balance.
And it takes a little bit of effort
Yeah.
because it's easy to come home and say, oh, I'm done. I'm going to watch, reruns of
Yeah,
Everybody
Friends
Loves
or whatever,
Raymond
yeah.
or whatever, and I'm going to go to bed.
Mhm.
You can, but you need that balance. So like, I think that's why it's always been part of what I do,
Oh, what you do, yeah.
having the fun stuff to balance getting your bum in the car and go to work every
And
day,
go to work. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You
Absolutely.
have to. Life is too short.
Yeah.
not to have
Yep.
some fun,
I
something.
mean, you know what? I mean, kudos to you personally, and kudos to anybody else that manages to do that. Because work is tough, and that balance is tough.
It
right?
is. It
and
takes
it's
effort.
very easy to get caught up in, well, no, but I got to get this done, and no,
Yep.
but I got to get that done.
Yep.
right?
I know lots of people.
You know.
They work overtime every day, working
And
weekends.
it's not even,
Oh.
and it's so many. I mean, I just had a conversation with Donna May,
Yep.
and she started out saying that she wants to play piano, but she's got no time because she
Yep.
has to put the kids to bed and blah
Yep.
blah blah. And that's when I
Oh.
struck this deal with her that no, put it at the top of your priority list.
You
right?
can find 50 reasons not
Correct.
to do it.
Oh,
And then the moment
Yep.
and then the moment you
Absolutely.
say no, well, wait a minute, put it at the priority list, you can see your eyes light up, right?
Mhm.
And all of a sudden it starts to sink in that that's what I have to do,
Right.
Yeah.
right? And but I mean, if I was 20 and thinking in terms like that, things would have been different. If I was
Yes.
30 in terms of thinking like that, and I think going back to, we've talked a lot about children and whatnot. I think that's something that is really not being fully embedded into the minds of children nowadays. I think that drive for success is still there. It's still prevalent.
It's huge.
And I wish somebody would have told me at 25, yes, you can go work, and yes, I know you have to pay bills. Yes, I know you have to buy groceries.
Yeah.
However,
Mhm.
right, if you put this at the top of your list, in 10 years from now, these are the recompense, right? This is
Right.
the recompense,
Yep.
right? So it's amazing that you've done that, and you have not only the education, but you have the practice, and you have the experience, and you have the desire, and you have the drive, and now you have the equipment
I'm
at home,
stubborn.
etc., etc.
And now-
I'm stubborn.
And that's fantastic,
and
right?
It's not easy, but it starts with saying no.
Yeah, it really does.
You have to learn how to say no.
Dude, I never learned that.
No is a complete sentence.
It
It's
is.
fabulous.
It's a complete. I like that. I like that, Deb. No is a complete sentence. I like that. Yeah. No, it's
But
true.
a lot of people, as I said, there's 50 reasons not to
No.
do something,
I know.
right? And once you start saying no, it gets a little easier each time.
And you know what? The converse is true,
Yeah.
right? Once you put down the guitar, in my case, and you say, yeah, maybe not today.
I'm
I'm
tired.
I'll
I'm
take
tired.
tomorrow.
Today becomes tomorrow, and
Exactly, right? And it becomes just as easy. And I mean,
Next
either
thing,
way,
the week has gone
either
by.
way, you're creating those threads of habits and threads of
Yes.
neurons, right?
Right.
So if, like, as you say, no, and then you can follow it up with the next sentence,
Yep.
which is, no, I think I will pick up my guitar today.
Yep.
And make it a priority. right?
And if the dishes are done, okay. If they're not,
So be it. I'll take 3 days to do it
I think
instead
the
of 1 day.
sun will still come up in the
Right.
east
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the morning.
yeah.
And if it's going to take me 3 hours to do the dishes, I'll do it
100%.
over 3 days.
Yes.
You know.
Whatever. It's just priorities. But yeah,
But it's interesting though, because it takes foresight for, if you're not doing it as a drive for profession, you're not doing it as a drive, whatever,
Yes.
then it takes it in my mind, it often takes more discipline to maintain that hobby, because
Mhm.
the end goal is not to be brilliant or perfect, and the
No.
end goal is to just enjoy yourself. And I think that's sometimes more of a difficult
Yep.
thing to stick to.
Well, and
know.
the joy is in the doing.
Right.
And there is usually, quite often, most of the time, there is no money to
There's
be
no
made
dollars.
in the
Exactly.
joy.
Exactly.
There's,
It really
and
is.
we're humans. We can make
Right.
an industry out of anything.
Oh yeah.
We do. That's what
And the
we
fact
do.
of the matter is, sometimes if it does get to the money, it takes the joy out of it. Right?
Absolutely.
as a photographer-
I would not want to be a professional potter because I would be required to make 250 coffee cups.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whew.
And do a cost benefit analysis of you should
Well,
make
it-
bowls.
yeah, and it takes
and-
all
and-
the fun out of it. No, I want to play.
I was a photographer. I started out and I was shooting, nice art stuff, and
Yep.
shooting models and shooting fashion and all type of stuff. And then, thought, well, we'll take this further.
Yes.
And when pro started shooting weddings and whatnot,
Mhm.
oh man, if that doesn't take the joy out of it really quick, not for everybody, but for me,
Yeah.
right? Not for everybody. There's some people that I know, friends of mine, that have got in and they just went with it, and
Right.
they've been doing it for 10 years. And, I talk to them now, they still light up. They love
Yep.
it. It just wasn't for me.
Right.
And let go of the professional stuff, and all of a
Yes.
sudden I keep looking at my camera going, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that it's the way it is,
Yeah.
it's the way it is. Right?
Yeah. No, it's good to you got to have something, and it's music or something hands-on, or
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what that something is, but if it is a complete separation from what you do for
What you
a
do for
living
right?
every day,
Yeah.
that will at least be the start of some sort of balance.
Some sort of balance,
Yeah.
right? I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be fully balanced, but at least
Yeah.
it's working towards it, right? Tip
Yeah.
those scales just a little bit even.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nice.
So,
Look at you.
Look at Podlie go.
He has a lid for his
I got
bun.
my lid.
He has a lid for his
And I'm going to
bun.
put a little button on top of the doily so you can pick it up.
Nice. Cheryl says, Cliff Paul cared a comment. What are they commenting on?
We missed it.
No, no comment, because I absolutely agree with everything that you guys are saying between you and Cliff about.
No, she says Cliff ? Paul ? Care to comment?
Oh.
She must have asked a different
Yeah,
question.
I don't know. I thought you were
I'm not-
talking in
I'm
terms
not
of passion
sure.
versus hobby versus professional. I don't know, but I got no comment because I agree with you guys 100%.
So you have music, you have your comedy.
I have my music. I have
Yep.
my radio station. I
Yep.
have my podcast.
So is that completely separate from work in quote marks, or is that
completely
fun?
separate.
Does it overlap? Because it can overlap.
I'd love for it to overlap, quite frankly.
Right.
I'd love for it to. But no, completely separate.
Yeah.
So radio show, podcast,
Pottery. Look
pottery, pottery.
Bill, is this a new venture for you? Are you going to go madly off in all directions with pottery?
Well, I've been trying for years, and when I learned to move that pottery wheel up flights of stairs and found out it wasn't to be moved, I think that
Years later.
built a lot of respect for me in the pottery world.
Well, and you weren't really injured that bad, were you, that day?
No,
Just a little bit.
no, yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little. I'm glad. You know.
I was a lot taller before I started moving that pottery wheel.
So how are we doing on
Funny.
time? Am I over?
No, we can hang on to you. We're not. Our next guest is not until 2:00.
Oh well.
So we're okay right now.
Well, I don't want to overstay my time period, whatever.
All
But
good.
if it's good for
It's
you,
all
guys,
good.
yeah.
All good. I'm almost done anyway. So
I think
But it's
I'm done.
good. I can take a break by being here because I fired the kiln last night for the first each. Everything's
hot's the
fired
kiln?
twice.
how hot's the kiln?
2000.
Bisque fire is 1,944 degrees Fahrenheit, and that turns clay into ceramic. So it's no longer it's changed its whole chemical makeup.
Mhm.
So you can't, unless you crush it up in a grinder or whatever, you can't recycle it then. So then it will absorb the glaze, the color, the coating. Then you fire that again, 2,200
So no.
degrees
So wait a minute though.
Fahrenheit.
So you put the raw clay, this raw thing, in the kiln.
when it's dry. Otherwise, it
dry.
goes kaboom.
Okay. So then you heat it up for the given time period. Then
12 hours.
12 hours. Then you pull it out, let it cool.
12 hours later, it's cool.
Then glaze.
Yep.
Add the glaze. Then refire, or
Yep.
whatever you call it, burn it again.
Refire. Yep.
Refire, okay.
That's 14 hours.
14
for,
hours.
For my, I go slow to give the glaze enough time to mature and get the full color
Okay. And then.
because it flows and bubbles.
So what
in there.
material is the glaze?
The glaze is made out of clay particles, minerals, colorants.
Right.
I'm not familiar enough. You can go to university to learn how to
Should
make
learn, right.
glazes.
Right. Yeah.
And
It's
you
pretty
would
much alchemy.
You would learn everything that there is to know.
Yeah.
I buy my glazes already made. They're commercially prepared
Right.
because the dry ingredients I could, depending on how many glazes you want, how many colors,
Yeah.
I could fill this room
Right.
with dry materials.
So yeah. I was just curious if it was a material that was, like a one type material, or it was a combination.
It's a combination, and there are different minerals and things that come from all over the world
Right.
to make up a specific color.
So now when you like, for instance, this right here,
Yes.
it's not terribly smooth and all that type of stuff. And I'm not talking shape, I'm talking texture.
Right.
Okay. So now if you put that in if you fire it for the first time,
Yes.
it's going to bake it like that,
Hard.
not
Yep.
hard, and it's going to have those bumps and whatnot. Again,
Permanent.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about texture, right?
Right. Yeah. It's
So-
permanent then.
So how do you get it to that smoothness? Is that the glaze that after it's fired comes out, cools, you add the glaze? Does the glaze add the smoothness?
It enhances the smooth.
enhances the smoothness.
smooth areas that you have chosen on your piece.
So is it at least a little bit of an assumption to say that this hand creation, you'll never get this as smooth as potential as a glazed?
Oh, you could.
With
oh,
hand?
yes.
Like not wheel.
Yes,
You can, eh?
but it's part of the process. You have to learn
Correct.
your
But it's
touch.
okay.
But it could be. Oh,
But it
for
could be,
sure.
okay.
Absolutely. You can use, two different tools. You can use a wood paddle to bang against the side
Oh,
of that
right, okay.
bowl,
Okay.
but you can use your fingers.
Right.
But it takes.
But it is possible that without throwing it on a wheel or
Yeah.
whatever that's called,
Yep.
You can get it to the
Yes.
part where it's ready for glazing and it's smooth where
Yep.
the glazing will enhance it
There
enough to
are some,
finish it.
like on Facebook, it's such a marvelous thing because
Mhm.
you can, the whole clay community around the planet.
Right.
And there are potters, some of them have been making pots 40, 50 years.
Mhm.
Right.
And there are hand builders that don't do anything on the wheel.
Right. They just
And their work, it is just exquisite.
wow.
So then, Deb, where did the best potters come from? Where in the world do the best potters come from?
Oh, all over.
So that
I
you're
don't
not.
think there's right now, I don't think there's a specific place because I'm in touch with potters in the States, Switzerland, Germany.
Oh, is that right?
They're
Oh.
everywhere. And there are, and the virus as well has brought on a whole new generation,
Right.
not age-wise, but a whole new generation of potters
Right.
because they're looking for something to do at home. So there are people out there learning pottery. It is amazing.
Almost a renaissance part of
It is. It's a revitalization of it because it was something that, even though it's not necessarily the least inexpensive,
Yeah.
you can do a lot without a wheel.
Exactly.
That's $3,000 right there
Yeah.
that you don't need. Right. So you can do bare minimum. You can share kilns with people in the community.
Right.
There are ways. If you want it bad enough,
You'll find a way.
you'll find a way. How badly do you want to do this?
My wife has a cousin living in Whitecourt,
Yes.
and his wife is a potter.
Yes.
And she took it up again. I think semi-retired and
Mhm.
decided that this is something she wants to do. And
Yep.
Of course, then they bought the kiln.
Yes.
Garage,
That's
blah,
how it
blah, blah.
happened.
Exactly. Right? and so she and I see on Facebook. I've never seen him in person, but I've seen on Facebook and whatnot, and she posts. And,
Yes.
Man, I tell you, from the time that she started to the time that she now goes to some of the farmers markets and going on.
Mhm.
I mean, it's like, dude, you just came like so fast, All of a sudden, boom, you went from not being quote unquote a potter. All of a sudden, she's got these wonderfully, blue bowls,
Yes,
blah
absolutely.
blah blah. Right?
And we don't make, I don't know of a potter that makes anything that anybody needs.
Correct.
It's all,
It-
you could
yeah.
either go to Walmart or
Yeah.
like anywhere.
It's
to
not about
It's
need.
not
It's
about
need.
need. It's about that connection.
Right.
Right. So, there's so many other things involved other than, oh, well, I need that butter dish.
Right.
No, you don't. You can use a
My niece, actually my goddaughter, she I can't remember what school it was, but she obviously tried pottery,
yes,
And so she'd make me stuff, right?
yes,
And perfectly imperfect.
Yes.
It's like perfectly
Yeah.
imperfect.
Mhm.
And I tell you what,
Yeah.
so fascinating. She goes, look, Uncle Cliffy, I made you a buns because I like bonsai, right? I
Right.
made you a little bonsai pot, right?
Oh.
And it's perfectly imperfect with a
Mhm.
nice hole in the bottom and blah blah blah. And I'm telling you, I've saved every last one of them.
Yeah.
And you know, she made me what is essentially a paperweight,
Right.
right? And it's kind of square and it's kind of round,
Yes.
Yeah.
and it's kind of oblong,
Right.
and it's kind of rectangle, and all of these things, and it's beautiful.
They become precious.
It's
because
lovely.
It's that connection with
You know?
somebody
Yeah.
made this. as
I
opposed
still
to
use
some
it as a
machine.
paperweight on my desk.
Sure.
I
Mhm.
still do, right?
Sure.
And I got a little bowl, very similar to this.
Yes.
It's obviously a thing, and same thing. I put my guitar picks in there,
Oh,
right? So I still I use them, right? But I think it's just so cool because it's her grubby little hands that made it, and I think
precious,
that's cool, right?
Precious
Wow.
So,
things.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You bet.
So
Yeah.
it's interesting. So
Glenda, yes, if you want to come down early, you're welcome to. And Glenda says the best potters come from Sherwood Park,
Oh.
Strathcona.
I knew that was going
And,
somewhere. I knew that was
Thank
coming.
you, Glenda.
And by the way, when I think of glaze, that's the look on my face after a 21-hour podcast.
Oh, but you
Podlie
guys look.
podcast.
You guys are looking really good.
Well,
I'm impressed.
Well,
like,
well, thank you.
this is good. Like
You guys are looking really svelte.
Svelte, eh?
Svelte.
Cliff's
You're looking
really good.
svelte.
Cliff's got a real glow about him.
It's the color.
so
That's racist, Bill.
With Glenda coming, honestly, do you want
No,
me
stick
to,
around.
do you want me to go?
Yeah,
away?
you're welcome. No, you're welcome to hang
No,
around.
you're welcome.
We're not gonna kick you out.
Well-
We might tell Paul to take a hike, but the rest of us are good.
Well, he's making stuff here. He's
I'm
in the
making
zone.
stuff.
A bottle of water or something. Right?
No, I'm good. I have my coffee with me, but I think it's in my purse. I'll get my coffee.
Another coffee
You know,
drinker.
you doing that ball is really enticing. Can I chop off a piece of that?
Absolutely. I have more in the bag.
Oh goodness!
Oh, there you go. Do you want more?
Well, I've still got a chunk here. I'm trying to think of what I want to do with
Because
it.
I'm looking at her.
I've got 3
with
pieces
that
here.
ball that you've made.
Yes.
That's a nice ball.
Mine was every way from Sunday, and yet you got this beautiful, perfectly round, spherical thing.
That looks like a cannonball.
But I'm also yakking. So the right side of my brain is doing this
Right.
while I'm talking to you.
Right.
So it's a different zone. It's
pretty amazing though that you were able to get it to look that that much like a ball.
Well, thank you.
It looks like a cannonball.
It looked
This could be a weapon.
I was
Oh,
thinking,
yeah.
boy, you
Oh,
throw
yeah.
that at somebody. They're a concussion.
Yeah.
Under concussion protocol.
I made
Keep it. Yeah.
I played a lot of marbles when I was a young
It's
person.
a big marble.
Yes.
I played a lot of marbles, and I'm telling you something.
I lost my marbles.
They were expensive.
Yes.
And blah blah blah. And then
Yes.
our neighbor's his mom made us. I don't know what she did, but they were about that big, and so about 2 inches round, and I think they were a pot or some kind. And she
Quite
made,
likely. Yeah.
and she made these things, and they were hard as rock when they
Yes.
were done. But she baked it, did the same thing. And I couldn't believe it because she made it as a gesture for us kids,
Right.
And oh man,
Fabulous.
those marbles
Do you
were
still have them?
really- I don't. This was a very long time.
You
ago.
lost your marbles too?
I did. This is my next term. I was very young and in a different country, of course.
Yes.
So yeah. But
Well, while you're playing around, if you want to make something that would be similar, like a bead,
And regain your marbles.
and
Get your marbles back.
Get
could
your
have-
marbles back.
You could have at least one marble forever now,
Forever.
because you could do that right now. You
And
could
it'll
make
be
it
your very
Make it
own
smaller,
marble.
then I have to make it smaller.
whatever you guys want
Yeah,
me.
it's one of those. What
want
do
to
they call
keep,
the
I'll
big
fire
marbles?
for
What were they called? King.
Yeah.
The kings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
A king
Yeah.
marble.
King marble. Yeah.
I think that's what it
That's
was.
funny, right? We named our my wife and I, our first pet was a tabby cat,
Yes.
and when we got him, he was just very tiny.
Oh.
He basically fit, which I got small hands. He basically fit right there,
Yeah.
and he looked like a bloody marble,
Aw.
right? So we called him Marbles, right? And then of course every time we lost him, well, you know where it goes,
Oh,
right?
There you go. Okay. Right
And-
on.
And funny story, my mother, the grammatician that she is,
Yes.
she'd call him Marble,
Yeah.
and I'm like, no, mother, it's marbles. She's, but there's only one of them. So hilarious.
Yep.
She never ever called him marbles. She always called him marble.
Well, that makes sense. Yes. That's That's right.
So funny.
So what you making now, Paul?
I'm gonna make a vase.
Oh, I
Yes,
love it. You
yes,
guys.
I'm gonna make a vase.
Okay.
You're,
Bill?
you're,
Let
yours
me
almost,
rephrase it. I'm
well,
going
I'm
to
trying to
attempt
see
to
if
make
I
a
can get to
vase.
that cannonball smoothness.
That, yeah,
you-
that's what I'm.
That's what I'm
That's
trying,
my
actually.
goal. But I'm trying to get to a particular size now that you mentioned the marble thing.
So yeah,
So I'm kind
That's
of,
right.
I'm trying to
And
figure
then-
out where the
and then
size
you-
is going to be.
and I didn't. Oh.
By the way,
Now, by the way, I didn't mention
Oh no.
there's a shrinkage factor.
Oh.
that's it. I'm out.
But I was in the pool.
I was in the pool. I'm out.
Why is everything about Seinfeld? That's crazy.
Just wait.
I know.
Not that there's
That's the
anything
way
wrong
it
with
is
that.
with
Not
us.
that there's anything wrong with it.
We will. No, not we. You will have to take into account the
Take into account.
shrinkage.
Okay, but
14%.
okay, thank you.
That's
Oh,
a
wow.
lot.
That's a lot of-
That's all.
I'm not
my
gonna
pot's
say
gonna come with the size of. It's gonna be this big when it comes out. I put all that work into it.
I'm
Make it
not
a decent
putting-
size.
I'm
And it's
not-
gonna be the size of a marble.
I'm not putting
What I-
that little tidbit on
Okay,
Tinder.
but-
I'll tell you that right
But
now.
what I noticed in this conversation,
Oh, dear.
that while she makes it sound like it wasn't entertaining to tell us that,
She waits till after it's
she
done.
seems,
So my
she
big
seems to be
pot,
rather entertained
Yeah.
by telling us
my
that.
big pot's gonna be a thumb thimble when I'm done. It'll be this little thimble
Holy
of a pot.
cow.
14%.
14 between 14 and 16%.
Oh,
with
now it went up to
this clay.
16.
Porcelain shrinks closer to 20%. So
Wow.
it's a lot.
That's hot.
Oh, wow.
So what is that? The moisture being removed?
The moisture and the clay compaction,
Compacting.
right? Because you want everything.
yeah, because you'll
really
never get
solid.
you'll never get that compacted by pushing on it because you'll take it out of shape. right?
Well, and
How's your
and
ball
that's
there?
where the firing comes in too.
Right.
Hmm?
So you
How's
need
your
to
ball there?
Oh, my ball's pretty good.
you need
No
to
shrinkage yet.
compress it, right? To
You
get
need to
all
what?
the you need to compress it like whatever
Compre-
you're making, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. But you'd never be able to compress it enough that you wouldn't get that much shrinkage, right?
Oh,
because the moment it
absolutely.
goes in,
And it's the moisture.
and
Yeah.
moisture.
Yep.
So
So, anyways,
if-
I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about everything.
And it tells us at the
It's-
end.
it's-
so if a person, so now,
Yes.
if a person added moisture, would that help in the smoothness or would that hinder?
A little bit would help,
Smidgen would help.
but there's such a fine line between enough water and oh dear,
Okay.
right? And then you got to muck.
Because what I'm looking at, right? For instance, look at all these cracks, right?
Yes,
I was noticing that yours didn't have that to begin with.
it does now because it's starting to dry out,
Yeah, now
right?
yeah.
But no, initially the clay is very smooth,
Okay.
right? I don't know what percentage of moisture is in it when they mix it up.
Right. So
Um,
the dry, but as it dries out, that's when it cracks on the top, right?
It can.
So that's what I mean to add
Yeah.
moisture.
So normally when I make something, I put it on just a bare board,
Right.
piece of plywood or whatever.
Right.
And I put the piece on there and then I wrap it with plastic.
Okay.
And depending on what it is, it can sit under that plastic 3 days, 3 weeks.
All right.
And you can control how quickly, it's not necessarily how quickly it dries,
right.
it's how evenly.
How evenly. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So if the top, like if I left this out, this probably would crack.
Right.
If I didn't cover it with plastic,
Right.
it would probably dry very quickly up here, of course,
Right.
and it would crack. Meanwhile, the bottom is still very wet. So
Very
it's
wet.
that unevenness, right?
And because the bottom is also thicker.
A,
than the
yeah, a
sides,
little
yeah.
bit, yes,
Yeah.
and will hold the water longer.
Right.
Yep, yep, for sure.
Yeah, my base is quite a bit thicker actually. Yeah. Cool.
No, it's a whole other world, You bet.
Kind of looks like you, Paul. You almost made like a Scottish hat.
What?
Oh, it's
Wait.
a golfer's.
Golfers.
Not a
yeah.
tan.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Um,
A tartan? No, it's not a tartan.
It's that
Uh,
specific hat
Yeah, what's
shape.
it called?
Yeah.
Google it. Can you
No.
Google it? Are you able?
I'm busy making a ball right
We're
now.
making pottery over here, Deb.
What do you think?
No time
yeah,
to
How
Google.
much multitasking can I do after 15 hours
Call
of a
Gates,
podcast?
Deb. I'm busy.
Jeez.
Oh dear.
Told you she's a tough teacher.
I was going to say.
Getting a little
Oh,
bit.
now that's going to bug me. I don't know. Can't remember what those hats are called.
Get a little bit of
maybe somebody can
But you're taking you're
comment.
not talking French. You're talking
Scottish.
Yeah,
Yeah, Scottish.
The little
Scottish.
flat one with the little ball on top.
Why did your voice go
I thought
Scottish there
French
just for a
was-
second?
I
We had that earlier too.
I thought that was French called the chapeau.
What are you doing there?
The
Cliff,
general
shining up your bowl?
all hats are chapeaux in French.
Maybe somebody can comment and maybe they
Yeah,
can
In
see
French, a hat is a chapeau.
To all of our
It's
viewers,
not French.
what is that Scottish?
We still don't know what Cheryl meant with Cliff.
Yeah, I don't know where
Question
she
mark.
went.
Paul? Question mark.
I-
Care to comment?
I'm not sure what
what-
that
yeah,
was.
on what?
Yeah, what are they
I
commenting on?
don't bloody know.
You shine up your bowl?
I'm trying. I'm working on it.
You see the thing that came in from Glenda?
Yes, she said, "See you guys soon." All right, Glenn. I'm assuming you're in your
guys,
car.
by the time
Higher up.
Glenda gets here, we'd like to have our balls shine, please. Thank you. That would be great.
Well, you've seen the SNL skit "Sweaty Balls," haven't you?
Sweaty balls. Let's have our balls shine for Glenda when she walks in, would you please?
That's a very good skit, actually.
And in this
Very
portion
funny.
of the program,
And then
There's- there
Total
Christmas
lunacy.
because it is still a family show. Jim and the twins are not invited,
There you
so no phallic symbols,
go. There you go.
please.
Oops.
Oops. Oops. Bill, what do you got going on over there?
Just making a marble. Making a big marble.
And we don't want anything that goes kaboom in the kiln.
That's right.
That would be scary.
Yes.
Donna May says Tommy is what the hat is called.
Oh,
Tommy.
Tommy hat?
oh, that's interesting. Okay,
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. See, look
Thanks,
at what we're
Donna.
learning.
Ever since I was a young boy,
Oh, I remember that. Yes.
I
Pinball,
played the silver ball.
pinball wizard. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Cliff, what day is it today?
Saturday, Saturday. Poor old
We hadn't done that for a while.
Poor old Elton is probably listening. I'm going, would you guys shut up? I shouldn't be. Would you guys shut up?
Oh, Donna says it's not an O. So is it a Tammy?
A Tammy then.
Tammy hat.
Okay.
It's an A, not an O. Tammy hat.
Okay, see the cracks. You can't get rid of the cracks.
I know. I'm cracking up over
Yeah,
this thing.
yeah, I'm
Maybe
noticing
it's
this
because-
too.
Maybe it's
Mine's-
because
I'm getting all cracky.
the maker is cracked.
That's what I'm thinking.
I say nothing.
Nothing.
I have no opinion.
It's making me
Nope.
crack up.
Are you a Faulty Towers fan?
Oh, yes.
I know.
Oh.
I know nothing. I got kills me in my belt.
I want to come back in my next life. I want to be an actor on one of those totally insane comedies.
Yeah. Oh my
Oh.
God. Like, are you being served? You know,
Wait, yes.
Mr. Humphreys, are you free?
I can't imagine how those people,
Oh my God.
even when you see the what do they call them, outtakes,
The
when
outtakes,
like when
whatever.
people start
Oh
laughing.
my God.
When does that stop?
I
Like
don't know
how
how.
many times can you do an
I
outtake
don't know how.
before they
Yeah,
escort you
there's-
from the building?
You know, we're Seinfeld fans, right?
Yes.
There's
Me
one
too.
outtake of Seinfeld.
Yep.
Where Julia Louis-Dreyfus is interacting with Stiller.
Ben Stiller.
Yes.
Jerry
Yeah.
Stiller. Jerry
Yes.
There's
Stiller.
so I've seen that.
And
Yeah.
they
Jerry
just keep
Stiller.
That
cracking
is
up.
the most fantastic outtake because you get a chance to see Jerry Schiller's genius.
Yes.
Just do
Right.
his
And
thing.
Yep.
let me qualify this. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is a freaking genius acting. It's like phenomenal,
yeah.
fabulous, right? And she's looking across and acting against somebody who is a legend. And the way he delivers the line, and she's just done,
Yep.
right? And then okay, I got it. And then he's not trying to make a laugh; he's trying to deliver his
No,
line the way he delivers it,
Can we do this?
and
move
it
on?
just floors and it just floors again. I love that's one of my favorite bloopers of all time.
But how much
know.
fun would that be
Goodness gracious
to
me!
be involved
Come
in a
on.
production like that?
Oh my God!
That's what I want to do when I
And-
know I'm coming back, and
and-
that's what I'm going to do.
And Deb, you watch these people. I'm telling you, they love each other.
Yep.
There's no ego.
No.
There's no bullshit that you're this and I'm this, that blah blah blah.
Yep.
None of that crap, you know?
Yep.
They're so unbelievable. They just work together for the fun of it.
Yep.
Right? Nobody's thinking about contract negotiations and blah blah.
No.
No, you're just in there just being who you are in
Yeah.
that moment, right?
Yeah.
And I think that epitomizes what it would be like on set.
Oh, it would-
And I'm with you. I would
unbelievable.
love to come back to something like that.
Unbelievable
Man,
to
oh,
be able
man.
to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
and to be able to act across.
And you can be whoever you want to be.
I know.
That would be fun.
My God, that's hilarious.
William says it's a tartan tam.
A tartan can.
Oh, okay. Thank
Tam.
you. Yes.
Tam, T-A-M.
Yeah, TAM. M is in Mary.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. I have one of those.
Yeah.
Do
Uh,
you have one of those?
Does this?
Hat, do you have a hat like this?
Yeah, right there.
No. That's your bonbon dish. Do you have a hat?
I do not.
And
Oh.
Paul,
I do not.
you're being, such the Star Wars expert that you are.
Yes, sir.
Does this not look like the Millennium Falcon?
Hell yeah, that was like a ginger snap.
Oh, what? I thought it was the Millennium Falcon.
You're making me hungry.
Wow.
So,
Well-
what are you guys going to do to top this?
Sleep.
Quit.
Well,
No,
Done.
no.
to top the 100th episode of 21 hours.
Oh.
Yeah.
Basically, we've
Ask us in
done.
a year and a half.
Yeah, basically we've done 21 podcasts because each of them is an hour.
Right.
So, were you not tuned in at 3:00 this
21
morning,
weeks
Deb?
to go.
Yeah, Deb.
No.
Deb, where was the commitment at 3
Yeah.
o'clock this morning, Deb?
We were here.
I think
Um,
this was the pinnacle. I think it's pretty much done.
It's
It's
hard
run
to-
its course.
It's hard to beat this.
Yeah, it's run its course. It's done.
Well, it's certainly from my perspective, catching the different people that you've had on. It was fabulous to put a face to the names.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And
Exactly.
what always impresses me is what is everybody doing? What
Mhm.
they do for a living or what they do for
Right.
fun or whatever. It is there is so much variety. It is amazing what people do. It's crazy,
truly
crazy. So that was really fun from a watching.
Oh, watching
a
standpoint, yeah.
watching thing.
Mhm.
I thought it was an excellent idea to have the people come on because otherwise, how would we
You wouldn't.
get to know them or
Right.
how would we get together?
Well, there's even people that we've not met in
Yeah,
person.
not met in
we
person,
only
yeah.
have talked to them through the chat line.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of them
So-
that part of us have met and part of us haven't, right? I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy's coming in. I don't think you guys have met him.
Not personally, no.
Right? Laura, I'm told I met her some time ago, but it was a long time ago. I was MC for the singing group
Okay.
for the
yes.
course. So, and her mom used to sing for it. So she
Right.
tells me we met, and I believe her, but I was MC. I was so busy looking after that, and of course I met 60 women. They met me,
Right.
right? So it's a little bit kind of difficult for me to remember all the names, right? So I felt bad, but I don't remember meeting her type
Right.
thing. I've never met Mr. Kirkland there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very interesting to see these
Excellent.
people up front, right? So
I missed the portion where the gal came in with the blanket. How I bet. The
Yeah,
that was
blanket-
Laura, yeah.
That was
I
Laura.
bet
That
the
was at midnight
blanket
last
is
night.
Gorgeous.
it's lovely.
It's-
Yeah.
She's done a lot of work on it, a lot of hours.
How,
And then-
big,
Crocheting it.
how
Yeah.
big is it?
It's,
Like big?
it's not completely finished. She's got a lot of fringe stuff to put on, but it was a decent size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's
Excellent.
got a few more hours to put into it, she
Yeah.
said, but yeah.
She was still working on it when she'd finished here, and her sister and friend came on.
Yeah.
After she was still back, and
Okay.
she
And
was
then
still crocheting.
and then we talked about cooking
Right.
because she's an epicurist.
Nicole.
Epicurean.
So she made us. She was cooking. We had a cooking class at 1:00 in the morning, 1:30 in the
Excellent.
morning.
That's cool.
But you only had to have a microwave, or did she bring something?
what it
No,
was.
that's what it was. She was showing us how to make this
Made
meal,
muffins.
and she made muffins and
Yeah, and something because this Epicurean company,
Yes.
whatever, has all of
Right.
a cheese dip.
these gadgets like silicon gadgets and
Yes.
recipes that you can actually cook in the microwave oven.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Good
That's
stuff.
Laura says I missed 4 to 9 a.m. Mind you, I heard that breakfast came in at 7 a.m. I was just too tired to open my eyes to look at what you guys got. It was coffee and tea, Laura. That was brought in by Jimmy and Jamie Hill.
Jimmy Dean,
Yes, Jimmy
Yeah,
and
the-
Jamie
the-
Hill.
Two
Yes.
Hills came. I mean,
Two hills,
yeah,
not 3 hills, just 2 hills.
they've been to Three Hills.
They have been to 3 hills. Yeah,
Two Hills been to 3 Hills.
is there a 4 hills?
No, I'm sure there will be though.
Yeah, well, there's eventually
Canada
gotta be.
seems to run out of words, so they have to name
Do you
towns.
need new clay?
No, I'll work with this one
Yes.
This
because it's
one
not
is
the last 2
Because
times.
they do dry out and they
Yeah.
and they get
this one's a little scary.
not workable.
Yeah,
So
you can't-
I have
like,
fresh stuff.
You can't. Like I've been trying to get this crack out of it.
Yeah.
Just not possible.
It's probably just too dry.
Yeah, I put like
That's what I was trying. Look what happened to mine. I was trying to get that crack out of it.
that's not gonna work. That's pretty much
How many pieces do
desiccated.
you have, Bill?
I've made 3 pieces, so I'm good
Look
with what
at
I've got. 2
you.
pots and a little bit of a offbeat
Dinosaur?
leaf.
Oh, look
Oh,
at that.
I thought it was,
Oh, I like the leaf, dude.
I
Yeah.
thought it was 2 pots in a pan, but you know.
Well, you guys are doing fabulous. This is excellent.
See,
Good stuff.
let me ask a question.
Yes.
See, so when it gets to this point, I've tried now a number of different ways to try
Yes.
and correct that.
It's too dry.
What are you working
Starting
on there,
again.
Paul?
Okay, sorry.
But I don't know, buddy.
Yeah.
Branch it up
Yeah,
there
I'm
again?
not sure because the first 2
Or
didn't
take
work
a
out too
fresh
well
piece of
Yeah.
Yep.
at all. I don't know.
Did you make some slurry to connect that, or is it just sitting
I
there?
did. I did.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it. I did.
Boy, that was
I
close,
did.
Paul.
I know.
Ooh,
Don't touch it.
I know.
boy, I had to take a deep
Yes,
breath there
Dad.
for a second.
Oh my gosh,
Are
yes.
you okay?
Yeah. I just got something in my eye.
Oh,
Something in
you've
my
got
eye, Dad.
clay. Maybe you've got clay in your eye.
Yeah.
He's got clay all over his hands.
Here's
He's
mud
mud
in
in
your
your
eye.
mud in your eye.
This come with
I'm
WCB.
sorry.
Like,
I'm sorry.
That must be a pottery joke.
Does that come with WCB?
Here's mud.
You need a tissue?
I will. Does anybody have a tissue?
Do you have an issue? That's oh no, your
Did
ball,
my ball fall?
Here, I'll just get that for you.
your
Damn.
ball just rolled away.
It's, oh, I dented it.
It made a face.
No. You did,
Look at the
you
face.
I
dented
hate
the
that.
big ball. What about
I
my little
hate
ball?
that when
Yeah,
that
but it looks like it's got a
happens.
face on it now.
Oh, my
I'll
gosh.
get your tissue.
It's got a face.
Oh dear.
Paul has.
I try so hard.
Oh my gosh.
He's so moved.
Do you want paper towel or a tissue?
Preferably a tissue.
He's so
That's
moved
okay.
by his ball.
Well, it's a good thing I only lost my big ball. My little ball's still good.
Yeah, but look at the face it made.
My little ball's still nice and round. I can't see it yet, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's got an issue that requires a tissue.
yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Paul, your ball is now the
Oh
Death
my
Star,
gosh.
is what
Thank
Donna
you,
May
my
Are you
says.
all right?
I'm good. Yes,
Are
thank you.
good?
Oh my gosh.
And then Laura says, and just like that, this art class took a turn.
Yeah.
Workers' compensation. Glenda, workers' compensation, Glenda.
Okay.
Work the clay back. Work the clay ball. Isn't that what WCB means? Work the clay ball.
Wait, work the clay
Yes,
ball.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Now can
Holy
you see-
macaroni.
Now
Are
can
you
you see
gonna-
the face on it?
Are you going to play? No? No play?
No. Yeah, hey, I play all the time anyway. Well, I try.
Actually, damn, dude, it does look like a face.
That's what I mean.
Totally
You-
meant it that way.
Do you want Glenda to sit here?
When
Because I
we're,
can shift over.
yeah, whatever.
Yeah, when we're done. Yeah, when we're done. Sure.
Well, you have to tell me.
We'll tell you.
Are you guys done?
I'm done.
See, Cliff's still working.
Cliff is working.
Is this the square
working.
underneath my chair? Is that like a door? You're done?
No,
You're in
Push
the
the button.
basement. You're in
quick,
the
hide the hook, hide
basement.
the hook.
In the basement.
Yeah.
So yes, you just let me know. Look at what these guys are making. Isn't it fabulous?
I've been watching.
They
I'm
are
listening.
they are
Just-
so artsy fartsy.
that's
It's
why I called it
amazing.
The Podlie Podcast Potter Show.
Yep.
That's right.
Leslie Ann, did you guys try the meatloaf? We have not.
We have not gotten to the meatloaf yet.
What?
No, the meatloaf is in the fridge.
Wow.
We're waiting for Cliff to talk in an American accent before we try the meatloaf.
I don't know. I know.
Hey, Glenda, thank you very much for you hanging on and listening to us for the last 21 hours. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Glenda. That's fantastic. Thank you, Glenda, for the commitment and the devotion to our show. Glenda, thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. You're as good of a BS as I am.
Glenda, was it 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. Hour that you liked better on our show? Which one was it, Glenda?
6.
6, Glenda.
I
Glenda.
tuned in about
Glenda, the book report will be due at the end of the show, Glenda.
Okay. Oh, Bill didn't tell me there were any.
I like to keep that a surprise. And you tuned in at 7, Deb?
About 7.
About 7.
7
Now, was that
a.m.
PM last night or 7
think-
a.m. this morning?
No, 7 a.m. this morning. Sorry.
So you missed a few hours.
Said, wow,
I did.
Glenda, that's awesome.
I had to sleep because I was up all
Yeah.
night the night before checking on the kiln. So, you know, at my age, you know,
Checking on the kiln's important.
So I
it
think
is.
Leslie Ann thinks Glenda did watch for the
What do you
whole
think,
21
girl?
I think she did.
I love it.
What do you think?
I think she's.
Grab mine. I grabbed mine. I love it.
These guys are really good.
I know.
Really
but like I
good.
say, I've been listening and
Yeah.
watching and thinking, how the hell heck am I ever going to top what Deb did?
Oh, easily.
So
Not
you
a
want
problem.
to know what? How? Well, I can't top you, but you want to know what I thought about?
Here, Deb. I don't know if I should be.
Sorry.
I
Yes, I
brought
can reach.
liquor.
Oh.
Wait, what?
I brought liquor.
It's Glenda's wine.
Glenda.
We'll talk. Well, it's your 100th episode.
Yes.
It's a
Ball in my hand and you have liquor, Glenda.
It's
So,
It's a party, Glenda.
for after, for
it's not
when
valid,
you've had sleep.
but it's as close as it's
Tell
gonna
me
get.
when you want me to. What you want?
What? Sorry, what about sleep? 9 hours ago, Glenda. 9 hours ago.
I don't know what else.
Well,
It is now 1:29 p.m. And
I suggest that you leave it for another day once you guys have all had some rest. Because today it might be.
last night was tequila, beer, and whiskey.
Scott, yeah.
Well, and as Bill said, I gotta show you this. It's very special
Yeah,
wine.
it's Glenda's
Look at-
wine.
Is it
Take a
your?
look at this.
Look at that label. That's Glenda's acreage.
Private
Look
reserve.
at you go.
It's called Wycliffe Moscato.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you.
Well, we'll make sure we got to show it.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay, then I'll have it close. Okay. and
I'm
then
just playing,
You go right ahead. You play.
because
You're
it's
fine.
like I said, this is really cathartic. Like,
Just
it's
don't
really-
get it in your eye.
Whoa, that
And
hurts.
I brought fake wine too. Because I'm like, I
Holy
don't know.
cow.
Are
I'm
they
going
allowed
to-
drink on
I'm going to
podcasts?
move this.
Yeah,
but
oh, we
by
were.
all
We already
means,
have,
You, go,
Glenda.
you keep on.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wash up pretty quick, anyways. But I'm loving this.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do a quick rinse here. It's podcast is all yours right
It's
now.
all mine. Yeah.
Talk.
Talk amongst me. Talk amongst me. It's 1:30. What do we got? We've got wow, Glenda, that's awesome from Leslie Ann. And I do believe, Glenda, it is in regards to the wine. Did you guys try the meatloaf? Leslie Ann asks. No, we keep forget. We are busy. Leslie Ann. Paul, Donna May. Paul, your ball is now the Death Star. Well, Cliff, or no, I think it was Bill alluded to the fact that he felt as though he tried to make the Millennium Falcon, which was really cool. Guys, I'm telling you, just get a ball of clay. I don't care, clay, Play-Doh, whatever. This is so cathartic. It is man, this is awesome. It really is. I missed 4 to 9 a.m. Mind you, I heard the breakfast come in at 7 a.m. I was just too tired. Oh, we read that one, Laura. Sorry. We read that one. Sorry. So, for those of you that are still hanging on, what was your favorite hour? That's what I want to know. What was your favorite hour? The last? Oh, well, don't make me do math. 18 hours. 18 and a half hours. 18 and a half hours. What was the last, your favorite one? Rereading. Yeah. Well, I reread comments when I'm awake. I don't know where we end up. Stuff like that. But what was your best hour? Did you tune in to the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock hours is what I would like to know too. Because we was here. Laura's favorite hour was the reveal of Time Traveler. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I had no idea it was both of them, Laura. I had no idea it was both of them. I knew for sure it was Jordan. No, that's not true. I knew almost with a certainty that it was Jordan. I had no idea that Dan was involved. Not a clue. That was a big surprise. Yeah, that was a very big surprise. So that was our 9:00 hour last night, where we finally revealed the who's who of Time Traveler. I'm saving the Twilight Hour review for driving into work next week. Marvin says I'm saving the Twilight Hour review. So what? You mean noon to 1 a.m. or do you mean straight on noon to? No, because you were here midnight to. You just left, I think, just after midnight. Marv, I think, if memory serves. So yeah, I think it was just after midnight. So. For your drive into work, let us know what you think of it, Marv, okay? Or if we were just off our rocker over, from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. William, my favorite time was being there with you all. Likewise,
Nice.
my friend, this is, and again, I've said it a million times, I'll say it again. We kind of planned this. Yes, we planned this for us, but we planned this for you guys. We wanted to meet you guys. We wanted you guys to be a part, an even more integral part, and we hope that you guys feel that you guys are already integral parts of the Podlie podcast, but we wanted you guys to actually show your characters away from a keyboard, quite frankly, and we loved it.
Were you asking what the favorite parts?
What was their favorite hour
so far?
What was their favorite parts? What was their
We've still
favorite
got,
hours?
2.5 hours left.
So 100%. Glenda's going to be coming on.
Yeah. Jeremy's
coming on. So I'm just from here on in, let's see slightly scripted. No, we almost wish it was scripted now, eh? I'm losing my words, Bill.
Yeah, now as we're moving in the last 2 hours, it's what are we going to say? But no script, Laura. Absolutely no script. Other than we had a schedule for when the guests were coming, but that's
we had the guest schedule.
That was it. We didn't know what we were going to say or talk about or do. We again did it on the fly.
Yeah, and it was kind of funny. Hey, Bill, you remember this? We only needed one meeting.
We had
Cliff,
one meeting to discuss
and me to discuss how to plan it. One meeting.
Yeah, we did one whole meeting.
An hour, might have been 45 minutes, might have been an hour. And one meeting, and we just and we knew right away, right? We knew right away.
Yeah, we had it wasn't a long meeting.
Yeah, no, we knew right away that this was the right thing to do for the 100th. So
yeah, it wasn't a long meeting. We just made that decision and said, let's see if we can do the long one. So here we are.
Wow, this is so much fun.
Yeah, you're enjoying that.
Yeah, I know. I really am, man.
No
joke. I really am
making your bowl there.
I see Cliff's point though. Like, look at the
mine.
The crevices,
I tried,
right?
but mine cracked right up.
And right. And to Donna May's point, it's because it's wet, right? So
yeah, you can. We have Glenda Sheard here with us, jumping in.
I just want to thank everybody so much. What a great time. I had way too much fun. So thank you very much for having me on the show. And you guys did awesome. And I'll fire your stuff. And then you guys on one of your podcasts, you can show everybody your artsy fartsies. Hey,
we are
stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Deb.
Good
Thanks
so much, Deb.
So much
You're very
for
welcome.
You didn't have
It's good
near
fun.
as much fun as I did, Deb. Thank you. It was a blast.
Well,
And I
that's
don't have to give this up, do I? I'm just
you can
put it in
keep-
your
and
pocket
if
and take it home.
If you wrap that in plastic,
I just
like a
dig this.
couple of layers, it'll stay wet
Yeah.
and you can play by
It's
all
just,
means.
wow,
Play with the clay.
playing with the clay.
Yeah.
Hey, with all the talk that was going on here about shrinkage and baubles
Hey,
and stuff, I was like, I don't
slow
know
down
whether I
over
should
there.
show up or
I
not.
couldn't
Slow
resist.
down over
I
there.
couldn't resist. It was
Yeah.
irresistible.
We were in the pool.
Jeez.
I heard that.
Obviously, you weren't worried enough, Glenda, because you brought booze, Glenda.
I did.
Yeah.
Is this
You're perfect.
perfect?
Hi.
Okay. Hi.
How are you?
I'm great because I'm here now for your 100th episode.
Glenda Sheard.
Glenda Sheard is here with us.
I haven't seen you in a while. How's things?
Oh, hey, I usually answer good, bad, and ugly. That way I've got my bases covered.
Way to go,
Always.
Glenda. Way to go.
Right? Well,
Yeah.
and some women,
mind?
we can change very quickly,
love this.
right?
You're a darling. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, hey, gentlemen, Cliff and Paul,
Yes.
just, Jeremy has asked, he's on his way. He wants to know if there's drinks from Timmy's required.
Time is it?
It is 1:38.
Yeah. Well, Jeremy, a cup of coffee would be nice, my friend.
Yeah, a small ice cap would be nice as well, because we've got wine and everything here, Jeremy.
Yeah, I could second the Jabba. That would be great, Jeremy. Very much appreciated,
Yeah.
sir.
For me, my friend, as usual, it's 1 cream, 2 sugar. Thank you
Just-
so much.
Just
Thank
milk
you.
for me, sir. Just milk for me. Actually, don't even worry about the milk. I have milk here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Jeremy, small ice cap with a vanilla shot. Thank you. So,
So-
Glenda,
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Well, I'm
We're
here
gonna-
celebrating with you guys. Like I say, 100 episodes. Like how flipping amazing and cool is that?
that is pretty exciting.
Well,
What's your
flipping.
language?
Flipping's not okay. How about freaking?
Freaking. How many episodes does an average podcast go?
Well,
And
isn't that
before
a
they
good
fold.
question? I don't
Before
know.
they fold. I'm not a podcast guy. I don't know. What, 100, 150, 200?
That I think even more probably.
Oh,
if
so
it's
we're
a-
just
if it-
rookies then, right?
I think we're just I think we're out of the rookie stage. I think we're not quite veterans. I don't know.
Well, generally, how many episodes does it take for a podcast?
Just like how many presentations screw in a
I
light
think it's
bulb?
more about how many
On
listeners.
average.
How many
On
listeners have you got? Right?
Yeah.
Versus, I mean, you look at like
well, we got
somebody-
one less because you're here.
Oh, you're right.
You got
Absolutely.
it, Jeremy. You got it.
But really,
Thanks,
you look,
Jeremy.
Look at some people that haven't been doing podcasts very long. Okay, let's talk. I don't know if it's okay to say, look at Ryan Jesperson in 1 year. Look
Oh,
at
he's killing it.
his
Mhm.
podcast is
He's
number
killing-
one.
Okay,
in
but in
Canada.
fairness, though, he had a
huge
a
following.
massive following to begin with.
Yeah,
and
he
he's
did,
got
but
backing and he's got sponsors.
and he had to work it,
Right.
just like you guys are working it, right?
Yeah.
It's just on a different scale, right? But let's just look at the huge success that you've had for your 100th episode, and Deb said it earlier. We can't wait till you're celebrating 200.
No, I love it.
episodes.
You know we'll be here, right?
I know it.
Deb, you know we'll be here, right? For 200?
Absolutely.
You know we'll be here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be
Guys,
back.
do you guys know we'll be here for 200?
Nope.
So, Bill, did you want to show this bottle
Yes,
of?
I'd love to. And maybe, Glenda, you can stay kind of where you are, but maybe just move up a little closer to the table so we can see a bit on the camera here.
Move closer to the table. Okay, am I on the camera? I don't think I'm on the camera.
Deb, are you leaving?
I see you coming
There.
in on the left-hand side.
Deb
Just
is
keep moving
packing
closer.
up.
Deb, you leaving or are you sticking around?
I think I'm going to pack it up. I've got a kiln load
Oh.
of work.
Are we here? Are
There
we
you go.
late?
There you go.
Do you want a wet cloth? Or are
You got everything on
Yeah,
you.
we can-
Look at you go.
We can,
Oh, yeah.
I'll wet
can
it.
see
Thank
you
you.
there, Glenda,
Okay,
which is great. All right.
but
so-
more importantly, can you see this?
yeah, explain what that is.
So I retired from the library this year, and I decided I had to do something to celebrate that. It's kind of a big deal when you retire. So there is a business in Sherwood Park called Vintner's Cellar. And what you do is you go there and you make, well, they do it, most of the work, and you make wine. And they've got many, many different flavors. So this bottle I brought today for the 100th episode for these guys to celebrate. Once they've had some sleep, of course. And it's labeled Glenda's Private
Great.
Reserve called Wycliffe Moscato. And what that is, it's a picture of my acreage and my barn. And it's got a hashtag of retirement 2021. So I brought this for you guys.
Well,
You're
thank
brilliant.
you. Thank you
You're
very
brilliant.
much.
You're brilliant.
And then because I was a little worried about these guys being
Oh, I
up for
love it.
21
I
hours
love it. I love it.
and them drinking alcohol, I brought some fake stuff too. So this is sparkling
She brought the wine for the kids, and guess who the
apple
kids are?
mango wine with, and of course then I'm like, Well, okay, we'll be here all night because I brought little teeny glasses to toast as well,
Very nice.
right? So yes.
So
just
Glenda?
Yes.
Wycliffe.
That's Glenda's acreage.
Must-
That's
Moscato?
where
That's the name of the
subdivision-
acreage?
My subdivision is called Wycliffe. It's
Oh,
just across Highway.
Right. I don't know. I
29.
don't know where it was. I just thought I was
Okay.
wondering about the name. So Wycliffe Moscato is the name of is that the whole name of the division, or is Moscato part of that?
No, Moscato is the liquor I drink.
That's the type.
Nice.
That's the type.
type of wine.
Moscato is a sweeter
Okay.
white.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool, cool.
Well, I'm right in saying
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
it's a sweeter white.
Yes,
It's not dry. It's
Yeah, it's got a little. It's a little bit
You'll-
sweeter. It's
you
not
sh-
sparkling.
It's not sparkling. You should be able to taste the fruit in it.
Mm.
Yes.
For sure. So yeah, it's not a Riesling. That's very sweet.
Yes, not that. No,
yeah.
but
So,
it's a nice
Yeah.
white wine.
Jeremy says on the chat, he says every podcast I've ever been a part of had lasted less than one episode. Actually,
Wow.
What does that mean?
Hang on.
I guess.
well, we were asking how many episodes
Yeah.
Right.
podcast last, and that's what he says. Every podcast I've been a part of has lasted less than one episode. Actually,
And,
it's like
and Jeremy's coming.
Jeremy,
next-
yeah,
coming,
next-
yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. You can imagine, right? You start a podcast, you just go all set up. That's
I'm
it.
done.
Screw you. I'm leaving.
And
I'm
you
done.
did. It was the 30-minute episode that you did, so
It was
you didn't
the
even get a full
30-minute.
hour.
I know.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So, Glenda, tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, because you're heavily involved in the community out here in Strathcona County.
I want to know more about the wine that you do too, Glenda.
Well, I've
Yeah.
lived here for about 35 years. I really, really love Strathcona County. My community is really important to me. And I've done some, I guess, volunteering here in the community. What
A
else,
little
Bill?
bit of you've done a lot, Glenda.
Well,
you're
yeah,
involved
well,
with the,
okay,
with the
let's-
so
yeah,
library.
so have you.
former working at the library.
Worked at the library. Prior to that, I was in the media for about 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I've
'cause you worked for
got kind of
Chorus,
a-
did you not?
I worked for Chorus, as well as, I don't know who they're owned by now. Who owns
Harvard?
97 and CFCW now? Whoever owns them used to work for those guys as well.
Yeah.
And 100 years ago, when there was an Easy Rock
Oh
out
yeah.
of the CFRN TV
Yeah,
building,
TV building,
whoever those guys were, did promotion work and worked with the sales team,
Mhm.
voiced some commercials, and left media for the not-for-profit industry. I sometimes shake my head on that one.
Specifically, where not for profit.
Where not for
Yeah.
well, Strathcona County Library is
Okay.
a public
Okay.
library.
Right. So you went
But-
straight to the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I've done work for a number of organizations
Mm.
within the community in the greater Edmonton area, professionally, as well as, I've sit on numerous board or have sat on numerous boards and done committee work and all kinds of different things. That's the cool thing about volunteerism, is all of the things that you learn, that you do, that enhance your skills, and all the amazing people. Didn't we meet, Bill? Didn't we, Cheryl and
Yeah.
we met through volunteerism. We had also some similar things in our lives, but
Yes.
volunteerism was a big one. It
Mhm.
still is.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Can I ask why?
Why? What?
Why is volunteerism so? Why are you so damn passionate about it?
Well, thanks for asking that. When I was a kid, I was an only child, and I used to figure skate and do all kinds of things. And my mom was very, 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 very actively involved. And I remember asking her as a small child, why she did everything for everybody else. Because, of course, I'm little and I'm an only child, and I just want my mom to do everything, and my dad, with me.
Mhm.
And she sat me down and she said to me, Glenda, you probably won't understand this till you're an adult. And I'm thinking, as a kid, you're going, and why are you telling me this now? Right? And she said, Glenda, giving back, putting into your community, volunteering, it's like recycling love. And as a little kid, I really didn't get it. And then I became a parent myself and started volunteering for my kids' hockey team and at school. And my mother's words have rung in my heart and my ears many times since, because I got it. Because you make a difference for your community, for others. We've all got stuff going on in our lives, and when you've got heavy stuff, I've had a lot of heavy stuff. But when you're doing stuff for others, when you're giving back, you're part of your community, you're not focused on what your stuff is, because it's so fulfilling. You get back more as a volunteer than you ever can give.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why my mom, as well as my dad, but my mom passed away a couple of years ago, and she volunteered until she passed. She was 88 years old. And so I had a really, really amazing role model. And then the people that you meet. Was a longtime volunteer, over 30 years for Northlands. And the coolest thing is, there was 2 primary events, Klondike Days and CFR and Farm Fair. And you wouldn't see people for 6 months, right? And then you'd be back volunteering at the same event, and you just picked up where you were last time with them 6 months ago, right? So it's about relationships. It's just about, the same as fundraising and building community. It's all about relationships. And you guys have done that. You've built relationships through your podcast, right? Bill, weren't you telling me you've got some people from across the sea, across the ocean?
Well, yeah, for Sound Sugar Radio, but our podcast on the audio side is picked up across the world, actually.
Oh, so
the audio for this is,
you're building
It's all over the
relationships with people, right?
Yeah.
You make people laugh. I know I was sure laughing this morning. But you also talk about really timely things. And one of the best things I think about the Podlie podcast is you're real. And authenticity is so as important. I was in a meeting this morning. I belong to CAPS, Canadian Association of Professional Speakers, and one of our speakers this morning was talking about how important authenticity is. And that's what you guys do. You're real. You keep it real, and you make people laugh. Maybe some cry. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
I've been
That's
there.
why I thought I'd bring the liquor.
But you're right, though. You're right, and he's right. Who mentioned that, the speaker this morning? Authenticity really is. I think that's probably a governing principle that one has to have if you ever want to be in a public eye of any kind.
Yeah.
And gain any kind of respect at all, because people can see through inauthenticity very, very easily, right? And we all can, and it's not a special skill. We all can.
You can
very
spot
quickly.
it really quick.
Yeah.
Right.
And and you're bang on. We as a professional speaker, we were all used to be speaking on stage, right? And people can see through you and hear through you because of the visible presence, because of everything, right? Now we all think, oh well, we're in this little box, like in Hollywood Squares, we're all there, and you think, oh well, they just see this, they can tell. Even though you're just in this little box like this, if you're not, I've listened to some presenters and speakers, and I'm thinking, yada 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 yada. Where others, they've got you engaged, and that you're important as the audience.
Yeah.
Just like you guys, any of us that are doing anything like this, without an audience. I've said to people, without an audience, and I'm a lady practicing my speech, standing in my bedroom, talking to a mirror. It's all about our audience.
Glenda, you got to listen to this and listen to some of our Nicole. We're going to go to Nicole. Nicole says, wow, I absolutely love everything she's saying about community, being authentic and building relationships. That's what Nicole says. Jeremy says, if you ever want to be effective in the public eye, authenticity is vital.
Yeah. I think it is. Yeah, you're right. And it's important that we, even as the three of us, I think it's important that we made it clear to our viewers that we were real and authentic, and that we don't always agree on everything we're talking about. And, we have disagreements, and We do 21-hour podcasts and put ourselves through all this pain and no pain, no gain kind of thing. So I think that was important, and I think that's why we've had so many viewers that have stuck with us through the 100 episodes.
Let's face it, you guys. Our goal is to grow this podcast. I mean, let's call it spade a spade. We want to be, we want to be the three Jespersons. We've said the name, so I'll throw it out again. We want to be the three Jespersons. But man, we are having some damn fun doing it, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're just having some damn fun doing it. Because we're friends. The three of us are friends. The three of us are vastly different. And at the end of the day, you're right. We're real. We have fun. I'm going to mirror that. I like that. I think it's great.
Well, the other thing that you've done, I mean, I haven't listened, even though you thought I did all night, 21 hours.
That's
sorry.
okay. You got
did have
homework.
to
You got
sleep
homework
for
when you
a
get home,
little
Glenda.
bit,
You got
right?
homework when you get home.
But when, I've listened and I think, okay, that's so cool. Like knowing that Deb was on this morning, and Deb is a friend and a colleague of mine. And I have a whole bunch of her pottery, her beautiful pottery. And then there's been others that I've listened in that you've had. And it's just like, okay, local content. When I have a new car and I get into my car and I often look, I'm listening to the same radio station, even though I have many other options in my new car. I don't know how much I can mention here, right? What am I looking for? For me, I'm looking for local content. I want to know that when I was driving here, I'm like, okay, I wonder how the roads are, right? So I was listening to the radio because I'm listening for local content. And I think that's something that is also a really winning point for you guys, that you're local guys and you're bringing local people in. When you look at
Sound
Sugar Radio. I get them reversed all the time. Yeah. Sorry. And I'm like, I know her. I know him. I know her. So I'm listening to people from my community that I'm going, well, I didn't know that they had a radio show. Like, isn't that cool? Right. So I really appreciate that. You bring great value to our community.
Thank you, Glenn.
I'm just going to backtrack just a little bit. Nicole says, I need to get in on this pottery. So Nicole, Facebook, just look up Deb Hughes Gar, because she sells. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to hear from you. Deb Hughes Gar on Facebook. She's incredible. She's incredible. I have coffee mugs from her and a beautiful gift that I got from her today. So she's amazing. I'm sure she'd be very, very, very happy to hear from you. And guys, Christmas is coming.
And
Christmas
just above that, Nicole says, "Wow, I love this." She's speaking about you, Glenda. She says, "Wow, I love this. I would love for you to come and speak to my team. Love your energy, spirit, and wisdom." So that's
thanks for that. Thank you.
That's something perhaps you guys should connect on. So.
Well, and I'm glad, I don't have my glasses on, so it's a good thing that these guys can read from where they are, because I'm going.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny because you know what? Cliff read it, but that's not what it said at all.
Oh, okay.
I was just making it, No, I'm kidding. No, that's why I wanted to, and it never got read, so I wanted you to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, and thanks for that. And see, and that's the thing is, what have you got going on here? This morning I was engaging, Deb was engaging before she came. You've got all these different people that are engaging, and you're going to have people that are going, okay, I've got to get a hold of Deb, or gee, I really liked what Glenda was talking about, or your other guests that you've had, right? So it's great, great exposure. And again, I have my motto for my company is the 3 C's, and that's communication, community, and compassion. And again, I see that happening with you guys. When you're real and authentic, you have more compassion, you're communicating, right? And it's about community, whether it's your podcast community, your listening, your viewers. Are you guys viewing? Yes, you can see us, of course. Right, of course I could.
Okay, then I'm going to put the ball in your court, Glenda, because we've talked about this ad nauseum about growing our podcast, but I'm going to put the ball in your court now. If you were us, and we've talked philosophically now about what we're doing for the community, the 3 C's, this, that, and the other thing. Let's actually build a template. How would you look at us and say, guys, this is what you have to do to build your podcast?
Oh, sure. Put me on the spot here.
We got another 3 hours. You got lots of time.
Well, I have an online workshop I'm doing at 4:00, so I have to be gone by then. But anyway,
But you've been in promotions.
yes, I have.
You've been in promotions.
Yes, I have. And again, you know what? I'm going to go back to. It's all about relationships. It's about relationships and the ask. Same as in fundraising. You build relationships, and then people are going, well, we're not really raising money. Well, are you asking anybody? You got to ask. And are you asking? Are you asking your followers? Are you asking the community? Are you asking the county? Are you building relationships with other local businesses? So, having local businesses come onto the Podlie podcast, because it's just like social media. I share, you get a new audience. You share, we get a new audience, right?
Mhm.
And then you have to work the relationships, right? So that's where
Gotta work
I'd
the
start.
room, lovies.
That's where I'd start. But then you've been doing some of that, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. I think, again, we have our core group that comes out and watches the show every single Monday night with us and comments and participates. And, we've been asking now our group to bring friends,
Yep.
make sure that they do share the posts and things like this. And just quickly mention Jeremy's post here. So real talk, does this episode count as episodes 100 through 120?
Yes.
Yes, because I've been
Yeah.
counting. We did 21 1-hour episodes.
That's right. That's right.
So we're off for the next 21 weeks.
That's right.
Yeah, but I mean, have you thought about this? I know it's taken a lot of work and a lot of effort putting the equipment together, having the spot, everything. You've got to be overtired, I would think, or not. But have you thought about this for a minute? 100 episodes that you have done this.
Yeah.
Like this, it's not.
I don't think
I have a
so.
podcast and I shouldn't talk about it, but I don't know how many, 9, 8, 7. And my goal is to get back and get that podcast back up. And
Cool.
people are like, well, why bother? And I'm like, there's like a bazillion. And I'm like, yeah, now there'll be a bazillion and one.
Okay. Tell you what, there's a bazillion accountants,
Yeah.
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
There's a bazillion lawyers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That no parent is going to tell a son or a daughter
Don't become a lawyer.
who happens to be passionate about becoming a son or a lawyer. No. There are the bazillion lawyers.
Yeah,
Right?
Exactly.
How come they don't do that? And yet when it comes to artistic endeavors, we limit our goals or our aspirations because there are thousands of them.
Yep.
So what?
Well, and look at how many people. I mean, I can listen. In this new car, I can listen to podcasts in
Right.
my car, not specifically on my phone or on the
Right.
computer, right? And we are obviously, we've been saying this for years. We're in the tech, everything.
Yeah, technological
right?
revolution or
And
whatever.
so the amount of people that are listening to podcasts is bazillions, right? And so if you're one of a bazillion, at least you're doing something about it, right? It's like as speakers, we're always being promoted. Make sure that you're doing video. Make sure you're doing video because people, they want to hire you. Well, if they see you speak in a video, they've got a much better comprehension of what kind of speaker
Correct.
you are, how interactive you
therein
are.
lies the connection,
Versus,
Glenda.
oh, she's great, blah, blah, blah. Testimonials. Well, maybe they're all, I don't know, my relatives that lied.
Well,
I'm joking,
therein
but-
lies the connection.
Yeah.
That's the connection.
Right. And so, that you guys, what you're doing is you're live. Again, you're timely and you're doing, today's 100. 100. Well, 121. Are we at 121 now? 122 yet?
You have quite the fan there, my dear. Look what Nicole
Yeah.
says. What is the name of your podcast? I would love to follow you.
Keeping it real.
There you go. Keeping it real.
That's kind of a big part of who I am. Authenticity. You know, as you grow older, I'd like to say no, more mature is by far better.
Do you know, Deb, as you get older, you experience deja vu more often.
Well,
Do you know, Deb, as you get older, you experience deja vu more often. Sorry, Glenda, I had to do that. I'm sorry.
You do, yes, you do, and you forget stuff too, so that you can repeat things, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
It's okay. My
penny.
point was, the older
Penny.
you get, supposedly the smarter you, or the wiser,
The wiser you get, yes.
the wiser. I've said this for a long time. If I haven't become wiser, I've become by far better BSer. But really, you start to learn the value of what's important and what's not, and authenticity. You know, we're living in a very competitive world. In social media, in our businesses, and as people. And the people that I admire and hold in highest regard and the most important mentors to me are the people that keep it real.
Yeah.
That are hugely successful, right? And yet they mentor me, they share information with me,
Mhm.
you know. Yeah. So authenticity to me is super important.
That's what we got to bring next time. Wiser. As in booze.
Wiser.
Oh, Wiser Deluxe.
That's what we got to bring next time. Wiser.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Well,
And quickly, Cliff, I think this question is for you from Jeremy. How many is a bazillion?
Nope, not what it says.
less than a
How many is
How
gazillion.
many is a Brazilian? Well, it's from the thigh up. Not my thigh, Jeremy. Cliff's thigh. Nicole, I listen to podcasts for personal growth and working on my leadership goals with my business. Nicole, again, love you're like a bottle of fine wine. I love it. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Nicole, absolutely. It's all about authenticity and being real, honest, open, and transparent.
Wow.
You hit a chord. How does that make you feel?
Well,
You've been sitting down here for 10 minutes. You've been sitting to Glenda, you've been sitting down here for 10 minutes. And somebody, and not just somebody, but some people, they're gushing over what you're saying. They're gushing.
Like, I need to get my glasses so I can read, because I'm going to get home and somebody's going to say, I was listening to the podcast and those guys were BSing you about all the great comments.
Being
We were
authentic.
making it all up, Glenda. And I'm like, oh yeah,
Authenticity.
okay. They were probably like throwing tomatoes.
Yeah.
Anyway, if these are all these beautiful comments, yeah, it makes me feel very, very really special and really important. But I believe that all of us are more connected than we realize we are. You know, I reminded myself when I was driving here, I got behind a slower person than me on the road, and I was kind of getting controversial in the car with myself. And then I went, you know what? You don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on in that car, man. So chill, right? And I relaxed. I was good. The person, thank God, turned off into Sobeys. I didn't have to have any more conversations with myself. But no, the point being is, none of us have, I don't have something tattooed upon my forehead that says, I lost my child. I've lost my family. I've gone through hell. We don't have that kind of stuff, but everybody's got it.
Yeah.
Everybody has stuff.
I'm prone, let's put it that way, to road rage, road raging
Yeah.
and get the hell out of my way, right? I'm quite prone to that.
That's
and
pretty mild. That's
you-
what you say?
Well, on the podcast I say that, right?
Okay.
But when
I'm
I'm in
just
my
teasing.
car all by myself, there are some other words that come to mind. And every so often I'll be driving with my wife and I will get into one of these moods, right? And she'll, to calm me down, she'll say, Cliff, what I do when I'm driving and I have a trouble with people in front of me and I want to get road ragey, she says, what I do is I make up a story about that person, she says, right? And she makes up a story saying, well, what if this person, just got out of work and she's tired and she's a little bit too afraid to drive fast because she's exhausted from spending 14 hours, I don't know, maybe in a hospital, something. She says she makes up stories about these people to excuse them for doing what that they're doing that is happening to get her upset, etc.
I love your wife.
And
she's
yeah,
on.
cool, right? And so she keeps on admonishing me to do that, to make up stories to excuse the behavior because it's not about you, right? Because to me, it's like, don't you know I'm in a hurry, right? And she says, okay, but wait a minute, this is not about you. It's about that person. So if you make up that story, you know what? It could be the biggest bullshit lie ever. It doesn't matter because it's going to change how you interact with that situation.
I'd like to share a story. This happened to me. It doesn't matter when, many years ago. I was driving into a meeting in the city on Baseline Road. And this person cut me off so bad. I almost hit the meridian, trying to make sure that I didn't hit that person. And it was at a really very challenging time in my life. And so I just was, collected myself, kept driving, arrived at my meeting and, sat down. Anyway, it's amazing the gifts that we get that come at us. This gentleman comes in and he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm late. It's just been a awful morning. And oh my God, you guys, you should see, I just about killed somebody, I think. And everybody's looking at this guy and he's like, I cut off this car on Baseline so bad that the car almost hit the cement. And I'm sitting there thinking,
That was you.
oh my God, I wonder, and so I'm like, oh yeah, well, oh God, I'm glad you're okay. What kind of car was it? And then he said, and I'm like, so I didn't say anything. And he looked at me and he's like, was that you?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it doesn't matter. And he's like, you didn't even give me the finger. You didn't honk your horn. You didn't do anything. You didn't lose your mind. And, so from that experience in a car, especially because I have some challenges in cars, I realized that everybody's got stuff going on, like I say, and in that car, you don't know, did they lose their dog? Are they going through a divorce? Did they just lose their job? Or are they having to go to the food bank? We don't know. So that's, with your wife suggesting for you to make up stories, the story you're making up might be the story.
It could very well be the story.
Could be the true story.
It could very well be the story, but it's funny though, because it changes your perspective, right? Because and even if you never know what the true story is, the fact is what you've made up is in your mind, right? Yeah. And sometimes the act of thinking about something is as good as the act of doing it. Mm-hmm. And in many ways, so that's an interesting thing, and I've taken it to heart. I mean, it doesn't always, I don't always, not always mature enough to get to that point in the moment, but it certainly comes to my mind, right? Mm-hmm. So.
Have you guys noticed? The word of course, 2020 was pivot, and you're on mute. But also the third word that I became very well aware of, and because it's something that I talk about leaders adding empathy to their leadership tool belt, is we hear a lot more about kindness and empathy. And I'm thinking, as long as I've been alive, which is a long time, I've heard about this kindness thing, right? And there's been a random acts of kindness day. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, so what? We're all really loving and nice and everything today. And then tomorrow, it doesn't matter. We can be evil again. And I'm just like, people, the kindness that I have been the recipient of in 100 million, bazillion, whoever it was that asked, bazillion ways, is a big part of my survival as a human being and as a bereaved parent. People being kind to me, people that don't necessarily understand my heart or my tragedy or my stuff, yet they support me, they love me, they care about me. And that's the same for all of us. We can all, smile at somebody in Safeway. And people are like, well, we've all got masks on. I'm like, you can tell when someone smiles
Yeah.
at you.
Then the
Whether
eyes.
Look at the
Right?
eyes. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, and I mean, and I'm far from, believe me, I'm not always the lovely, caring, lovely angel woman in the car either. I can make up good words too, but I try hard not to.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what's upcoming for you, Glenda? You got lots of things I know happening and in your life and things going on. And
Yeah, I've got lots of work to do on my website and lots of social media stuff and promo stuff. And but I'm really busy because I live on an acreage, which is crazy, and amazing. And then of course I'm involved in the community as much as you can be with our lovely circumstances that are going on. I choose to be a busy person. Busy again. My mom and dad taught me that. My dad lived till he was 90 and my mom 88, and they were busy people in their retirement. And it really was like a good example of, you know, if you want to sit around and I don't know, eat bonbons and drink wine, which sounds really pleasant. But being actively involved, making a difference in your community, keeping your head and your mind sharp, reading books. I read a lot. I read more books now. Like I worked at the library for 14 years and I've read more books in the last 6 months
Mhm.
than I did for people are like, oh, well, you must read lots. And I'm like, what do you think? We read at the library? Like reading is not part of a job at the library, right? And I was a fundraiser. So the only stuff I read was proposals, you know?
Mhm.
And then of course, well, you know this, Bill.
Yeah.
Can we talk about
I was just gonna
the
ask.
festival?
Sure.
Mhm, I was just
Okay.
gonna ask.
So, well, I'm really, really pumped to be helping, volunteering, giving some of my feedback on donor relations and fund development for Ravenwood for the upcoming festival.
yeah,
2022.
2022.
2022, and that's got me really excited because you know you retire and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I wonder if anybody loves me, needs me, what purpose do I have anymore in my life? Oh my gosh. And then people, you know, they want you on their board because of your fund development or your media experience. And thanks to Bill and Cheryl for reaching out to me and saying, you want to help? And I said, absolutely. So we're going to build an amazing, God willing, outdoor festival in
Strathcona County.
Strathcona County
You
in
got it.
June.
June 25th.
Okay. See, I don't know. I'm being a little cautious here because I don't know what I can
I think
say
we're
and
all being a
not
little cautious.
say.
Yeah, we've
I
had
think
to be
we're all-
cautious for the past 2 years.
I think
so.
we're all being a little cautious.
Yeah.
Hey, Glenda,
Mm.
did you know that the eyes are the nipples of the face?
The eyes are the nipple of the face.
Yeah, at least that's what Jeremy
Good old
says.
Jeremy.
Well, you know, okay, then that just makes my imagination
That's
go
love,
crazy.
Glenda,
I'm not sure.
Glenda, love Jeremy.
I'm not sure where to go with that one.
Nicole says, Glenda, which library did you work at?
The one and only at Strathcona County Library and Bookmobile. We have an amazing library here in Sherwood Park and the best bookmobilers in the world that serve the rural community in Strathcona County.
And that is a cool bookmobile, by the way. It's a really neat vehicle.
You know, it was so exciting. We went into a capital campaign for the new, well, it's not new anymore. It's 11 years old, 11th anniversary, November 1st, just celebrated. And we had to raise money, a lot of money in a global recession. Oh my God, who knew how to do that? Anyway, we were successful. But one of the amazing things was raising the money for the new library, but knowing that for the first time, our bookmobile would have a home.
Mhm.
I used to watch my colleagues and they'd carry these crazy plastic bins in the snow and stuff would fall in the snow. They'd fall in the snow. It was so hard. And now they've got this beautiful, beautiful garage for the bookmobile. And at the same time, when we opened the library, it's called a low floor. So it bends. It even has, it's the neatest thing in the world, you guys. It's got, it's full access. So if somebody is in a wheelchair, you can access that bookmobile or with a cane, right? So what did they teach? No barriers to literacy
Nice.
in Strathcona County.
Nice.
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So just, that's doing stuff just like you guys doing stuff.
Doing stuff. And do you find now, Glenda, being retired, I think you kind of have alluded to this, that you're busier now than maybe even when you were working?
I am. And I remember again, my mom used to tell me that and I think, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
What do you mean you're busier? How can you be busier? I mean, they were busy crazy before. And, and I say retired. I retired from the library, but I'm also still a professional speaker and public speaking coach. So I'm not fully retired. But, you get busy doing different stuff, right? I have more time to learn how to do a podcast or work on my website. I haven't been doing enough of that, but you have and time, like I said, to read. I mean, for me I can go on a weekend and read a book. I hadn't done that for, I don't know, 25, 30 years. And so going back to what I said earlier, you value people are like, wow, you got a lot of grass to cut. And I'm like, yes, I do. God bless my little John Deere tractor. Do you know that it is one of the best therapeutic things that I do each summer is I ride around in this little tractor, got my phone, taking pictures of everything. I hate bugs, by the way. And I even take pictures of bugs, for heaven's sake. But, it's just such a sense of, I don't know. It's just, it's incredible. And going back to, before it used to be a chore. Oh my God, I got to get the grass done, blah, blah, blah. It's probably going to rain. And now I'm just like, I can't wait. I mean, I have a hashtag tractor girl when I'm on my tractor. Right. So, yeah. So I guess, it's more like semi-retirement.
Right. And you said it's a great time to reflect on the tractor. How long does it actually take you to do all that space?
I thought I was going to say, how long is it going to take you to
that
reflect
depends.
on that?
Do you reflect on the tractor?
Well, and
Maybe you need a bigger tractor?
I have a little, my little John Deere tractor is like probably the lowest end of John Deere tractors you can get. And so it has a not
Stick
go.
shift.
Yes, reverse and neutral and drive. It doesn't have all kinds of gears that you can go faster. And then it has this, you have to step on the pedal. And if you
Does it have a
put
cup
pedal
holder for
to
your
the
beer?
metal.
Does it have a cup holder for your beer?
Well, I don't drink beer, but it sure does for my wine.
Good.
And
Just
my
checking.
coolers. Absolutely.
Just checking.
But I had to make a rule on that. Thanks for asking. You know
Anytime.
why?
Priorities, Glenda.
Well, no, several years ago, I woke up this one morning and I just went out and I looked at the grass and I'm like, well, what the heck happened? And there was lots of missed places and grass was longer and wasn't straight. And I'm like, okay, 3-4 coolers, can't have those until you're done the grass because it kind of impacted the job that I did. So now it's my reward is I can have a cooler on the tractor and 1 or 2 after. You got to get the work done first, right? It's just like,
first.
I said with you guys, you can have the wine, but you got to finish your big show here today.
Gotta get the work done first.
We've had a really big show.
It's been a really, really, really big show.
Listen, we started this show with a shot of whiskey, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I brought some whiskey and, poured a shot. And before we actually went live, that's how we started. And then a little bit later on, some wonderful people came and brought us some beers.
Tequila.
And brought us some tequila. So we've already indulged, right? But you're right. At this hour, after having put in, shy of 20 hours, it's a very, very good advice to say, let's finish it before.
Yes.
Well, the fact that you guys are still coherent and I mean, when
Careful now.
Well,
Careful now.
I thought you were super coherent. You took instructions when Deb was here. Look at the pottery that you guys did. I was just like, and I think they said they were drinking.
I think Deb set us up. That was actually an IQ test. I think that's what it was.
I think so. I think that's why she chose noon.
I think that's
I'm
what it
going to
was.
come in at noon after these guys have been up all night and see if they can actually do this.
She didn't want us to do pottery. She wanted us to test our IQ. Jeez.
I know, well, you would be listening to it differently, but as a listener, because I listened to it all until I had to drive here, and it was really entertaining. It was informative. Deb is a heck of an instructor, and you guys you took instructions well. I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. So I thought it was a really, really good hour or whatever the time slot was. It was really well done. So and I knew when I heard that Deb was on, I'm like, those guys don't know yet, but she's bringing something for them to do.
Well, she had forewarned me that she was going to be bringing something, but I didn't know because I've done stuff with Deb in the past with the pottery wheel, etc. So I thought, well, is she bringing the pottery wheel? But she wouldn't tell me. So doing the clay the way we did today is the first time I've ever done it that way. So yeah, that was fun.
And then she says that she does the pottery wheel more than not. Like she doesn't do
most events because she bought a portable one.
Yeah.
So it sits on a table.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I didn't know. I knew that we couldn't just sit here and drink, okay, because that probably wouldn't be good for the audience and who knows what. So, I thought, well, what are we going to talk about for like a whole hour? I can talk forever, you guys, but I, don't want to like
Hey,
over here.
guys, the guest is worried about if we're going to be talking for the next hour.
So what I did is, I found these cards. I bought these, I don't know, long time ago. And I just recently found them and I'm like, why did I buy these cards? And then today I'm like, well, you know what? Take them along with you and you can ask the guys some questions.
Uh-oh.
Instead of just you asking me questions, I can ask you questions. How does that sound?
I feel a setup coming on personally.
Yeah. What kind of questions are we talking about here, Glenda?
Okay, so we have actually 300 questions, but I'm not staying that long.
Neither are we.
Neither are we.
We should have started these questions like when you got in your first
Yeah,
hour.
we should have started the first hour.
We've got general knowledge questions. So, these like they're all not, there's no risque.
Oh, you got to
unless
know
choose
stuff.
to. Canadian quiz
Uh-oh.
and festive quiz.
Festivus.
I know you're gonna love them.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Fire some out and we'll see how we do here.
Okay.
Can we be a team can we be a team on these?
Of course you can
Right.
be
Put
a
your-
team.
put your
hand
up
no,
if you know
there's
the
no way
answer.
we're putting anybody on the spot.
Thank gosh.
I'll take general knowledge for one shot of
let's-
wine, please, Alex.
Damn, if we're shooting wide, I want the daily double.
Okay.
Well done, Cliff.
We
Well done.
go. First question, and you said general knowledge.
General knowledge.
Well, and
Uh,
I wonder if you're gonna know
All
this.
my knowledge is gone right now.
What medical procedure is a rhinoplasty?
Oh, nose job.
Nose.
I actually,
Well, look at how smart these people
Nose.
are.
I
It's a
actually
nose.
physically.
Okay, well, I think I'm gonna get rid of
Well,
those.
Yeah, the fact of the matter
man.
is, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, though. Right? I mean, it's a rhino.
Yes,
I
but
actually,
not everybody might know.
that's
that
awesome.
Well,
answer.
I actually used to video operations at the Miz, and
Did you really?
I videoed
Oh my gosh.
a rhinoplasty being done. It's quite
Gosh,
the interesting
God,
surgery to
business.
watch.
Did you seriously?
I did, yeah,
Wow, that's very serious.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Whoa.
mean, I don't know how they fit the rhino in the bed, right?
I'm
Yeah,
wondering
it
that,
was
man.
huge. I was scared to death going in there with that
Oh my
rhino.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready for now? We need to do a fast. This is an easy
Okay,
one. You
Deb's
guys
on,
are gonna
hold on.
know.
Deb's on your side. Deb's saying, "Yay, Glenda! Thanks, you get him good." She says.
Whoa, wait, yo, what do you mean, eh,
what is
Glenda?
that?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and Deb, she must have rushed home so she could keep listening. How
There you
cool
go.
is that? I know that you're going to know this. I know. In Canada, what is Santa's official postal code?
HOHOHO.
Like, how smart are these
I
guys?
know,
Do you
right?
think I should get rid of these
I,
cards?
want,
Like,
I wanted to give Cliff and Paul a chance to answer that one, so I didn't say anything.
well, you know what?
Says the guy who's got a grandkid.
Okay, if you get this one, then I'm throwing these cards out, you guys.
Okay.
I think they're. Is there an age level?
Age level. It says five. It says five.
What the heck?
It says 5 and under, doesn't it?
What's going on?
It says 5 and under.
Jeez.
No wonder they're so easy.
Holy cow.
Does it really?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Now you're probably gonna. If you get this one, then you might. What is the most purchased grocery item in Canada?
Potato.
No, yeah.
I'll say milk. Oh, milk isn't grocery. Milk's dairy.
That's-
Hang on,
that's
grocery.
dairy. In
Grocery. Hang
Canada,
on.
the grocery. I don't know. Beef.
That's meat.
Ready?
That's meat. I'll say potato chips.
God, I'm getting hungry. Do you have guys got any food?
We've been talking food for 21 hours almost.
Guess what it is?
What do you
I'm
like?
surprised that you don't know this, honestly. Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Oh,
dinner.
jeez, we were just talking about
Hey,
that.
no, I said grocery,
grocery.
item.
You said
grocery, item.
Grocery.
Grocery. I know what produce.
No,
Grocery.
no, but in my head, for some reason, I was thinking
Grocery.
Oh, this one. I'm
Kraft
so
macaroni and
excited.
cheese.
I read this one. I cheated with the looking ahead before I got here. If you guys get this one, then like you're just absolutely brilliant. Well, I know you guys are anyway. Canada is the largest producer and exporter of which fruit?
Fruit.
Exporter of which fruit? Oh, me bloody God.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Apples.
I'm gonna say cherries.
Oh, my goodness me gracious.
What about you, Cliff?
Tomatoes are fruits.
I'm thinking.
I was thinking tomato.
Bonbons.
Largest
say
producer
cherries.
and exporter?
And exporter of which fruit? And I think I don't know. I was surprised. I think you're going to be surprised.
Hmm.
So let's do the Jeopardy thing, okay? So I need pears.
Blueberries.
Jeremy
Oh,
got it right.
damn it.
Jeremy said
Blueberries.
Jeremy's
If-
got it right.
Well, where are you, Jeremy? Why aren't you here yet?
Because he's busy on the chat line answering all the questions.
Donna May guessed grapes. Nicole guessed apples.
I said apples.
Blueberries.
Like I say, and it's my number one fruit, and it just happens to be the name of my car. Is
Blueberry.
Blueberry,
is-
nice.
Well, I bought a bike this year, and I had to name her, and she's named after my mom, Anastasia. So then when I got the car, people are like, "Well, what's your car's name?" And I'm like, "Oh, God, I don't know."
Blueberry.
And so it's navy, but it's the color of blueberries. And I'm like, blueberry.
Yeah.
And it's just stuck.
Hmm.
Right?
Sorry, Glenda. Jeremy has a question for you.
Uh-oh.
He's at Tim Hortons. He wants to know if you would like anything.
Well, you know what? Thank you very much for asking. But if I was to have coffee, then Jeremy, I'd be phoning you at 3:00 and saying, "Hi, what are you doing? Want to chat all night?" So no, I thank you very much for asking.
So basically, you'll be phoning him and saying, "Hey, how you doing?"
How you doing? Oh yeah, how you doing?
How you doing?
I've had today.
Want to play a trivia game?
Well, I got some questions for you.
You know-
Boy, have I got some questions for you.
And I just thought we were going to keep it all
Oh, where'd you get those cards from?
Glenda,
Them their
on
cards.
sale.
Glenda, we're keeping it real.
We're keeping
Being
it
authentic.
real.
We are being authentic.
We are keeping it real. We're all authentic. There's no fakes except
Oh,
this
man.
wine, not
Except the wine.
wine, now, whatever.
Oh, I
this stuff.
love
That's
it.
the only fake thing in here. Well, as far as I know, I don't have anything fake going on. Do you guys?
Not that I know of.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Oh, my
None
gosh.
so far.
So do you want to answer any more
Yes,
questions?
yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Hey, I'm just.
Keep them coming.
Oh, well, these
It's-
are too
it's
easy.
keeping us awake.
Like you guys are. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. Well, I do because the answer's here.
Oh.
Tartar sauce
Yes.
is the real name of which famous internet cat?
Tartar sauce is the real name.
Internet
Tartar.
cat.
Tardar. So
Dar.
tardar
Mhm.
sauce. Is tartar sauce and tartar sauce? Tartar.
Tartar sauce. I like tartar sauce on
I
my
will
Is
fish.
it
say
tartar sauce or
tartar.
fish? Tartar.
Tartar.
So what the hell's tartar?
Well,
I
that's
will-
what I'm wondering.
I will say grumpy cat
How do you know that?
because
These kids.
no, it's the only internet cat I know.
Oh,
It's the
He's
only internet cat I
right.
know.
Like if
wow.
It's an internet
I
cat.
was-
It's the only
oh,
internet cat I
wait.
know.
I didn't know that.
have a candy.
That's it.
Did
Hey,
you know
can
that,
I-
Cliff?
Am I
I had no
allowed to
idea.
promote somebody here on these chocolates
Yeah.
that I brought are
Here, do it.
milk chocolate. Oh my God. Gummy bears,
Ooh.
milk chocolate. And they are made, and you guys probably know this individual, Louise Chocolination. She is a chocolatier here in Sherwood Park, and she makes the best chocolates ever. And every couple of weeks, I go to the farmer's market here in Sherwood Park, and I always pick up some milk chocolate gummy bears and also some milk chocolate black licorice. Louise has always got my special bags just
You guys
ready
like black
for me.
licorice? I
So
don't do black
you
licorice.
win
Do you?
to have some gummy bears.
I don't mind black
I'm
licorice.
gonna have one. Can I have
Okay,
one?
we're gonna have
Cover?
one. You can have three, or so.
Mm.
Yeah. Thanks
Wow.
for letting me plug Louise. I don't know if Louise, I wish you were listening. I don't know if you're listening.
We're
Want
ready.
another question?
We're ready.
We're
You guys
waiting.
are ready?
Yeah, we're set.
Okay. Let's go to Canadian quiz because we were maybe able to stump you there. Well, this is interesting. It says Canada was the first country to build a UFO landing pad. True or false?
True.
That's
That
very
is true.
Vulcan, Alberta.
Yeah.
That is true.
True.
Way to go. Yes, it doesn't say Vulcan,
The,
but it
the
is.
UFO
and it's
landing
true.
pad is not in Vulcan. It is in St. Paul.
It's in St.
Oh,
Paul.
it's in
St.
That's
Paul,
that's
right.
right.
In St. Paul.
It is not in Vulcan. It's
So,
That's right, St. Paul.
right?
Oh,
That's pretty cool to think about that. That's
You
in
know.
Alberta, man. Right?
yeah. No, but oh my gosh.
Wow. I wonder if you guys know this one. It's a
Mm.
really exciting question. According to Marvel Comics, in which province was Wolverine born?
Alberta.
Like, did you read these cards before I got here or what?
Well, he's
No.
the comic guy.
Okay, so you're a comic. I didn't know that. Did you know that, Bill?
I'm
Cliff?
just damn smart.
I'm not a comic guy.
I
Well-
am just damn smart.
Well,
By that he means he
know
watches a
that.
lot of TV.
Pretty much.
Wow. Okay.
I marvel at his expertise.
I marvel at his television watching skills.
Mm,
Well,
good.
some of these are
These are
be an
incredible.
age limit on
My
these.
God.
Some of these I'm like, well,
I'm
who
having one
wouldn't
more.
know this? Oh, I didn't know this either. After kissing someone under the mistletoe, what does tradition say you should remove for good luck? No, that's an loaded question. Only nice, good,
Okay, hang
clean answers here, please.
Cliff's,
Okay.
Cliff's laughing. So,
No, I'm-
Hang on.
Wait till you hear the answer.
Hang on.
okay.
well, what should you remove?
What should you remove for good luck
My
after
hat.
you've kissed under the mistletoe?
My hat.
That's a good one. Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Want the answer?
Yes.
Mm.
A berry.
Whoa.
I'm leaving that there. Let's get a new card.
Who's Barry?
I don't know. It didn't say that,
That
but I
was-
don't want
that
to
was very
know.
good.
I don't want
That
to
was
know.
very good.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you guys know this. Okay, do you know anything about the song Fairy Tale of New York?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
Well, then you're probably not going to go because they wanted to know what the NYPD choir was singing. So if we don't know about the Fairy Tale of New York, then I don't think you know it. They were singing the Galloway Bay.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Okay. I'm sure you guys are going to get this one because you all know all the reindeer. Which two of Santa's reindeers have names that begin with the letter C? and you got to tell what they are, of course.
Well, it's not Prancer and
Comet and
Dancer.
Cupid.
You win, like, you need to eat all those candies because you keep winning the prize. I'll tell you.
Gotta love NTN when I played.
Okay, well, these are just, I'm serious. I'm going back to the store and asking what the age level was of these.
I'm
kids.
under five.
Yeah, because Paul's getting them all right.
I didn't mean that like that. Not quite like that. I didn't mean
That's
it
a
like
good
that. I don't know what I
I
meant.
told you, 5 and
Oh
under.
my gosh.
Linda, I'm having another one of your chocolates
Please
just for that
eat
comment.
them all. Okay, this is a good one. How many points are there on the Canadian flag's maple leaf?
10.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say 12, but
No, I was
No.
actually going to say 15.
actually I had 15 in my head, and then I went back to 12, but I think
I
it
don't
might be
know.
15.
No, I
10.
don't. I say 15.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
going to go 15
it
as well.
was between two of you. It was 11.
Oh, I was
Whoa.
close. I said 12. at first.
Again, I
Oh.
didn't know that either.
No, I thought it was.
Okay, so now, since we're all Canadians and should know all of these questions, all the answers, in what year was O Canada officially adopted as the Canadian national anthem?
Oh, 1960 something, wasn't it? Or 1970 something.
Oh, I thought it was early.
You're
that's
getting
too late.
closer,
That's too
Bill.
late,
You're
I think.
getting closer.
1980 something. No, it was 19,
That's too
What'd you
late.
just say?
1980.
Oh, look at that. 3 guesses and you got it
1980.
right. Way to go.
That late.
Wow, I had
I knew
no
it was,
idea.
It was later on. Yeah.
I had no idea it was that
What
late.
happened before 1980 then?
We just
We
stood
didn't
there.
sing.
No, what do we
Please
do?
stand in
What do we-
silence for
don't
1
know.
minute.
I don't know.
Holy cow. Wow.
I had no clue that it was that
Yeah, I knew it was later.
late.
No,
That's really late.
Cheryl said 1967. You were a ways off.
No, that was that was
Bicentennial.
1860
That was the centennial,
bicentennial.
yeah.
That was the centennial
Yeah.
year, right? So
Sorry, 1980 on the nose?
1980 for the anthem.
1980 is what I mean. Now, I mean, I don't know. Like, if I don't know, maybe they're lying on some of these cards. I have no idea. Oh, this is a good one too. In what year did Canada first host the Summer Olympic Games?
60 was in Montreal. 67.
No.
that was
1975.
no, that was World's Fair.
1975. 76.
Yay!
Good
Way
one.
to go, Bill.
Good one.
Again, I knew it was in the
Good one.
70s, mid 70s. I just
So,
couldn't
like,
remember.
these guys are pretty flippin' smart. Are
Good
they
one.
saying that, or I can't read the comments without my glasses. Are they saying that you guys are smart, or are they
No.
even like entertained by
Well,
any of
they're
this?
talking
or-
about chocolates.
Pretty much right.
Yeah.
How about the chocolates?
This is the bomb, by the way. Oh my
I know all I
gosh.
can hear in my headphones is
Holy cow.
They are, like I say, Louise is a chocolatier, and she makes amazing chocolates. She is at different farmers markets, but the one that is held on Wednesdays over close to the community center in Sherwood Park is where Louise is every Wednesday. And she makes the best suckers for kids, you know, like on Santa's and all the other characters for Christmas. She makes the most decadent hot chocolate bombs, you know, where you throw this bomb chocolate into a big cup of hot milk, and it just melts, and it's so decadent.
Hey, Glenda, sorry, not sorry. I'm eating all your chocolates. You
But
know
they're
that,
your
right?
chocolates. I brought them for you
Oh
guys.
my gosh. Here. I've had like 5.
I'm good right now.
You
Thank
sure?
you. Yeah. Chocolate. Chocolate Nation is the name, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
Chocolate
Nicole's
Nation.
asking again what the name is.
Chocolate Nation.
Chocolate
Yep, you got it,
Nation.
Deb.
And it's
Yep,
you
got
can get a hold of Louise at info@Chocolate Nation. So CHOCLINATION.ca, and it's Louise of Chocolate Nation.
Yeah.
Got that? Good. Do we want to do any more questions, or is this boring, you guys?
Is it
Should we talk
gonna
about other
make
stuff?
Paul continue chewing in the microwave, in the microphone?
In the
I'll
mic-
back up.
chewing in
I'm
the
sorry. I'll
microwave.
back up. I hadn't
God,
realized.
gracious me, right in the ear.
I hadn't realized. I'm sorry. I'll back up.
Question? Do we
One
want more questions,
I'm ready.
audience?
We still have
Because
some
it's all
time.
about them,
We still
ready.
got some time.
right?
I'm
Okay.
ready. I'm good. I'm ready.
All right. La 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 la. I can't even say that word, so I won't. I can't ask a question if I can't say the word.
Huh.
Okay, I don't know if maybe other people are into video games. I play Slotomania on my phone. That's about as good as I get
Nice.
at video games. It says, which video game features Loot Lake?
Not a clue.
Loot Lake.
Loot Lake.
Very, very, even I know about this video game.
L-U-T-E. Loot Lake.
Loot, like like loot money, L-O-O-T.
Okay,
Lake.
Oh, loot.
Uh,
I'll take a stab.
Angry Birds.
No.
I'll take a stab. I'm going to say Legend of Zelda.
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush.
No, it's a very probably a couple of years ago was extremely everybody in the whole
It's a
universe
driving
seemed to
game.
be playing it. No, it's it starts with F.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad word.
Oh, I was just gonna
Okay,
say.
no
I was gonna
swearing on
Glenn,
here,
no.
right? Want to know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got nothing.
Fortnite.
Oh,
No.
You guys have never heard
Fortnite.
of that?
so
Yeah.
there was a 4-letter word in there. It's
I-
just not the
well,
one
like
I
I
was
said.
That's the
thinking.
one you were thinking.
Right? Well, good. That's probably a good thing, right?
I was a little late with my answer, but
Do
My
we
kids might have known that one.
yeah.
do we want to know anything about, or do you know anything about the royal family? Here's a question. In which year did Prince William marry Catherine Middleton?
Oh, me bloody God.
Good job.
Two, 2010.
2005.
2011.
2006.
Yay!
There we go.
Wait.
I'm always one off.
Like,
I won't touch that one.
are you guys Harry Potter fans? Anybody Harry
Yeah.
Harry
bit.
Potter?
Yep.
Yeah, all these, everybody's. I
Okay,
think,
so
here.
well,
Yeah.
not everybody.
Cheryl popped up.
No,
20.
not
Okay.
me, but everybody else.
Everybody else
Yeah.
except Cliff and I.
Except me.
What?
Oh,
And me too.
Okay, good.
Right? What present did Harry Potter receive, whoever this from Dumbledore, for his first Christmas at Hogwarts? What present did Harry
wand?
Potter receive from
No.
Dumbledore? Who's Dumbledore? Who's Dumbledore?
He's the
One of the
headmaster.
professors, right?
He's the
Okay.
headmaster.
For his first Christmas at Hogwarts.
When did you
Oh,
get the owl?
the owl.
invisible cloak.
There we go.
Yay! You get
Had
another.
to-
This
had
guy,
to-
he
Where
gets
did we
all
get
the
Owl from?
candies
I had to-
here,
I had
man.
to
I'll
think
tell
about that
you.
one.
I told you, 5 and under.
Oh.
Had to think about that one.
Okay. Oh, this is an easy one, but I know you guys will get it. So we all love Frosty the Snowman, right?
Do we?
We're lives.
Well, don't we? Don't we love Frosty? Except when he melts.
Except
Poor
when he
guy.
melts. Poor little bastard.
According to the song, you're all going to be singing Frosty the Snowman.
You're damn right.
Right.
What
Frosty
is
the
Frosty
Snowman.
the Snowman's nose made of?
Carrot.
What'd you say?
Carrot.
Oh, sorry, button
Button.
nose.
And a button nose.
Sorry,
Yes.
button.
Saturday!
Saturday.
Saturday!
Cheryl says, "Did I win?" That was on the royal question. Yeah, 2011 is correct, Cheryl. But I think I already said it.
Hey, I got to ask you this. I'll ask you this question after.
Shoot.
Yesterday, the Canada Post released, and if you haven't seen it or bought it, you need to, of Buffy St. Marie.
Oh, that's I read about it.
The postage
I read about
stamp
it, yeah.
it's amazing. I went and bought 3 packages. The lady said, "Oh, who are you sending them to?" I'm like, I don't know. I just like the stamp. Anyway, you get it in this little booklet of the 10 stamps and just a stunning picture of her performing at a microphone, and then the most gorgeous picture of her. And this woman is 80 years old.
I know.
80 years old. And so she's got this beautiful stamp. Go online and check it
Oh,
out.
that's cool.
Canada
Good.
Post.
Thank you for reminding me because I did read about it.
Yeah, it's just like
Well-
I say, just stellar. So
Wow.
Why did I tell you that story? You're like, okay, where'd you go, lady?
The answer is Buffy St. Marie.
No, it's not, but it could be. Which country was the first to issue a Christmas postage stamp?
The Vatican.
Country.
Vatican City.
Country.
What is a country?
Body, but yeah.
Vatican
Closer to
Nonetheless.
home.
Closer to home.
Real close.
Like Canada, seriously?
yes.
No way.
It says it's, well,
Really?
I don't know.
That's
but we
crazy.
could write to this company and say, are these really factual answers or what?
Are you
right?
sure?
It says right here, which country. That's why it prompted me to
Yeah.
talk about
Yeah.
Buffy, right?
I'll be darned.
So, you know, like, is that
Does,
cool?
does it give a year, Glenda?
No, it just says Canada.
Okay,
Well,
but
And yeah,
And, you know, like they're just little cards with a question
Wow.
and a little answer.
Little
Not,
answer.
no big answers
big
here,
cards,
folks.
little answer.
Okay. Well, I bet you guys are going to know this. And no, it's not vodka. And it's, what else did you have to keep? No,
Potatoes.
tequila. No. Which alcohol is traditionally added to the base of a Christmas trifle?
rum.
I'll
Oh,
say
Breton,
Cointreau.
Starts with S.
That was a good guess.
Say
No, it can't be
Schnapps.
Scotch?
Schnapps.
Shh. Harry.
Sherry.
Sherry. Sherry.
Sorry, I hope that didn't come across
Thank you,
as
sir.
like it did here. So, are you guys enjoying these? Like, we're
Yeah.
learning something? Are they learning something?
I think we're learning something.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks, buddy. Jeremy. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks,
Jeremy brought coffee for these guys. No,
Jeremy.
that's okay. I didn't need any because I
Cheers.
talk really, really, really fast.
Cheers. Two sugar. Yes. Thank you. Well, I think so anyway.
How much time we got here? So we got
You got some
approximately
time.
around 11 minutes or something like that. Or how
Where'd
much?
you pick these up?
At Indigo.
Wow, I gotta get these.
And it was after Christmas, and they were, you know, I don't know, 50% off. And then I've got an Indigo card, and so they were like almost giving. They were almost paying me to
Yeah.
get them.
Yeah.
And I just thought, well, these are really cool. I'm a Toastmaster, and quite often we do for our
Yeah.
impromptu speaking sessions, we need good questions, right?
Yeah.
So I bought these and then kind of put them somewhere. I don't know where. And then magically they appeared yesterday, and I went. And then today, once Deb came and did this outstanding job with all the clay work and that, I'm like, oh my God, well, this is going to be boring if we're just going to sit and talk, right?
Never is.
You know, we
I-
need a
I
little
agree.
bit of
Yeah.
engagement, right?
Well, what was interesting was when you said you brought out these cards and you said, "Can I ask you a question?" I was like, "Please don't be Cards Against Humanity."
we
It's actually
That'll
a family
take a
edition of
turn.
that
I
game
wonder,
now.
you know, is it, you guys would know this? You're the podcast experts. Okay, so in the radio industry, there's the CRTC, and if people say or do crazy stuff on air, on TV, boy, oh boy, do they get heck. Is there anything like, there can't be, because some of the podcasts I listen to, I'm like,
In the States.
Well,
did they
they're not-
really say
yeah,
that?
They're not
They've
CRTC
said it again.
regulated.
Oh my goodness, they've said that word several times. They're,
In the States?
Independent media.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
independent
so-
media. It's not CRTC
so there's no
regulated.
okay, so there's no regulation.
No.
You can say, because like I say,
No.
I've listened to a few where I'm like,
Okay, but wait a minute.
oh,
There is regulation. I mean, you know, you can't spew hate speech.
right,
You
or
know, you can't-
slander,
and you know, you can't advocate harm to children and so on and so forth. You
God.
can't do
But
any
that's-
of that.
But that's only according to their constitution. That's only according to their laws, though, not a specific entity
No, a specific entity. Google
in the States.
of
Oh,
course.
is there?
Google has everybody has a terms of service.
yes,
True,
you're
true,
right.
true. Right,
And if
Yeah.
you,
right,
and if you
right,
read
right.
Google's terms of service and Facebook's terms of service and all these
Yeah.
people,
That's right.
I mean, I can get on here and say the F word all I want, and Facebook might shut me down. Google, what do you
YouTube.
call it? YouTube won't, because
Yeah.
in their terms of service,
that's not considered vulgar.
Right.
What's considered vulgar is if what I previously mentioned.
Right.
So they do have it. It's just a different set of circumstances.
Well, and have you ever had this happen to you? I haven't, but I've had a few friends where what do they call it? They get put in Facebook jail.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like,
Mhm.
what do you mean?
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm off for so many days.
And there's
I
your
don't know what that
example.
means.
Paul,
and
right?
then
Yeah.
there'll
You're right.
be
Yeah, you're right.
now
Maybe your account.
I did have a circumstance, and thank God Facebook got a hold of me, because I sometimes only of my own child, but I take pictures at the cemetery because I do all kinds of cool and weird and what some people might consider weird, and so I take pictures of all kinds of cool and neat things that happen there. And obviously I must have offended somebody and I don't take pictures of graves. Okay. Just so that people are aware of that.
Which wouldn't be a big thing.
Well, of my own
Right.
own person, absolutely. Of others, no. I have utmost disrespect for in memory of people that have passed on.
Mhm.
But anyway, it must have offended somebody
Right.
because all of a sudden Facebook was getting hold of me and you've got to take this down. And I'm like, why? What do you? And somebody has reported this as whatever. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You're kidding me. You're actually kidding me.
Mhm.
And so they didn't put me in Facebook jail, and I didn't have to remove it because I just said to them like, "This is I'm sorry, you're wrong." It wasn't hateful, it wasn't offensive,
Correct.
it wasn't sexual, it was whatever, right? So again, different, and to do with grief, we all know this, that different people deal with different things in different ways or
100%.
can't handle things well.
But Jeremy says there are literally
yeah.
websites dedicated to gravestones. And I mean, to your point, Glenda, I mean, what are you going to go to Graceland and not take a picture of Elvis's gravestone?
Well, but I guess
no.
see, I'm very open about it. This is something that I do. I don't drink beer. I don't like beer. But every year
very
on
open
my
of you,
son's
Glenda.
birthday, I drink a beer at the cemetery for my kid,
Mhm.
right? And many of my friends and some of my colleagues are like, "That's so cool," and I'm like, "Oh, thanks." For me, it's the norm. Like I'm trying to do something in memory of my kid, right? And on his birthday, I know he'd be drinking a beer. And so that's what I do. So to me, I find that, more positive than weird, but
Well.
other people don't.
So would you mind if I asked you about your child?
My son, Daryl, his name is Daryl. Yes. And he's the love of my life.
Nice. Could I ask you about him? Is that too
Please.
private?
No, in fact, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I made a post today
Okay.
specifically about this topic when people, especially if it's a child,
Right.
especially if you've lost a child, oh gosh. And I know that we've got people here that do understand. It's more important to the bereaved that people remember and say our person's
Speak the
name.
Speak the name.
The name. It is the silence that is so hard for us to
Correct.
deal with. So thank you.
Correct.
Yes.
So what happened? How long?
My son died in a car accident. He had just turned 21.
Oh wow.
And he, like I say, he's the love of my life. Greatest gift that I was ever given. And he was a great volunteer too. He coached baseball, girls baseball. He used to come home and say, well, I can't say the words how he'd describe it, because it's we're here. But he basically like, what the hell is the matter with women? And I'm like, excuse me, you're talking to a woman and you're asking me. He's like, they cry. They cry when they're happy. They cry when they're sad. They cry if they get struck out. They cry if they get a home run. What is wrong with women, Mom? I'm like, absolutely nothing. And boy, oh boy, are you getting educated, son.
That's an awesome story.
So, well, and after when my son passed, some of the things you either remember the most horrific, crazy things that people say or do, or you remember the most precious gifts. And I had one mom, I'd never met her, and and she wrote me a card. And what she told me was she gave me a visual of her watching my son coach
Oh wow.
the girls baseball team. And he, you know, she said he loved those girls. He loved those girls, Glenda, so much. And this is a woman that I'd never, ever met in my life.
Isn't that a gift? Eh?
And I have that card and will treasure it for the rest of my life. So, you know, when people say, oh my God, I didn't know what to do, just share a memory about the person.
Right.
If you didn't know them, say their person's name.
Right.
And you will be giving them the greatest gift that or I've said to people, you don't have to say anything, just sit down and listen.
Right.
Just sit and be quiet, you know? So thank you for that. Gosh, and we've gone from flipping Christmas things and but we've got Jeremy here that's got all kinds of great coffee and so I guess we should wrap things up here, shouldn't we?
It's been an absolute pleasure.
The pleasure's been ours, Glenda.
Well, you know what? I just want to say thank you. It's it really means a lot to me, you know, to be here today with you guys and to be sharing your success and your 100th, and you're going to be, I don't know, 121, 122. I don't know what episode. We're over 100 people. It's, and you know, and I just really appreciate being a guest and having the opportunity to keep it real and be authentic and just talk about whatever the heck we wanted to talk about, you guys.
Awesome.
It's been very cool.
Awesome.
No,
So,
thanks, Glenda.
So just in final conclusion, I'd like to say that, you know, that as you get older, you experience deja vu more often. And I would like you to experience this kind of deja vu at least one more time. So come back and see us sometime, will you?
I was just going to say, will you do the honor of coming back?
Okay, thank you. I would love that, and I've got a few few ideas that I've spoke to Bill. I know separate entity, but again, I love to talk, so I hope that I've given you at least the opportunity to say something, you guys. Have you?
For sure.
Yes?
No, you bet. Glenda.
And
I don't recall saying
one
a
or
single
two.
word.
One or two.
Well, you know what? And
When did
also
you get here, Glenda?
a big shout out to the audience, right?
know,
That
right?
has been engaging
I know.
and been making comments and supporting you guys.
Yeah, I know.
Like, so kudos. Thank you, everybody.
Some of these people, we're just looking at some of these people, Glenda, they haven't slept.
Well,
Donna May's been with us.
so you're as crazy as
since
these guys.
Pretty much the get-go.
Yeah.
Laura's been on pretty much the get-go. William's been on pretty much the get-go.
That's amazing.
Nicole's been on. Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
so, you know, like, be proud when you go to sleep, whenever that is. Well, Bill isn't going to, Bill's going to a hockey game.
Yeah,
he said.
I forgot about that.
My night's not over.
Oh, I forgot
I'll be
about
getting
that,
home
buddy.
like Jeremy's in the back laughing at me right now. So
Thanks again for the opportunity, guys. Thanks to the
Glenda.
audience. It's
Yeah, appreciate you
been,
coming.
You're amazing.
Awesome.
You're amazing.
Awesome. Thank you. So are you guys.
Pleasure to meet you, Donna.
I can be
Listen,
whoever
okay,
you
it's okay.
want me to
21
be.
hours.
21
21
yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
it's okay, John.
It's okay, Sean. It's all right. Saturday.
Come on in, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
You're a final guest of the 21-hour marathon.
Yeah, you can tell that's a scheduling thing, like where I asked to have this hour, not you guys planning. Like, oh, who can we have for the last hour? We should have been swapped around, I think. That's a hard act to follow.
No way. I'm going home to listen to you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Glenda, just before you leave, come see me real quick because there's still more questions that are coming up.
Questions?
So, Jeremy, thanks for the Tims.
You
Really
betcha.
appreciate it.
Dude,
Keeping it real.
thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
And
And you know, for me in particular, it's mixed. Perfect.
Good stuff.
It's a lovely thing.
and what was in there? Did you say double cream, double sugar?
No, I said 2 sugar,
I don't
one
have
cream.
sugar, 1 cream.
And guess
Oh,
what?
Yes.
Guess what? The actual writing says 2 cream, 1 sugar. So it's
Okay,
opposite.
so then I was like, oh
But
no, they
guess
got
what?
it wrong.
But it's mixed correct.
Ha,
Here.
So don't ask me how that happened.
dyslexic.
Either way, it's brilliant.
I put the sexy in dyslexia, right?
Exactly.
Excellent. Well, Jeremy, thanks for coming in, and it's actually good for.
Laura says Saturday.
Is that what day
Laura,
it is?
shut up.
Is that what day it is?
Is that
Yes.
Saturday?
Okay.
You guys are on the same page.
Oh my God.
I started this at about the third hour, I think. I don't know when it was. But
Sometime today.
So I should probably start by saying I had an excellent night's sleep last night, and I slept in to like
Okay,
9
thanks,
o'clock
Jeremy.
this morning.
Yeah. Okay, this interview's over. I'm going to mute that mic.
That's right.
Muting the
Hey, where's
mic
the
right
kid?
now. The interview's
Jeremy, where's the kid?
We didn't. He's got
He's
pneumonia today.
Oh no.
Well, not just today.
Is he
but-
okay?
Yeah, I mean he will be. He just
Oh,
he
sorry
gets
to hear.
coughing so much, and then he
done.
gags and pukes, and not fun.
Yeah.
But he's
Well-
high spirited and good
Thanks,
energy. Just sick.
did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Love it.
The special mug.
I
Yeah.
had it here all
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And hey, Jeremy, I have to say it's a pleasure to actually meet you in person. Like, I
Yeah,
know you and
likewise,
Cliff are
buddy.
best buddies,
you.
but we obviously chat back
This
and
is the
forth and
first.
talk to you. So, and I've asked this to everybody that we've just met for the first time.
Yes.
Are you surprised to see how tall we actually are in real life?
I mean, I think
You're pretty
like,
amazed, aren't you?
so amazed. I mean, we're
Yeah.
the same height right now. I
Why do you think I don't stand up out of this chair, Jeremy?
so it's like with dating. I mean, all heights are the same when. So I'm told.
So I'm told.
Don't have any. Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
Take care.
Bye, darling.
Hey, Aaron Ashley, dude. Aaron says, I think if you guys went for
Is that like a
240
Guinness-
hours,
Is that like a
you
Guinness
could
World
become
Record?
world famous.
Is that like a Guinness World Record?
I don't
Like
know.
that?
Some unbelievable.
Yeah, we went for 240 hours.
Not happening.
No.
Aaron,
I don't even
Aaron.
want to think about it.
This is hour 21, dude.
Yeah, hour
Yeah.
21.
And it's more than that because I mean, we showed up here early to
we
set
were
up.
here setting
set
up.
up.
Yeah, Cliff was here to help me, and
Unbelievable.
yeah,
Now, do you guys have to tear everything down before?
tomorrow.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you have a
I'll,
bit
I'll
of.
be back tomorrow to tear it down. Tearing down is always so much easier than setting up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Yes.
So
true.
yeah, so that makes it.
It's
Aaron
much
says-
faster.
Aaron says, "Oh wait, what about this? A podcast that goes 24 hours, but you guys sleep and do the shifts, but
the
it never
podcast that
ends."
never ends.
I like
Just
it.
keeps going on and on. My
8-hour
friends.
Um,
Cliff, you mentioned to Glenda about deja vu. I
right.
just had some deja vu. Saturday.
I missed that. Oh man.
Jeremy, you know Cliff very well. Bill and I don't know you. Tell us about yourself a little bit. So where did you learn Cliff? Credit card number?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bank account information.
That's right.
Tell us everything, Jeremy.
Let's
In a nutshell,
see.
buddy. No pressure.
So in a nutshell, I seem to learn lessons the slow way and get a slow start on life. My wife and I, we recently in the global scale of things, we've met in our mid 30s and kind of starting the family late and all that. But going back farther than that, Cliff and we worked years ago. He was my manager at the Brick back when, we both, I don't know, we in our I don't know the word, and there's a word for
Prime. Cliff, you had Prime?
yeah, I guess. Yeah, no. But yeah, I like this. So this is my first time on a podcast, but like I not my first time streaming, as it turns out. I do stream playing video games every Saturday. So my night's not over yet either. I'm going to be going probably.
Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be going to like midnight or so.
We got to get it in. It's the last hour. We got to get it a few times. Sorry, Jeremy. Continue on.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
continue.
I think as much as like all the things that happened to me or done in my life, the best parts of my life are the people. And my wife, I couldn't ask for a better wife. My son is amazing. And he's got the best godparents, as it turns out. So yeah.
For the record, that's me and my wife. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Yes.
Just clearing things up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
So, James, you're asking what my stream/Twitch is. I stream on Twitch. Go by the name New Ultra Broad. If you want a quick and easy way to get there, I built a link tree before I came here today, just in case anybody asked that question.
Cool.
So link tree /Jeranon. So that's
Awesome.
You'll find me.
Well, and Jeremy, as you probably know, Cliff has told us many wonderful things about your godson, but all bad things about you. So,
it's
but his
pretty accurate.
godson, I should say, his godson, your son.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how much he loves having his godson and being the godfather and stuff. Godfather. Notice I threw that in
The
there.
Godfather. Nice.
Yeah.
Godfather.
What? How you doing?
Yo,
Yeah,
Papa
yo,
C.
yo.
Papa C, that's right. Well, and
Saturday.
all the bad things he says about me, I mean, to be fair, I think it reflects more on his taste in people than anything. I've been in his life for like 15 years now, so
Nice one.
so
It has little to do with you, eh, Jeremy? Really.
That's right.
Yeah, but we do appreciate all your comments that fly into the chat. You keep us on our toes for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
This is fun because I can like make real-time comments. I don't have to wait for the delay for somebody to read the comment. I can just stick it in there.
Do it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sticks it in and
Truth be told, too, in a lot of your comments, you know a thing or two.
I like to think so.
Yeah, you know a thing or two.
Thank you.
Mm.
Yeah. I think as a kid growing up, I was a know-it-all little shit. And that has been, pretty constant.
We've seen that obviously with your comments because they're either hilarious or they're really intelligent comments that go well with what we're discussing,
Thank you.
or giving us something more to discuss about our topic that maybe we didn't think about. So, yeah, it's been really good having you on the chat board. So I don't know, how many episodes have you actually heard or seen of the Podlie podcast? And be honest,
I'm probably in the lower end, because there was definitely like a space of like 50 episodes or so that I was not there, maybe in the middle, but
You
like
never
the
listened
first-
when it was audio only, right?
Yep, Mixler.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Started there, and then when you guys started streaming, then never looked back. I don't even think I bothered putting Mixler on my new phone just because.
Yeah, we went away from it.
Yeah. But no one. I was there for probably the first 20 to 30 episodes, and then it's only in the last 20 or so that I've kind of come back to the fold, and
It's good to have you back.
Well, thank you. It is a pleasure to see you guys every Monday. I mean, it's definitely something we look forward to. There are a few that we just, life happens and we can't make it, but it is always something we look forward to being a part of. And even if it's me typing and responding while Andrea's working out and throwing the comments in. And but
Cool.
Yeah, but
just want to read a quick thing here. It says, Aaron says also, we are doing a COVID forced vaccination documentary. Any chance you would like to interview us? I'll just speak to the three of us, Aaron. I think we would. However, you should have talked to us earlier on, and you could have come in person and done it. But perhaps we can arrange for a Zoom in, Bill, or
could be added to the stream.
Could be added to the stream. Aaron, why don't you and I speak a little further? We're not on this Monday, but we're on the following Monday, and so on and so forth.
Why aren't we on this Monday?
Because
it's Saturday.
Wait, there's not a Monday podcast?
Not this coming. No.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Must listen.
He's getting up. He's going to get up and leave. He's leaving.
What am I even here for?
So Aaron, you and I can speak, my friend, and then of course I'll speak with my compadres over here, and see if we can set up a time. But it's too bad you guys didn't call us earlier, because we could have met in person. But hey, all good.
And Nicole, to answer your question, I usually play Mario Maker 2. So that way people that watch me play, they can send their levels in. I can play it, interact with them, tell them what I like, what they did well. That's kind of another level of interaction. So and I didn't bring Google or Alexa with me, but for anybody who's listening, hey, Google, play Up and Down by the Venga Boys.
By the Venga Boys.
Up and down.
Yes.
And up and down.
Rowan loves dancing to that song.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Going old school.
Going old school.
That's right.
And sorry, Bill, I cut you off there when I wanted to read that comment before it scrolled up.
No, it's okay. I've now I was trying to go back to actually thinking what I said. I lost my train of thought.
Okay, well.
So That's okay though.
Difficult to lose a
We're in the
train.
last-
I don't know how you would lose a
Derailment
train.
is allowed after 21
it was
hours.
a
Bill.
derailment. Yeah, as we get down into
That's
the last
allowed after 21 hours.
50 minutes here. But no, again, like I said, I just wanted to commend Jeremy for his interaction and his way of interacting with us.
Jeremy, what do you want to hear
is
the
great.
next 100 episodes?
Next 100 episodes.
What do you want to hear?
I think, especially as I'm expecting or hoping that, yeah, I mean,
That's
clearly
nice.
people sing it. No, as
Cliff
I'm
and I-
hoping restrictions go away and things can be a little bit more consistently in person. I think you guys were at the point where you were starting to get to, like, we were gonna do, like, what was it, that movie night we were gonna go
Right.
watch
Oh, we were
Top
there,
Gun,
dude.
and Top Gun still hasn't come out yet.
We
It
were
hasn't been
there,
released.
dude.
I
We
know.
were there.
I was excited. Like, I think more in-person things, and I like this idea that you had people come in here, but I think it would be neat to have that as something like maybe once a month you get a guest on or something, or I don't
Yeah.
know.
At your house?
If that's where you want to do it. I've got not quite this setup, but this no. You're welcome anytime.
So basically, what you're saying, if I can potentially put words in your mouth, is once a month you'd like a fourth voice.
Sure. And it wouldn't be the worst thing put in my mouth.
Have a go-
I mean, let's be honest here.
Okay, Saturday.
God, I hope we're talking about that
Saturday.
fourth voice. God, I hope we're talking about that fourth voice.
I don't know. I've had to eat my cooking, so
There you go.
I'm glad you clarified that. Get great clarification there, Jeremy.
Yes, you dirty-minded
That's
people.
I know, but I mean, so let's generalize it.
Yeah.
We kind of go pretty much comedy now, pretty much pithy, pretty much nothing. We don't really talk about anything anymore, as far as serious content goes. It's mostly fun. It's mostly responding to jibs and
Yeah.
jibes on whatever the case may be.
Yep.
Is that a good format? Should we go back to some serious discussion?
Yeah, I really like the serious discussions. I think sometimes the going back might take away from the podcast. Like, I think, like, you get a flow going, but then not necessarily every comment maybe needs to be read on air, especially if, like,
Yeah.
if the conversation has moved on, then you don't necessarily want to go back to.
Oh, we talked.
We
about
agree.
that.
We did. We
Okay.
talked
We
about
did. Yeah.
getting
Okay.
away from
That's
that.
funny you should mention that, because we've talked
We
about
did.
that a couple times
because
now.
Yeah.
it's something that I think, like, I mean, the conversation
can
should
read.
be organic.
You know it.
And that's just it. Everybody's got a device in
Yeah,
front of
we
them that
talked
they
about
can
that.
see
And
and,
it cuts
and
the momentum.
cross-caught and
Yeah.
or
Cuts the
cross-talking.
momentum, right?
it does, yeah. And people, like, I mean, even in my own, like, when I'm streaming or that, like, I try to get to the comments, but sometimes it's just people that know each other or have interacted before from other streams. They're talking in my chat. Great. I mean, it's about the community. It's like, and I guess not every comment is, like, I mean, some of mine especially aren't necessarily worth reading on air, so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I know we
That's-
totally agree.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I'd actually, especially now that we have people listening at the moment, that's actually something I would almost request from the people on the chat line, is to interact with each other. If you
Yeah.
like something that Jeremy says, like it. If Jeremy likes something that Nicole says, give
That's
her the jibe,
yeah.
right? And so on and so forth, because hopefully as the podcast grows, we won't have an opportunity to answer everything.
No.
So what happens is, if we get this interaction between not only the listeners, but when we can and something strikes,
Yeah,
we get a chance to respond as well.
absolutely.
I think that
We want to facilitate, sorry to
No,
interrupt,
continue.
Cliff. We want to facilitate a discussion between you and Laura and Nicole.
Yeah.
And do you know what I mean? And we want to continue the facilitation.
Yep.
We don't want to necessarily have to keep going with the communication,
Yeah.
I guess. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you've provided kind of the platform and the
There you go.
place where people can interact and I mean, and yeah, it's community building. It's we've got this community that comes back every week to talk and hang out, and I mean, just have a great time. I'm not sure what words I can say on Facebook.
Yeah,
so-
exactly, yeah.
It's okay, neither can we.
So Nicole says, "Hey Jeremy, be careful what you put in your mouth."
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
And Laura says, "How many times do we have to talk amongst ourselves?"
Well, it happens every time we deviate from the topic.
That's right.
That's right.
Laura just pounds on us. The moment we stray,
I know.
you know, she just pounds on
She's
us.
the first one
I
putting in,
know.
"Are we going to the topic?" You start
Yeah.
saying your comments.
Yeah.
Are you getting to the topic? Is there a topic?
Such a hard ass,
Right.
man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I guess if you ever need a producer.
Yeah, she's it. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Floor
Yeah.
director, producer.
All you have
get
to
a-
all you have to say is, "Laura, can you keep us on that?" That'd be it. She'd be like, "You
Right.
got it."
Now, something you guys used to have way back in the day that you don't now. I know there were commercials
We
in
did
the
have
podcast.
early on, yeah, when we were doing the audio version of it. Yeah,
I guess what happened to that? Because it was neat. Because like I think the Podrie lady.
Yeah, Deborah Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would have the ads on there.
Yep.
It's cool. Like, but I mean that's it too. Like if you get guests on here or whatever, I mean, then you can encounter people that way as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be an ad, but like the local, like going back to what was it Glenda was saying about the local content. Like I think, you know, having those introductions, even though they're ads or whatever, like that introduction to somebody local, somebody.
I think it's the video that put the kibosh on that. Right?
Okay.
yeah. When we went to video, we pulled the ads. Yeah,
That makes sense because otherwise it's just video pointing at.
we're sitting there quietly and the ad is
And
playing.
then the ad is playing. Right? So,
Yeah,
what we can possibly, because it wasn't a video ad, it was an audio ad. Right?
It's yeah,
that makes sense.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's yeah.
So possibly what we can do, and that's something that we can talk about too, where you fade the video, right,
Yeah.
and bring the audio up, and so you see blurry images of us, but nothing's happening.
Or the
right?
Podlie background
Or the
or
Pod-
whatever.
Podlie
Or-
background.
Yeah, you
Or-
can put a background on.
If they have contact information, you could also, you know, bring up like a QR code or
Something like that, right?
something pertinent to that ad. Or yeah.
Andrea says hi.
Hey, I know her.
Nicole says, no, pick me up, your producer. Pick me up, a producer, okay? And Laura says, I would. And Leslie Ann says, I miss
Yeah.
the big blue.
We haven't
thumb.
used the big blue
Don't
thumb.
worry about
I-
Leslie Ann. He'll be home in an hour.
Yeah.
Big blue thumb.
Leslie Ann, don't worry.
I,
He'll be home
I'll
in
have
an-
to get
the
that
big
back
blue
on my
thumb will
board.
be home in an hour, Leslie Ann.
Yeah, we haven't played that for
That's
a long time, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Jamie Hill says, almost done.
Yeah.
Why so quick to get us out of here, Jamie? Jamie.
She's bloody had it.
Apparently. Apparently.
Yeah.
I was sleeping when it would have happened, but did you take the opportunity to say good
Yes.
morning and welcome?
Yes, he did.
Nice.
Because Robert McMahon.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, right? Robert was the one that did the math and put it
Nice.
on there earlier on, saying, "Hey, this better be an epic. This better be an epic. Good evening and welcome."
I'm very much looking forward to going back and listening to these 21 hours over the course of the next
Oh
couple
my
of
God!
weeks.
Good luck.
And it is in 3 parts because
Okay.
we didn't realize Facebook only allows us to go at 8 hours at a time.
Yeah, they stopped
So
it.
Yeah.
so we had to shut down and re-sign in. So there'll be 3 8-hour parts on the Facebook page.
Gotcha.
You could just take the next week off
okay.
and start doing it on Monday.
Saturday.
It was a request.
It was a
We're getting requests
We're
now.
getting requests now.
Right.
Andrea says, Jeremy left all the work to me. I'm reorganizing our poultry.
Pantry.
No,
Poultry. Jeremy, you got chickens.
Chickens.
Skin on, Andrea. Skin on.
Sorry, Jeremy. I thought I just sneaked that in there, buddy. See if anybody noticed.
Why you leave home for a bit and all of a sudden there's chickens.
Exactly. Originally, we'd planned to have both Andrea and I here, but then with Rowan getting sick, and then Andrea was sick earlier this week too.
Oh, really?
So then we decided, okay, well, it'd be just me. Well,
Yeah.
now she's
Mhm.
feeling better, so we could have had somebody, but
Technically, could have, yeah.
Yeah.
it was too late. So
Well, I
Plans were
mean,
made.
based on our last recommendation, we might have to have Andrea on as one of
Yeah.
our guests.
Yeah,
Right.
we
Yeah.
could. We could bring her on as a guest.
So
as part of the
all
podcast.
is not lost, Andrea.
right. Yep.
Yeah. What do you? So while we got the 4 of us here, because we were asking Jeremy, of course,
Yeah.
some of his for some of his input in
Opinions.
the podcast. Yeah.
Thoughts? Yeah.
What are you guys' thoughts? We'll do it live here. What are you guys' thoughts of saying, you know, once every so whatever.
I don't.
How-
Yeah.
I actually don't have an
to,
issue.
to have a guest on.
Yeah, even once a month or bi-weekly or something, whatever
Yeah,
works for
Whatever
us,
works for us. Yeah.
because it's worked good here.
Yeah, it's worked very well.
And
It's worked
that guest
brilliantly
might
here.
have that
Yeah.
certain topic that we want to talk about, whether it's a serious topic
Correct.
or whatever, and
Yeah.
they just add to it.
Yeah.
And it's really fun putting a face to the comments that we've been reading for how many
Oh man, I tell you,
Right.
how many weeks.
It was great for me to
Months.
meet some of these people that I've been
Meeting you,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
same thing.
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
as it is
Meeting
for
you.
them to meet you.
Yeah, and there's
I
quite a
guess.
few that we've never met personally.
You lucky bastards.
And what's Leslie Ann say? Leslie Ann says,
This stage of the podcast reminds me of watching the final few hours of the
"Oh,
Saskatchewan Telemiracle when I was a
Oh,
child.
nice.
dude, that's
We're on-
true, right?
We're on the countdown.
Yeah, we're on the countdown. Right?
Yeah.
Total. We need a total.
The final countdown.
We're on the countdown on this day,
That's right.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Come on, Cliff. You got to help me out here.
Oh, man.
Okay, I feel like you guys have a shout out. It's the final. I just-
The final countdown.
That was good timing. That was a good timing.
Do-do-do-do-do.
All right, Donna May. I love seeing the people. Yeah, so it's been fun. I think having other people to
Other
talk
people
to
to
during
yak
the
with, yeah.
podcast, and
Yeah.
not just us all the time. I think it adds another variety, another level to it.
Yeah, and I mean, I really enjoyed my sort of one-on-one with
Which it was,
Uh,
and as I said, I only stayed out of it simply because I
Yeah.
was actually enjoying the banter going back.
Yeah, I
and
really
forth.
enjoyed
So,
my
with
time with Kelly. It was spirited and at each other, but
It was early in the morning.
but it was all in
Nice.
it was all in good faith. It wasn't screw you, you're it was all in good faith, and at the end you shake hands and go your own way. But we disagreed vehemently in some ways,
Nice.
and I mean, you know me, Jeremy, I enjoy a spirited
Yes.
I enjoy a spirited
I
debate.
think that was about 5:30 this morning or somewhere in there, Jeremy. So,
Pretty
Yeah, it
close.
was like 4 hours before I woke up.
Yeah.
Pretty
exactly.
close. Yeah.
oh yeah, lucky
close.
guy. Yeah, rub that in.
And honestly, I was not in any way planning to get into it. He's like me. He's very passionate about what he's talking about,
Yes.
and he went off on a spiel. And I honestly, I just sat here the entire. You'll see it if you ever watch
Yeah.
it. I sat here the entire time. I didn't say anything and nothing. And then somewhere along the line, the conversation got redirected to me for the first time in probably a half an hour.
Yeah.
Right, because I was just sitting here.
Yeah.
And I don't know something happened. All of a sudden, boom, it was on. and I love that. I love that feeling, because all of a sudden you
Yes.
get the juice going and your brain starts working and your heart starts pumping. And I love
Yeah.
that.
Well, and having to rationalize your position on something. Like I think there's nothing better for understanding yourself than to start picking apart what you believe and why you believe it.
Yeah.
And
How do
Yeah.
I know what I think until I've said it?
right.
Right.
And I mean, and if like I think one of the most formative periods of my life was when I was going to Bible school. And I mean, I think that was the first time I encountered the idea of, well, okay, what do I believe? Why do I believe it? And making it my own, because I mean, I was raised in a Christian home. We went to church every
But
Sunday,
it
and
wasn't
sometimes,
yours. But it wasn't
and
you.
this is just it. Is like, I mean, I was told as a kid, I became a Christian, but I don't have that recollection. And I mean, and I went to church because my parents went to church.
Right.
And so like the point in my life where it's like, okay, well, why do I believe this? Is this something that I believe is true, or is it something that this is what mom and dad taught
Indoctrination.
me? And I think as any parent, you raise your kids with what you believe to be true and to the best of your ability. But then there's a certain point where it's got to become their own. Otherwise, I mean, if it never becomes their own, they're not real people. And like it's,
And that's with
well,
everything, right?
Mhm.
It's with religion, it's with faith, it's
anything,
with
absolutely,
opinion,
politics,
it's
everything.
with politics, it's with all of those things.
Jeremy, aren't we trying to teach our children to think for themselves?
Yes, I think it is.
Like-
Critical thinking is
Period,
by far
Jeremy. Period.
more important than how to think. Is way more important, I think, than what to
you think.
Absolutely.
So I'm just throwing it out there. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think too. I mean, there's mistakes that I've made in my life that I would hope my kid never has to make. And I
They'll make
think
different ones.
right. I hope
Yeah,
so.
The kids will definitely
You
make
I
will.
hope he makes
He
different
will.
mistakes.
You're damn right.
But
They might make mistakes that are similar, and they will make different mistakes.
yep.
As you know, I have 4 grown kids, so
Yes.
I've been through all those stages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the hope that, yes, teach them how to think, but then there's a certain amount of like, listen, I made this mistake. Don't do this. Like, don't, so there's a certain amount of teaching them what to think or sharing your experiences, hoping they can learn.
Yeah. My kids are 9 and 8, so they know a little bit more about my past now, because I choose to tell them.
Yeah.
I choose to tell them the glorious and the not so glorious parts. Now, do I leave stuff out? Of course, they're 9 and they're 8.
Yes.
They're 9 and they're 8.
Yeah.
But when they're 19 and 18, I'm gonna share a lot more, quite frankly. Not that they need to learn, but I think it's not that they need to learn. They just need to know about their dad. They just need to know. Maybe no. Don't do this. Don't do that. No, I'll say, you know what? Just, I regret it. I regret it. I regret it.
Yeah.
No, you're your own mind, but I regret it. That's smoking for 14 years.
Yeah.
That's smoking for 14 years, guys. Worst decision of my life.
Yeah.
Worst decision of my life.
I think the biggest thing, honestly, as an outsider looking into the parenting conundrums, I think one of the things that kids need to be taught was something that I was taught, which was to argue, to debate.
Yes.
Right. My dad. I'm telling you something. I could never say anything against my mom. If I even raised my voice 1 decibel, I get a smack across the head. Right.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I could have a downright screaming debate with him. Never cross the line of disrespect. Right? But I could have a screaming debate. I could disagree with him and have it out, and he would engage with me and either slam me down or ever so terribly rarely, I would get a point in or so. And then as I got older, I got more points in, right? But the fact of the matter is that taught me to not just blither blather. It taught me to actually question. I mean, ask the question. And you know what? And it taught me also to, if I just went blither blather, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden realized, work myself into a corner.
Right.
To stand up and say, you know what?
I was wrong.
I just realized you're right.
Yeah.
And
I love that too, where like somebody challenged you and you get to the point where it's like, that is a good point.
That's a really good point.
I haven't seen that because like I'm the hero of my own story. Everything I say and spit out there, it's because I at least in some way believe what I'm saying.
And and it's through the lens of your own perception.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the lens of the other person's perception.
And so you get somebody else's perspective, and all of a sudden it's like, that makes sense.
Exactly. And I think that in many ways is such a fantastic thing to teach children right from a very young age. Argue with me, ask me why.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Cliff. James makes a good point. Now, James is a teacher. He is a teacher of grade 4 kids right now.
Okay.
Let kids make mistakes. They'll never learn to take risks. They're always coddled and protected.
Yep.
And what's wrong with being wrong? Like, so you're like, oh my God, like,
cow.
So I was a know-it-all little, like we mentioned that already, but like, I could never be wrong. Like I had to know, and I knew it. And if anybody disagreed with me, they're idiots or what, but like, got my clock cleaned a few times and learned but like, what's wrong with being wrong? What's wrong with making a mistake and learning from it
and admitting it
and having consequences?
You hit the absolute nail on the head. What's wrong with being wrong? What's wrong with it is not learning the consequences. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong.
Yep.
Be wrong.
Yeah.
Everybody's wrong. We are not infallible creatures.
Yeah.
But know the consequences and know what to do with those consequences.
And consequences are huge. Like, I think whenever I got caught for something growing up, I mean, well into adulthood, I wasn't getting in trouble because, like it was a natural consequence. It was because I got caught. So my energy was always directed at don't get caught. Not at change the consequences. Like
your energy was transferred to the scheme.
Yeah.
And the scheme.
And it wasn't until shortly before meeting my wife and that it was like there was a shift, a paradigm shift in my thinking where I was like, no, there are consequences to my actions. And if I want better results, I need to work towards that.
Causality.
Yeah. And I have the agency. It's in my control to affect my life and
cause and effect.
Yeah.
And that's That's actually lacking in so many ways in society right now.
Right.
Um,
Everybody gets a ribbon.
I know, and I mean it's crazy. And I tell you what, I don't care what society does. Fact of the
Amen.
matter is, any godchild of mine, you know what I mean? As I would admonish anybody with young children.
Yeah.
As the fact of the matter is, man, I mean, it's in so many ways a meritocracy. I know that's a bad word in today's world, right? But but it is, and I think we need to learn that right from the very beginning, in however way, in whatever way we
Absolutely.
can, at whatever stage of life we can,
Yeah.
including my stage of life.
Yeah.
We need to learn it as we go, right?
He's got adult children.
Yeah.
You and I have little ones.
Yeah.
Has parenting changed?
I mean, I've never been a parent.
The fundamental idea of parenting, the fundamental rules and regulations of parenting, and the way with which parents do things. Now, obviously, it's individual to the household, but has parenting changed?
I hope so. In maybe the. So again, going back to me not learning consequences and actions are tied to each other. I think, I got the shit beat out of me so many times for doing something wrong. And again, it was because I got caught that I got a spanking or a belt across the butt or whatever. Like, I hope that, we can, as we know more about children, and they're little people, they're not just, extensions of yourself. As you learn more about your own children, consequences are specific to that child. And like, I don't think that's something that ever would have existed as a way of thinking 40, 50 years
100%.
ago.
100%.
Well, but Jeremy, you have to remember that okay, yes, parenting has changed because when you were a kid, you got the whip, but back then that was not abuse. Now, baby,
Right.
that is abuse.
But okay, so our society's perspective has changed on what's acceptable or not. But I think whether it was abuse or not, it wasn't effective. And I think it definitely emotionally and like just in life in general, the way that I was disciplined wasn't effective. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. It didn't make me consider my actions and try to act in a different way other than don't get caught, and that's what I took away is don't get caught. And so as a parent, your goal is to have a fully functioning human being put out into this world that has his own agency or hers and has the ability to contribute to society. I think the goals are the same, but hopefully the methods are evolving, I think.
Yeah. And the comment was made, and I think it was you, Jeremy. Sorry, I heard the comment kind of fleeting as I was reading a comment on the chat line about everybody gets a ribbon. And
Yep.
yeah. So, and that for me, and people I'm sure disagree with me as well, is something that's always bothered me.
Yeah.
And having kids involved in sports, myself being involved in sports, you need to learn as a kid to win and to lose. You need to learn how to have success and how to fail. And if everybody gets a ribbon, even though you lost, well, what are you learning? Oh, well, I didn't have to do. I barely had to work, but I got the ribbon.
Absolutely.
You're learning absolutely nothing.
You guys,
So learn to lose.
Yeah.
You lost the game. You failed that test. What do we need to do better?
Readjust, learn, move on.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
learn
is
from
never. And
you
tell
learn
what,
from failure.
and
Yes.
good luck as an adult.
Yeah.
Not doing that.
my
Yeah.
9-year-old has yet to win a hockey game. He's 7 games in.
Yeah.
Has yet to win a hockey game. You know what I told him? I tell him, you can't be a sore loser. You got to learn to be a good loser.
Yeah.
You got to
Learn to lose.
You got to
Learn to be
learn to
better.
lose.
You know what I
have to
tell them?
learn to be a good loser, damn it.
You know what I tell them? Get pissed off.
Yes.
Get really angry. Get absolutely dire about it.
Yeah.
All right.
And
But tell you what, keep all that on the inside.
Mhm.
Outside, shake hands.
Yeah.
Say it was a pleasure playing against you, whatever the case may be.
And then under the breath, when you
Under the
skate-
but yeah, I mean, and nobody like you shouldn't enjoy losing,
Exactly.
right?
That's my point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you shouldn't enjoy losing. So
It should piss you off.
It should piss you off. And I tell
Absolutely.
you what, you should be gracious on the outside,
we learn from our failures.
and on the inside, you should be going, okay, well, what do I have to do to change this outcome next time.
That's
Yeah.
right. What do I have to do to make
What do I
a
have
change?
to
Betcha.
do, right?
And I tell you what, like, so friends of mine, they live up in Fort McMurray. Their kids are amazing. Like the work that they put in. So the oldest, he I mean, they all play hockey
This is
now,
Bish?
but yeah.
Yeah.
And so their kids, like they work hard. Like the oldest, he is amazing. Like I could practice the rest of my life and I would never be as good as he is already.
Mhm.
But he puts the time in. Like a couple hours a day, he's out there taking shots and just honing his skills, and the effort and the determination that he has to just keep improving himself. Like the kid blows me away. Like he's got such good work ethic, and he knows like what it takes to accomplish the results he wants. And it's like, man,
Is that a direct reflection of Bish or what? Right?
I think so. I
Must be,
yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, because his dad is a very successful human being,
Yeah.
and my guess is that work ethic comes because of his father.
Yeah.
Right. And it's what you said, Bill. I'm positive that he doesn't give him ribbons,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right, for doing nothing.
Yeah.
Right?
So Jeremy and I are smack dab in the middle of this parenting thing. You're done for all intents and purposes. You're done. You've got free thinkers, right? And adults. Do you think parenting has changed since you've had to discipline your kids and raise your
Yeah,
kids?
definitely. You see the changes for sure. On the physicality side, and we never spanked our kids or anything like that. But we gave our kids time out, and apparently, timeouts aren't even recommended anymore.
Really?
For instance, this is a preschool.
Yeah.
Legally, we cannot time out kids. Legally, we can't do it. And the license for the preschool,
Licensing, yeah.
you're not allowed to do that. So discipline, I think, has changed for sure compared to what it was like when we had our kids. But we were, my wife and I, Cheryl and I, were pretty open with our kids as well, and we agreed with the whole, if you're going to fail, you're going to fail. Figure it out, and let's get it, and you figure it out.
Yeah.
You
And
figure it out and figure out how to.
Leslie, in response to that very comment.
Right. And but with our kids,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it was, we were, I think, firm with them, but we were also
Yeah.
open with them and letting them figure out and make the decisions. And if they made the wrong decision, well, they're going to
Then they're gonna
figure
make
out
the
those consequences like
You
Jeremy's
betcha.
been jumping at, right?
Yeah.
And granted, and I think we talked about this earlier with some of our, with our kids, as they all do when they get into those teenage years and high school years, there's time they wouldn't even talk to us, and they move away and they move back and they move away and they move back. Now we have 4 adult kids that we talk to all the time. And those years you think, oh, did we actually have those years where they wouldn't talk to
Right.
us?
Yeah.
And you knew
Mhm.
now from that point, from those years when they weren't talking to us and we were being firm with certain things. Now, here we go.
Yeah.
Like Cheryl, my wife, just chimed in. Natural consequences work well
Yeah.
because they get hit
exactly.
with it. Now they got to figure it out.
Right.
We're not going to figure it out for you. Don't,
And
you know?
what I was saying earlier about what you feel on the inside, Leslie makes a good
Yeah,
point. She says
that's
timeouts for parenting are okay, just not for preschool and daycare. Sorry, I was reading the top one. Feelings of loser, sad, jealousy are all emotions that show up in entire lives.
Yeah.
We need tools to be capable of managing these emotions to turn more empowering direction. So she basically concluded in better ways, in better terms, what I was saying earlier: get mad, get angry, get all those things, and
Gotcha.
find ways to
Yep.
change that, right?
Yep.
So, but she makes a good point. It has to be empowering,
Yep.
as opposed to in any way detrimental, right?
Mhm.
Something I saw on TikTok of all places that kind of blew my mind a little this week was
Must be true.
if you look at yourself and you look at what is your go-to self-destructive behavior and like think amongst yourself, think
Right.
to yourself what that is. Now, if you look at what your love language is,
Mhm.
how closely are those related to each other?
Correct.
Like that blew me away.
Have you read
Like-
that book, The Love Languages?
Yeah,
it's a great
that is,
book.
yep.
Pretty
And-
sure the
and-
love language from you is nice to meet you, Paul.
Well, yeah. So I mean, there's different kinds of love languages. For me, physical touch, and it not necessarily sexual,
Slow
but
down,
like,
buddy. We're not there yet.
you
Oh,
doing?
how you doing?
Yeah. But the physical touch, where and then self-destructive behavior is typically for me like, not taking care of myself, not and there's this, and yeah, it was one of those things that like I never associated those two. And maybe it's different for other people. I don't know. But like for me, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe that's a connection I
It's
missed
connected, it's
after.
connected, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very interesting concept, actually, right?
Yeah.
And Cheryl says, we also let them know that they will always be unconditionally loved, but we would not condone disrespect, breaking the law, etc.
Nice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
Nice.
and that's what it is, right? It's within the bounds of home, within the bounds of your neighborhood, within the bounds of society in general, within the bounds of your country. All of these things matter in concentric circles outward, right?
Yep.
But it starts in the home.
Yep.
You know, well, we talked about this earlier, Jeremy. One of the people I look up to a lot. His name is Jordan Peterson. He's a clinical psychologist, and one of the things that he talks about is raising a child that will be liked. And everybody goes, what are being liked? Who cares about them being liked? Blah, blah. But that's not the point. The point is, if you raise a child who's respectful and liked and knows how to play within a group or within a team, be it lead or follow, what happens is he now creates this dynamic network around him of people that like him. If they like him, they work with him. If they work with him, a team is risen above the individual. And that's what brings them early success. And those early successes heap on one another, right? Until such time you get into school, and then you get into sports, then you get into work. And I tell you what, you could be the most genius guy on the planet, but if you're a jackass, you're not going to get promoted.
No,
it's not going to happen.
You know, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think my takeaway from what Dr. Peterson had said with, raising a child, that I think what I've taken away previously from that was that, by default, you're their parent. You are going to like them.
Correct.
You are going to love them.
Correct. That's a great, exactly.
They can become a person that's like you said, a complete jackass. And so you want to raise a child that you continue to like, you continue. And so I think as a parent, it gives you that kind of that spur to raise a human that is going to contribute rather than take.
Right.
Right.
And be the things that not only society, but you yourself actually deem important in a life. Such as all the things that we banter about. I don't always adhere to, but we banter about the things like compassion and kindness and all these types of things. Right. If we instill these in our children as they're young, and we bring up children that are liked in society and respected in society, that gives them the best possible
success
ratio, success,
best position. In reality, they got to live in society. They got to and so if nobody likes them,
well, live in society is one thing. You have to contribute to society.
That's true.
You have to contribute. I always say to my kids, and I know you guys have heard me say this. I'm pretty sure you've probably heard me say this on the podcast. I teach my kids, don't be part of the problem. You guys got to be part of the solution.
Mm-hmm.
Be part of the solution.
Andrea says, Andrea is, for those who don't know, Jeremy's wife. Andrea says, Rowan, that's my godson.
Yes.
Really? I didn't know that.
Heard rumors.
Rumors.
Thanks for breaking that news.
Rowan is still young, but we are trying to teach him to use his words because he is smart and has words. He's so smart, man. I can't believe it. So when he's upset and whining, we go down to his level and tell him we don't understand whining, and he needs to tell us what you need.
And that's perfect.
And that's perfect. That's
perfect.
absolutely perfect.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got Donna May. Parents, I believe, should be a support and not controlling in the parents' needs. And then Cheryl says, and a human that gives back.
That's right.
We kind of touched on that. So, and Nicole, yes, Cliff. Cliff is definitely speaking my language and how I love to share with my students about being caring and sharing, showing kindness and empathy.
Yeah. And obviously show by example as well. We know that, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think it's so important to raise children that are in that situation, to give them the best possible. And I think if you do that, I think maybe parenting has changed in some ways. In some ways, I don't think it's changed.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the principles are the same.
The principles are the same.
Yeah.
Right?
It's maybe just being done in a different way, using those same principles, maybe going a different direction with it. But
But I mean, in some ways, it's changed. I mean, as far as corporal punishment goes, and trust me, I went to a military boarding school. Okay, and if I got in trouble at school, I got the strap there, and then I'd get home and I'd get the strap again. Right?
Twice as bad.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was completely ridiculous.
Yep.
Did it do me any good? Probably not a goddamn bit.
Nope.
All right. So I'm not in any way in favor of that. But at the same time, I'll tell you something. You know, my dad, I played chess with him.
Yep.
He just trashed me.
Yeah.
Like just freaking hammered me, man. Trash. Never once did I ever win a game with him until.
Mhm.
And let me tell you something. That first game I won, I jumped and danced. I don't think I slept for 24 hours.
Now,
Yeah.
can you imagine
Right?
if later you found out that first game you won,
Can you believe it?
he let you do it? You know,
Oh.
he threw it. Like, how
He threw it.
demoralizing would
Could you
that
believe
be?
it? Right?
Like, it would just destroy you.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
My mom used to tell him, man, I remember this. My mom used to tell him, John, he's just a child, right? And my dad's like, well, so he's playing a game,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You play to win or
He's
lose.
playing to win or lose.
Them's the
And
rules.
he said, yeah, but he doesn't know how to play it. Well, then he's gonna learn,
You'll
Yeah.
learn.
right? So when I beat him,
Yeah.
oh man, I tell you, like I said, I
That's
could have
it.
jumped and danced for 24 hours because I beat my dad, and he was a bloody good chess player, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
get this. You're Rowan's what, 2? Is he 2? Year and a half?
Coming on 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I get parenting's hard. Sleepless nights, sick, you got diaper changes. I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's not always going to be that way. Let me ask
that's
you.
true.
Let me ask you a fundamentally
Sorry.
general question, and it's an opinion question.
Yeah.
Is parenting hard? You and Andrea must have talked about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I get that.
No,
you still got sleepless
It's
nights.
really easy.
yeah,
well,
exactly.
yeah.
Everybody should do it. I think everybody should do it, but no, it is challenging in ways that I don't think I ever expected. Like it is hard. I think the weight of it is what makes it so, I guess maybe hard, or like in that, like, what you do now as a parent is going to affect this child for the rest of their life.
So the burden
Yeah.
of parenting is hard.
Yeah, I think like there's a huge sense of responsibility, or there should be, for, he's not just an adjunct of me. He's not just a prop for stories on Instagram and Facebook. He's a real human that whatever I do with him and to him, he's going to deal with for the rest of his life. And that's a lot of weight. That's not just something you can take lightly, or you shouldn't.
You
And so, yeah, like I not hard and like, oh, I don't want to do this, but hard in that there are definitely times where I've made mistakes and realized I made a mistake, and he doesn't understand all the words, but when I've screwed up, I'm down telling him, hey, I screwed up. I'm sorry. I should not have said that, or I shouldn't have yelled, and I'm sorry. And because like I think that too, he needs to see that kind of, like I don't recall, dad beating me and then apologizing for
Never
it.
happened.
Like,
Never happened.
Right?
Not in my world.
all right.
Yeah.
So
So I just want to get to these. We're down to about 10 minutes here, guys, in our final 21 hours. Leslie Ann Smith, in context, Peterson talks about when a parent doesn't enjoy spending time with their own child. Just imagine how others
Right.
react.
yes.
What opportunities will that child have out in the world? This is a failing parenthood. And then James is asking you, Cliff, did you get a whipping for gloating?
No, dude, I got high fives from my father all around.
Nice. Cheryl says, I see changes with parenting now relying a lot in social media to tell them how to parent versus listening to their heart and their gut. Not all parenting styles fit all families.
Yeah.
Right.
Glenda, the hardest
Right.
thing to do, but most rewarding
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
And beautifully said, Glenda, from Cheryl.
Yeah. Yeah. And I recognize there's no cookie cutter. It's not, parenting is not cookie cutter, baby.
No.
I recognize that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I think an awesome conversation to kind of wrap up our 21 hours.
Yeah, Jeremy, dude,
And-
so nice to have you on.
Yeah,
here.
it's great to have you on, and a great
Yeah.
way to finish as well. Like I said, we're on the final countdown here. 10 minutes left.
I
and
could talk
we've
about
actually
this topic for
Do-do-do-do.
We've actually made
Jeremy,
it.
I could
Looks
talk about
like
this
we
for
made it.
a
And
long
what
time.
day is it?
Saturday.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Dude.
Who gave these two a
No,
freaking
that's
mic
the Elton
anyway,
John
eh?
thing.
Mhm.
Saturday.
No, I know, and I was doing the final
The
countdown.
final countdown.
The final
Saturday.
count-
Do-do-do-do.
Yeah. So, hey, big thank you to everybody who has hung out with us for the past 21 hours, and those that all came in that were hanging out with us at.
Okay,
At
but
4
Glenda
o'clock
just
in
said,
the
"I'll go sign off."
Got to sign off, guys. But Glenda's leaving before the end of the 21 hours.
To be fair, she said she had something at 4.
Yeah, she's got a meeting at
That's
4.
right.
So
But I just don't like the, hey, go sign off.
But yeah,
But
huge-
5 stars.
She gave us 5 stars. That's nice. But again, a huge thank you to everybody
Thanks,
who
Glenda.
hung out with us for the 21 hours that came and hung out with us at 1 o'clock in the morning and
I know.
And-
And cooked for us.
cooked for us.
They brought
at
us
1 o'clock,
beer?
1:30 in the
Oh.
brought us
I mean,
beer.
these-
I didn't get a beer.
These
and
people
beautiful,
are
beautiful
These people are
gifts from
fantastic,
Deb.
man.
Beautiful.
Look at
gifts
this,
from Deb. Incredible.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yeah. But I mean-
Beautiful gift from Glenda.
We had people come and cook for us at 2 in the bloody morning.
Like crazy.
That's awesome.
Come on.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that time and like in the where you're at, you need the nourishment. You need the
That's right.
just to keep the brain going.
See that girl right there, Nicole. You guys are amazing.
Oh.
This is truly all about.
Yeah.
Dude,
She
she
cooked
came
muffins.
here.
Cooking for us. At
Her
2 o'clock
husband
in the morning.
brought beers.
She
Nice.
cooked muffins.
She cooked muffins.
Nice.
Yeah.
Come on. And she made us crack chip dip.
She
Made
did.
what?
Crack chip
She
dip.
calls it
Oh,
crack.
crack
It's a
dip.
chip dip
Yeah.
that they call crack dip
Yeah.
because it goes on
It's
anything
it's
and everything.
so addicting, man.
Nice.
Crack chip dip at 2 in the morning.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nice.
That's right. And yeah, and I mean, her husband brought a guitar, and I got to play a little bit around with it because you know, blah blah blah.
Speaking of that 20 minutes a day thing, I'm in. I don't know if
Yeah, I
Okay.
saw your
I'm
post.
totally
you're,
in on
you're,
that.
You're in as well.
Okay, you're in. Start
Yeah.
a week.
Yeah.
When are we starting?
Piano
We're starting
for me.
Monday.
Next Monday, a week from this Monday.
We're starting a week.
Yeah.
No. But we're starting. We have to be accountable. A week. This.
Oh, are we? I thought we were starting. a
Are we
week from-
starting next?
well, you guys aren't doing a podcast on Monday,
No,
so
we're
it doesn't
not.
make
This
sense. So the following Monday, is that the next one?
following Monday.
Right, but is that the accountability for? Is that the
I-
first accountability
I
Monday?
think that should be the first accountability
There
one.
you
Like,
go.
what did you
That's
do in
the
the previous
fir-
week?
That's right. That's
Yeah.
the first accountability Monday.
I
is
don't
the
like any
first-
of you.
There you go.
And Andrea says it's hard to put your emotions aside sometimes when parenting, when you had a bad day, and
yeah.
you shouldn't take
Oh.
that out on your children. Absolutely, you need to put your
Yeah.
emotions aside.
Yeah.
It makes
No one
sense,
knows
but
that.
it's difficult.
Yeah, that
Absolutely,
does
Andrea.
make sense. Deb, thank you so much, and thank you for the gifts you brought us.
Deb, thank
and-
you.
Amazing, Deb.
And
Laura,
hanging
thank
out.
you.
And a big thank you from me as well to Nicole and to Laura for singing
Nicole,
"Happy Birthday" in French to me and bringing me a box of turtles, which are still not moving very fast.
Well, the turtles. Damn it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been. We didn't know if we'd make it.
I'm going
for
to.
21 hours.
I'm
Or are
gonna-
you
I'm
guys
gonna-
going to do another one?
I don't know.
What,
Another podcast, you mean?
where-
I don't know.
Another day long.
I'm not sure we're gonna do another hour
24-hour
one.
Talk
stream.
to us in a
I'm
year and
not
a
sure we're
half.
going to
Would
do another hour
Talk
one.
to us in a year and a half, would you? Jesus.
Yeah.
I want to say a personal thank you to you two there, boys. Thank you
Oh,
for
Nicole says she needs to clear something up. Nicole, my sincere apologies to you.
thank you for coming on this crazy trip with me. A lot of fun. A lot of fun being
right.
here with you guys.
Just want to clear up what Nicole says because I made a mistake. She says, hang on, I need to clarify that William James Kirkland is our roommate. I called him her husband. I'm sorry about that. Yes. And Lesson says, congratulations, Donna, Nicole. Wow, blah, blah, blah. Listen, you guys, it's been a slice and a bloody half.
Yes.
All right. So, and I don't know, Jeremy, like I said, I don't know if it'll be the next while, let alone whatever, 20 hours or whatever.
That was a 21 hours of podcast.
crazy.
So that's 21 episodes right there. We never
Right
have
there.
to go live again.
I mean, we could just,
I, mean,
I told Bill we
take the
should
next 20 weeks off.
That's what I told Bill. We should
Off
just,
for the next 4 months.
Let's
we should
mean,
cut it
chop
up.
into an
What we
hour,
could do-
hour each and put it up.
We could just do another 3 hours right now and just get, another
Whoa,
24.
Whoa. Over there.
Goalpost
Whoa.
moving.
Goalpost moving, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, but that's what I said, right? Cut it up. And then we got 21 hours,
Yeah.
right? Well, no, we
Well,
got 20 because 1 hour will go.
I
for
don't know
Monday.
about y'all, but I kind of like doing this. So I'm going to be back next Monday. And again, I will state it, guys. Not this coming Monday will we be here, but we'll be there the Monday after.
Yes.
All right. Not this Monday. We're not here.
Yeah. So again, yeah, thank you everybody
You're going to
for,
be back here.
for hanging out. And
Get the hell out of here, would you?
Sorry, I should let you guys sign off.
Well, don't leave.
yeah, you don't have to leave.
No, no,
leave
no,
for,
Finally.
for signing
We've
off.
got, we've got 5 minutes here. We just want to drag it out. a
Dude,
little
look at
bit.
me.
Yeah, we're pushing
Look
the
at
last
me.
4.5 minutes.
I don't even flush, brother.
You guys have plans for getting home safely from
Yes, yeah.
Here, everybody?
I'm being picked up, and
Good.
I am
So,
driving,
I
but
can
we
follow
haven't
you
had
home.
any alcohol since late last night.
Oh, I wasn't. I was just thinking fatigue more than, and it's snowing and blowing.
Cheryl.
Thank you. No, I'm okay.
Cheryl Salter Roberts is counted on the calendar. 79 weeks until show 200.
Jeez.
Wow.
Nice.
No
Oh my
pressure.
gosh. Yeah, no pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
God, Good times. Well, and
April 2023.
Well, hopefully you figure this out
Wow.
before you hit 200. I guess.
and we've, we talked to a bunch of you guys. We've got our marching orders in terms of what we're going to do a little bit differently, and what we're going to do to grow. And this,
What are we going to do to who?
so
What are we going to do to grow? We're always going to be
To grow-
short, Paul. So I
to
don't know
grow-
why you're
to
asking us
grow
to
the
grow.
podcast, to grow
Oh,
the podcast.
If you brought a fourth
You
person
gotta
on,
dig a
I would
little,
increase
guys.
the
You gotta
average
dig
height.
a little.
And,
You
oh, hey,
gotta dig
Hey, I
a
like what
little
Jeremy
here.
says. What was that, Jeremy?
say
if,
that
if you
again.
bring on a fourth person, I would increase the average height.
And
To
hey,
at least 5 feet, I think.
At least 5
They're-
feet.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
and hey, Cliff,
Mm.
what day is it for the last time?
Saturday.
Do 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 do.
All right, everybody,
I don't know, dude.
we're gonna wrap it up.
Okay,
You're driving.
hang on. I just need to get this one phrase in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stay happy.
Stay happy. Be
Nice.
happy. Be well. All right, everybody.
Nice.
We love you guys.
Thanks for the 21 hours. We'll see you all
21
later.
hours.
Thank you.
21
Bye.
hours. Wow, I gotta pee.
Stay happy.